All right, everybody. I could not be more excited to welcome in our guest here today to talk about everything that we just saw in Survivor 42. She came in as the super fan who was so excited, who was going to do it for the weirdos, and she got it done. And I'm so excited to welcome your reigning queen of Survivor. Here is the great, effervescent Maryanne Oketch. Maryanne, how are you?
Oh my goodness, I'm doing amazing, Rob. Like, so excited to be here. So excited for the deepest dive you're ever going to experience in your. Well, no, I'm not going to say that because I think Shannon Gus has the rating title of like 7.5 hours, but we're going to have a
Yes.
fun time.
Yes. Maybe the US title is up for grabs here today.
Maybe I have to beat what Christian Hubicki. That's 5.5. That's still a
Yeah.
lot.
So yeah, I feel like that the stuff that we did, and again, I don't want to make this all about Rob's podcast. The stuff we did for the going back, and we watched all 40 seasons, including all of Survivor Tocantins
Oh my
in
gosh.
2021. When we went back through all of them, like I think that those were panel shows. That was a
Okay.
different beast than what this
Okay.
is here today. This is a one-on-one
Okay.
interview, and I'm not sure what my record is for doing that, but let's see where we go, Maryanne.
Yes. I'm just excited
About
because
the
I
journey.
finally, and I'm able to go and just go on every tangent I want to. We're going to go on so many journeys, deep dives, explorations.
The
We're
trek,
going to have a fun time. A
the
trek,
Squill Island.
the
Yeah.
summit. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Maryanne has told me to clear my schedule,
Yes.
to say goodbye to my family.
Yep.
Yep. And
I,
whatever you want to do. Who's luckier than me today, Maryanne?
oh my goodness. I don't even know. I think me. I get to speak to Rob Cesternino. Like
Stop. Stop.
I'm a big fan. If I had my iPad, I could show you where I ranked your season and everything. But rankings are but
Arbitrary and reductive, for
thank
sure.
you.
For
Thank
sure.
you. Thank
Yeah, but
you.
Marion, it's so nice to talk to you, and I really just want to say how much I appreciate you. That you are such a big Survivor fan, and that's always fun to get to watch. And I'm trying to think, we talk so much about, what winner do you remind us of, and anything like that. But do you have a thought on this? Can you help us answer this question?
Yes.
Yes. Who are
Yes,
who
I
are who are
do.
you like?
So I'm actually a love child, and
Yes.
I am the love child of Sophie Clark and
Yes.
Adam Klein. I think if you get Sophie Clark and Adam Klein, and they both love each other, and then after like they go, because Sophie's like a jock, but like also kind of a nerd. Then Adam's just like also kind of a nerd as well too. Then they go into the Survivor lab and pump out a player who's going to be a winner. I think
Okay.
that'd be me.
Okay. Well, so it's Sophie and Adam.
Sophie and Adam. Yeah.
Okay.
There was actually a tweet today about someone saying that their three favorite winners were Sophie, Adam, and me. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's my parents. You like my parents and the child.
Yeah. What about from a gameplay perspective? Do you feel like you fit in there? Because I feel like that maybe I feel like a little bit of Sandra.
Yes, a little bit of Sandra, but I also like, especially with that anyone but me, but I feel as if, especially like I would do more Sandra until around eight. The final eight, I was more anybody but me. But then at the final seven, and we can obviously delve right into this, I was very like, no, we need to get out the threats. The threats need to be gotten out, and I just need to be the biggest threat at the end.
Mm-hmm.
And then I also feel like, well, that's why I relate with Adam, because a lot of people were like, oh well, Adam would have lost to all these other people on the jury, but they were on the jury, and Adam was the one who was sitting down at the final seats.
Okay. All right. Well, Maryanne, this is so cool to have you here. What's been your experience post show in the last week or so?
Oh my gosh, I've been on fire. I just finished my texts. I think I was like at 260. Responded to that. Instagram has been super wild, just trying to respond to that, like just seeing numbers. It's like people have become hypotheticals numbers anymore. I can't process that. All those people. Church has been great. Just I think I actually Survivor. I won Survivor. Then on Friday I ran a conference for like my denomination. So that was super weird because that was the first time like as a winner outside, and everyone was like, oh my gosh, like I watched the show, and they're all teens from grade 7 to grade 12. So that was super fun. Got to do a lot of FaceTimes. Got to see Erica, for the first time. Got to see Omar
Mm-hmm.
for the first time after the show, got to
Yes.
see all these people for the first time after the show. So
Mhm.
it was, and also it was so nice to finally be like, I'm friends with these people. I don't have to hide my friendship. I go to Omer's all the time. So I was actually, I didn't because I got busy at work, but I was going to go and give Omer donuts like during the
Mhm.
deep dive, kind of do a little cameo there. Cause that's, I guess, my thing. There's no Survivor player this time. Don't worry. You won't be shocked.
Okay. You mentioned doing a cameo. How's your cameo business been since the end of the season?
It's been good. I haven't advertised that much because I don't have time to advertise, but they're doing a Father's Day sale, and I think it's the worst decision I've ever made in my life. Well, no, for the people who got cameos, I am so happy and thankful for the cameos that you're getting with the discount. There have just been so many at such a short period of time, and I just have so like I'm still have I haven't cashed in the check. The check is still in my bedroom. Like I lose it once every 2 or 3 minutes. Like there's still so many things to do, and I want to take the time and care in making the cameos. So like there's a big influx. So I'm really trying to like. I think I'm just gonna keep the price that I was at because
Okay.
right now I can't take the time that I want. I can right now, but it's not sustainable. So
Yeah. So I bet that getting a cameo from you must be, a real treat because I feel like that you just like exude like so much energy and positivity. And, it was just so clear on the show that I'm sure like it really makes somebody's day when they get the message from you.
it's so fun. I love doing cameos. Actually, I've gotten cameos from Survivor players before because fan. I got one from Parvati, got one from
Yes.
Sari. My friend has one waiting for me, but it was supposed to be for my birthday, but we haven't gotten up to see it either. But the connection that like those players made for me, I really when I do a cameo, I sit down, I read, I look at what's being told to me, and I'm like, and I put myself in the life. Like we've had people graduate from high school, graduate from elementary school. There's been people who are having like birthdays, like people who are like celebrating Father's Days, and it's just so nice to be in that little sliver of their life and like get to go and like enjoy and celebrate with that. So it's really fun, very very fun.
Yeah. And also, I still owe Chappelle a cameo from you for winning the draft.
Okay, yeah, you do. If you get it now, I'm on a Father's Day sale, or you
Oh,
might have
okay.
so, or you can talk to me after and we can figure something out.
Okay. All
I'll
right.
make you basically you send me all the merch I
I don't want to.
want.
I don't want to be cheap and
No, send.
yeah.
I'm cheap. We can do a deal. You send me the merch that I want, and then I give the cameo. So
Maryanne, you can have all the merch you want.
you ship
That's
to
no
Canada?
problem. Yes, yes, yes. All the merch you want for Connor, even Zach.
Oh yeah, oh
Well,
yeah.
outfit everybody that you want. Um, Maryanne, what's been something that you've been dying to talk about from this Survivor experience when you haven't been able to talk all these weeks?
Oh my, everything. But give me a timeline, like in the game, before the game, after
I
the
don't know.
game.
So that maybe something about yourself that you haven't been able to share. That because we'll talk through all the game stuff.
Okay, about myself.
Yeah. Is there anything that you want to let people know about you that people don't know?
Something. Oh my gosh. This is too open, and I need more. You need to give me specific questions, or I'll just go. I'll just tell me
Okay.
when to stop. Some things
What's
about. Oh, go.
what's something about you that would really surprise people?
Oh my goodness. What's something about me that will really surprise people? Um, I'm a relatively recent fan. I think a lot of people think that like I like I grow up and I've watched Survivor. I started with
Yeah.
David versus Goliath. I'm actually a Big Brother fan. I was a Big Brother fan to begin with.
Well,
Started
we
on Big.
saw the video of you at Big Brother Canada from the preseason.
Yes, that
Yes.
was
Yes.
so fun. Standby lines. Big SNL person. Like I think I've camped out twice for SNL.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, the first time
Yes.
it was Arcade Fire and Bill Hader. The first time, the second time was Emma Thompson and Jonas Brothers. So that was
Yes.
super fun. Love to travel. I'm a menace. I've gone to the US. I think my passport has so many US stamps. Oh my gosh, here's a really cool fun fact. I was born without citizenship. Fun fact.
Okay. How does that happen?
So that happens where I was born in Germany, and this was like really recent when like the wall was torn down and Germany was still a little bit of a mess. So to be a German citizen, you had to be born in Germany, and plus one of your parents had to be a citizen. So when
Okay.
I was born in Germany, neither of my parents were German citizens. So then after, just like, oh, we're gonna segue you to like your parents' citizenship, which is Kenyan. But if you're born outside of Kenya, because typically where you're born, you have citizenship, you have to claim that Kenyan citizenship. And I'm a 0 day old baby. So like I couldn't really claim that. But it wasn't really an issue because the travel that we did when we immigrated, this was before 9/11. So you could just like bring a whole baby and they wouldn't need any piece of ID because, you know, they're a child. So that was something. Oh, used to be terrified of automatic toilets. Actually, one time
Yeah.
when I was gonna get my first passport photo, I had to go to the bathroom and there were automatic toilets, so I just walked out and peed my pants and then took my passport photo with like pee on my pants.
How old were you?
Like 6?
6. Yeah,
I
you
go,
know what? That the automatic toilets, that, you know, in taking my kids into the bathrooms, that scares the you know what out of them. So, and you think that that would be good, but I have been in the men's room with a you know young child who's just screaming bloody murder as the toilet flushes. You know what? You know what the trick is that you know you take a piece of the paper, and then you know you have to like you know lick the paper, but you stick it over the sensor.
I was 6.
Yeah, yeah,
It
well,
just flushed. How was I supposed to know this?
yeah, yeah,
My
yeah.
parents just sent me to the bathroom. They're like, go to the bathroom. Then I went to the bathroom and I was like, no. Then after they're like, did you pee your pants? And I'm like, no, I did it because I went to the bathroom. I got over when I was 10. I'm still definitely terrified of worms though. Like if I see a worm, I'll cry.
Okay.
Actually, that we saw maggots at camp and I actually cried.
Wow, this is so much interesting info.
Oh yeah, we have more.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out.
Okay, we're gonna figure it all out here today. So, just to go back to your how you got into Survivor. So
Yes.
that's really interesting, and I feel like that for so many people who are new fans, David versus Goliath was the first season that they saw. There was a lot of people from
Mm-hmm.
Survivor 41. I feel like who had that story, like
Mm-hmm.
Deshaun and Evie also have a similar story. So what was it about the show that made you get so into it? Because you talk about in the first episode how your mother said to you, like, Maryanne, why do you want to be on this show? What is this?
Yeah. Okay. So, like I said, I was a Big Brother fan. Like, you know, kind of like that dipping into that casual super fan. Like, I do the live feeds, like maybe follow some people on Twitter. There's some names that people know on Twitter. I follow them. And then I remember it was third year university, finished the Big Brother 21 finale. And no, was it Big Brother 21? And then, no, 20, whichever. I digress. I think it was 20. And then because I watched the day after, because I was at university, I didn't have TV, on Global, they have like all the episodes uploaded. And so I saw that, oh, there's Survivor David versus Goliath that's uploaded. Like, I guess I'll watch it. And I watched the first episode and I was just enraptured and enamored. But that wasn't the first time I heard about Survivor. The first time I heard about Survivor was in 6th grade. My friend Katie Sullivan, we were walking from the portables and she's like, there's this, oh, let's see if you know who I'm talking about. There was this person who was like, oh my goodness, there's this guy who was like playing on Survivor and he pretended to be stupid, but then after he went and won a bunch of challenges and he won. Do you know who I'm talking about?
Fabio?
Fabio,
Yes.
exactly. So like I remember I didn't know who it was, but watching back, I'm like, she was totally talking about Fabio. Or my sister actually was a Survivor fan before me. I watched a couple of episodes with her. The first episode she gave me to watch was the Varner Tribal Game Changers. Didn't watch
Yes.
Survivor for a while after that.
Yes. Yeah, that's a rough first episode.
Yeah. Watched a couple of Blood versus Water episodes, a couple of like I think I watched like Game Changers up to like the merge, but like when you start, you don't really know what's going on. But I think that start from the beginning of David versus Goliath, understanding what's going on, like just feeling for Pat when being medevaced was just like so like it had everything. And then connection with Gabby, because like I'm a crybaby too, and Gabby was crying. I'm like, this is amazing. And then so I was like, oh my goodness, I love this show. Then I think they started to accept Canadians, and I'm like, oh, I guess like I'll apply because like I like it, might as well. Because the only thing going for me was BB Can, and I wasn't like as big of a BB Can fan. Like I wasn't a big fan of Big Brother to begin with because I just don't 24/7 people watching you. I'm a wild person sometimes, so didn't want to be
You
canceled
would
on Twitter.
be on the live feeds just keeping, you know, Taryn and everybody so busy.
Yes, I would. I would. I really would. But I feel as if they'd be like, Maryanne, stop singing.
Yeah,
Maryanne, don't touch your mic. Maryanne, you know, the Big Brother sound that they do.
yeah,
So
I know. I got it.
Survivor's a little better.
Yeah, we could do a little bit more stuff. Okay, so then you apply for the show and then got more into the show as like during the application process?
Yeah. So I applied for the show 2019 was my first time I submitted a tape. And I remember submitting the tape and being like, Maryanne, if you want to be on the show, because at this time I only watched, I think, season 37, season 38, and I just started watching Heroes versus Villains because that's what people said you needed to watch. Would not recommend as a third season. I did not understand why everyone loved Suri because, she's just a pre-merge fodder in Heroes versus Villains.
Mhm.
And then I was like, I guess like I'll have to go back and watch every season like for studying. So then I started to watch like and start to slowly but surely watch every season. And so and that's when I really got into it, 2019, then 2020, a lot of us had a lot of time on our hands. So we just started to really watch it,
Right.
like watch the favorites a couple times. Like I think I watched like Dave vs. Live, like I think from starting like 3 or 4, I've lost count how many times I've watched it. I watched Millennials versus Gen X too many times. I can't watch it anymore after playing the way it's too painful. But yeah,
When you say you can't watch it anymore after playing, so are you unable to watch Survivor anymore
no,
because
no, no. I still love Survivor. I think the reason why I can't watch Millennials versus Gen X, and I'm actually might tear up here, is because like for me, Millennials versus Gen X, like when you play, you kind of understand what people are leaving. And I just really connect so much to Adam's story, where it's like it's still a fun season, but like for me, it's like I watch it and I'm seeing like a last farewell, like a last love song for that like a son has for his mother. And in pregame, I actually this is the first time I'm saying this. In pregame, my mother, like my uncle, passed away during pregame, and my mom didn't tell me because she didn't want it to go into my headspace. So I feel like I really even connect even more because it's like I lost someone I didn't know until I returned, and it's like knowing that you have someone at home that you care about and you don't know how they're doing. It's it's just like it makes it the season all more beautiful, but like also like I don't think I'd be able to go through it again,
yeah,
like watching
I
it for now.
I'm really sorry to hear that, Maryanne, and I hope that you're doing okay, and thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, I'm doing fine. I cry on the dime. So if I cry, you don't need to feel bad. Like I'm very in tune with my emotions. I'm very comfortable with my emotions. So like if
Yeah.
I ever cry, totally fine.
Can I ask you a question just overall about your season? Because,
Yes.
in the beginning of the game, we saw you come in and you just have so much energy and so much enthusiasm.
Mm-hmm.
And, it really comes through, your passion for being out there on Survivor, that it's obvious, you love Survivor. You're so excited about what you're doing. And at times in the early part of the game, it's a lot for the other people that are in your tribe to handle. Um, then at the end of the game, that I feel like that you seem a little bit more restrained. And I'm wondering if, like, did you have like just so much energy in the beginning of the game, and then you are now so tired that now like you are at like the right like energy, like you still have more energy than anybody else at the end of the game, and you're pulling from that passion that you have, or was that like a conscious decision based on what you have experienced along the way to like change up like what you're putting out?
I think it was a mixture of both. I know that in the end of the game, I was really thinking about the end game. So I was really in my head a lot thinking, oh, what about this? What about X? What about Y? What about Z? Which made it seem more subdued because I was in my head more rather than talking to people. But also, I think another thing is that for the last 6 days of the game, I got really sick on the island, like massive constipation. And then
Mhm.
because of that, I actually developed a food aversion to the rice. And then I also hate coconut. So that was even hard to eat to begin with. So I would eat the rice and physically I would be like I would gag. Like I was physically unable to eat the rice. And so because of that, like it was decided that it'd just be best for me not like to eat as much until I start like so maybe have a small handful of rice because they recommended just eat until you start feeling like you're gonna gag. Because if you're throw up, that's gonna have more issues, dehydration, wasting, da 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 da. So for the last 6 days of the game, I was just like running on fumes.
Yeah. Um, I feel like I could relate a little bit to, your experience of just like being so excited to be out there on Survivor. And it really, I think, ended up hurting me more the second time I played, when
Mm,
I was with the All Stars, where I was now so just, geeked up of like, oh my God, I'm on a, like, hey, do you remember when this happened? Do you remember when this happened? And, I was getting a lot of like, this guy is annoying. Like this guy, all he talks about is Survivor. And, I got on my tribe's nerves quite a bit. And, I was not as fortunate as you were to, make it through being part of a small tribe. So that I just find that very relatable, just like being so
Yeah.
excited to be there.
Oh yeah, let's actually delve into that because there's actually a lot that we can go into. Because number one, I think for All Stars, it was a very interesting season because the culture of Survivor. Survivor was like the it thing. Like these were celebrities, and so you were just some random kid celebrity who came in a little late to the game. They just watched your season, and they're like, "No, we're cool because we're cool. We're not cool because it's Survivor." So you had that culture going on as well too. Plus, you were kind of DOA as like the best non-winner, like perception to go into the game. Plus, you were
Mm-hmm.
young because there's that young perspective, which I also would love to go and dive on later. Then,
Yeah.
when you go and look into me, when we watched the show, we had a lot of super fans. Like everyone on our cast was a fan, like or of some sort or the other. Where it's like, and a lot of people were proclaimed super fans because I kind of ascribe to the fact where if you say you're a super fan, you're a super fan. Like who are we to go and gatekeep the super fandomness, right? So me discussing Survivor, where it was more free. I was more free to be able to discuss Survivor because everyone was a fan. The only detriment to me discussing Survivor is because number one, I'm young, so then I get that nice young super fan only talks about Survivor discussion. So I try not to talk about Survivor that much, but then there would be days when I was at camp and I'm like, what's his name? His birthday. It's not Coach, it's Benjamin. And you have these young kids, 24, 22, talking about loyalty. No, he's not loyalty. And he has these Tucky the G's jokes, and we're going to be laughing about that. No, I don't want none. Yeah, so I'd quote Survivor because you're not allowed to quote or like say
Yeah.
a lot of
That's
stuff.
Stacey Powell.
It is Stacey Powell, yeah.
Yes.
Because
Bam.
I love doing monologues, but the monologues that you're allowed to do and the songs that you're allowed to sing are very limited on the show. So I would go back to things like, Survivor monologues, and that would just really up the super
Oh,
fanness.
Maryanne, you have Survivor monologues memorized?
I have some memorized. I
Can you
have some.
share can you share another one with us?
So, okay, do I even have Survivor monologues
I
memorized?
don't mean to put you on the spot.
No, the only one that I have memorized now is from my season, and then
Okay,
that's
that'll be the cameo that I get from
ah,
you for Chappelle.
no. Let me
Yes.
think. Do I have any other monologues that are
Wait, so whose
memorized?
monologue from your season do you have memorized?
So no, I observe. And when I go see people going to the water well, I observe. And when people go saying that they're picking up firewood and there's no firewood in their hands, I observe. Drea's from
Yeah,
Tribal
no, I got it.
Council.
I got it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very
What?
good.
Yeah. I don't think there's any. I think I just actually I don't have monologues memorized. I'd like to specify I have Reddit copy pastas memorized. Right? That's the one. So I could be like, I saw Carter Williams at a grocery store today, and I went up to him and be like, "Oh, I didn't want to really distract you, but I'm a big fan." And he said, "Oh, like how you're distracting me right now?" And I was shocked and taken back. So those are the things that I have memorized, which I
Yeah.
think is a little more dorky than just
Okay.
Survivor monologues.
All right. Well, look, it's all incredible to me. I can't remember any monologues.
Mm-mm.
Very,
But
very impressive.
I do. It's
Yeah.
it's what I do instead of studying for school, just monologues.
Good. Good. So where were we? I feel like I interrupted you. You
Oh,
memorize this.
it's fine. You can interrupt me.
You memorize monologues,
Yes.
and and all right. Should we
We were talking about super fandoms and being young.
yes. Okay. Should we talk about your game?
Like I guess.
Yeah. Really, this is your day today, Maryanne. We're here to
Everything.
celebrate
No,
you.
yes, we're here to celebrate. We can talk about our game. We got to start though. We have to start with
Yeah.
pregame. So
Okay.
everything.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So you got into Survivor. You
Yes.
got cast. Jeff had said in the after show, right, that that they knew as soon as they talked to you that you were going to be on the show. Were you confident? Like you talked to Jeff, and it was like, oh yeah, they're loving this.
It was a whirlwind. So at first, when my Survivor, I submitted my tape, but I actually submitted my phone number wrong. So they're like, we couldn't contact you. Like we wanted you, but we couldn't find. So when they say, oh, if Survivor wants you, they'll find you. They literally mean it because I put in my number wrong and they still found me. Then
Mhm.
after the first part of it, I felt really bad. I'm someone where it's like I always feel as if like I would do better in a casting call than in making a personal tape because it's very hard to condense who I am. So then after I was super stressed about my tape because I'm like, oh, like does my tape really show who I am? Like a lot of tears. I actually broke down crying, being like, they're not gonna pick me, blah 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 blah. This is so sad. But once I felt as if I was able to go on the camera with like on camera and chat with chat with Jeff, I was like, okay, no, I got this. Like I'm good. So that's why I started working out because I'm like, I can't be bad at challenges, and look what happened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What were your workouts?
So, we were still in a panini. So I did just at home workouts. That was my sort of thing. But looking back, I wish I just, you always wish that you did more. But honestly, like in retrospect, I just feel as if the standard deviation for fitness was just really above in the Taku tribe, which just made me feel less fit. Like, I think I was pretty average at every other season. The standard deviation of like physical fitness in Taku was just unhinged and like off this level. And it's like, and I'm physically small. Okay, Lindsay, she just ruined the curve. They're
Mm-hmm.
Lindsay and Jonathan are curve ruiners. They're that person when everybody fails the test, but that one person gets a 90. It's like, oh, we're not going to curve it because the one person got a 90. That's what they were in the physicality of Survivor.
I've never heard of anybody talk about the standard deviation of like physical fitness in the chat in the cast. Like, do you like look at a lot of the seasons and games from like a mathematical perspective?
Yeah, I actually do. So, this is actually a very good segue into my strategy coming into the game. So, I had a lot of time coming to the game. I'm showing a black notebook. I have multiple notebooks. And so, what I did during my time to figure out strategies, I actually went and looked at I'm going through all my solitaire games, board scrambles. I actually looked specifically at all personal seasons to figure out what is the best optimal strategy to win the game.
This is
So,
like
I
the final tribal council.
say that again.
This is like the final tribal council for me.
Yeah, kind of. Oh, you
Yes.
can't see it. So I specifically wanted to focus on the Fijian era of games because I wanted to just really just narrow it down. So I was looking at season 33 to 39. Then I'd also knocked off season 30. I knocked off season 38 because I assumed that no, I kept season 38 because season 38 had Avenge Extinction, but whatever. But I knocked off 34 because it's a returning seasons, and returning seasons are not the best way to describe first time players. And then, so the season that I really focused on was actually season 39 because I felt that season 39 was a very good season. And what I realized is I looked at the merge breakdowns and I looked at the final six breakdowns. I then evaluated each of the persons in the final six based on their relative threat level. And then I also looked at every single vote and how the people who had higher threats would have been more effective to win, like would have had a higher effective to win. So I looked at them like, what would Lauren Beck's most optimal move at the final 8 been if she wanted to win? Or what are the other things? And I kept on moving back. And I realized actually that the most pivotal votes of someone's game, in my perspective, were the final 8 and final 7, because the most pivotal time of someone's game would be the final 6. And so you want to set yourself up for the final 6. You shouldn't really care about what happens before the final 8 and the final 7. And then the best final 6 makeup that you want to have is you want to have something where you want to have a 4-to-2 ratio. You want to have 2 people who you think can beat, and you want to have 4 people, including yourself, who is a threat. So then after, as that source, I used Edge of Extinction, the final 6 before Chris came in. I used David versus Goliath's final 6, and I used the Island of the Idols final 6 specifically to look at it. And I also was looking at it in a perspective of a woman, because at this time, women hadn't won in a while. So it's like, why are women winning? So then when I evaluated women's stuff, like the women's threats, I realized that a lot of times women in the final 6 would either be considered as someone who would be considered a GOAT, or be considered as someone who is a major threat. And the people who are winning on those seasons were usually people who are considered middle threats. So the best makeup that you wanted to have is, I actually developed something with all this work, which I called the 3-2-1 strategy. So the first thing what you want to have is, you want to have, including yourself, you want to have 3 threats who are going to win. So you want to have yourself, you want to have then 2 other people who have a very good chance of winning. So then after, you'll be able to go and have people who are your shields. The second thing, which is the 2, you want to have 2 people who you can feel you can beat very easily, right? So these are people where it's like, oh, I can beat them easily, or it's like, if I bring them to the end, it gives you more options because maybe someone else might want to go and knock them out instead, or maybe you want to go and keep them to have like an easy way to the end. Then the last one is, you want to have 1 ally. Usually in the game, you need to have, I knew that I'm someone who's very neurotic, so I wanted to have someone at the final 6 who I could trust completely to kind of ground me. And then also, that number 1 ally typically could be someone who you could beat, or maybe you could beat them, but like typically the ally is someone who you think that you can beat. So then after, that's another way that you can get to the final 3. So in my game, I came into the 3-2-1 strategy, and I was like, yeah, final 6 was like the first milestone that I was really looking at.
Okay, that's all really incredible, and I'm trying to keep up with everything you're saying. Maryanne, you could be like a Survivor professor.
No, we already have a Survivor. Hartley. I went to
Yes.
McMaster, so he's
Yes.
like,
Yes. I spoke to him this season.
I know, I listened. So he
And
can
I
have.
said Hartley, that this is that there is at Maryanne's alma mater, there is a
Mhm.
course on the all about Survivor, and I apologize for not remembering exactly what
McMaster.
the course name. And I said to Hartley, I said, if Maryanne wins, will there be a statue put
Oh
up, a
my
monument
gosh.
to Maryanne? And I hope that they will.
I'm not a big fan of statues.
Yeah,
Monetary prizes, though, or keys to the
monetary prize.
city.
Yes, perhaps. Perhaps maybe they could, do having some Maryanne merch. But so that's really incredible. So just one more time for me, Maryanne. So three
Yes.
people that are threats,
Yes,
two
including
people,
yourself.
including yourself, two people that you can beat, and
Mm-hmm.
one person who's the target.
No, one person who is your number one ally.
One number one ally.
Yes.
Okay, who's not in one of the threats.
Yes.
Okay. So could you just like overlay that to Survivor 42's final six?
Yes, of course. So in Survivor 42's final six, I came in thinking that the three threats, obviously I wanted to keep myself as a threat. And this is actually very interesting, which went into my gameplay where I was like, okay, I feel as if I have a chance to win. I feel as if Lindsay has a chance to win because she's very all around.
Yeah.
And then I felt as if Jonathan was a threat just because of basis where he could take one of those seats and have the power. And in the end game, you really want to have your own power.
Yeah.
For the two people who I thought I could beat, I felt as if I could beat Romeo because Romeo, a lot of people didn't respect his game, and he was like fighting from like that whole time. And then I also felt as if I could beat Mike because Mike was someone who I saw would talk about like having like a lot of honor and integrity, and I really felt as if that was the gameplay that he believed that he had. So that would be like so, and I felt as if like his narrative that he had didn't really match the narrative that people had of him. And then my number one ally was Omer, which then
Yeah.
I realized was a problem because I'm like, well, I have my number one ally, but I didn't consider what if your number one ally is a big threat. So
Yes.
that's how it was overlaid in the final six.
So I feel like that you went away from this 3-2-1 that you had at the final six when you made your biggest move.
Yeah, I feel as if I did as well too, because going into the game, I think I really went in being like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna be Gabby. As long as if I get 8th place, that's gonna be great. And then after I'm like, oh yeah, if I get 7th place, that'll be Christian, that'll be great. Then I'm like, oh yeah, if I beat Davey, that's 6th place, that's gonna be great. And at the final six, I was sitting down and I was realizing that there was a very good chance that I'd be like I could see the final five, I could see myself in going like final four, and I realized, wait, like I actually have a chance to get to the end. So it's like my 3-2-1 strategy was great to getting me to final six, but there's gonna have to be a pivotal shift if I want to do like because I could taste it. Like
Yeah.
you know how it feels when you get close to you see for you it was like day 38, day 39. But for us when it's like day 23, 24,
Right.
You can taste the finish line.
Yeah, no, but I totally get that of, you go out there, it's like, boy, if I could just like make the merge, like how cool would that be? Like, oh man, for me, I was like, oh, I got on the show. Like, oh, now I'll get to like go to like the Survivor party. Like when they have one, like I'll get to meet the survivors. Like nobody, even if I'm the first person up. And then, that you just keep like, you can't like be at the end of the game, like thinking about how, it's going to be when you're in the final three.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Rob, I needed to make the merge. Like my dating life depended on me making the merge. Like if I didn't make the merge, I'd be screwed.
Well, no, you would have been at Ponderosa with Zach. Ironically.
Yes, I know. But Zach and I would never have worked out. He's very cute, very, very cute, very, very sweet, very kind. But
yes, but that what's the problem that in reality not compatible?
Not compatible. Like he's a great person.
I know you're very happy in your in the relationship that you have right now.
Yes, but I'm very Christian, and and Zach's not a big fan of that Jesus guy.
Yes. Okay. Got it. There was something. I went back and I've watched, your parts of the season to get ready to talk about this, and there was one of the things that I watched that I was really blown away at from the first episode. Do you mind? I want to play something for you from the first episode and just get your reaction to this because I said like, oh. they had to have like done this as a pickup at the end of the season. They had to have
Okay.
said after the game was over, Maryanne, come back out here, put on your day one clothes so we can get this. This is you at Shipwheel Island,
Ooh,
and
okay.
you are talking about what this experience means to you.
And like Survivor is a way where not only I can go and test my own limits, but I can show to people as well. It's like, hey, like, look at you. You're someone who's weird, who didn't have to change themselves to succeed. And like, maybe there's someone who's watching this and needs that. And I want to be like, hey, I'm here. I'm weird. You can be weird too, and you can win, and you can succeed, and you don't have to change anything about yourself. I truly want Survivor to be such a big experience for me. It's like the $1 million, I don't really care about that. It's the title of Sole Survivor, and it's the growth that you get to that title. That's what I'm here for.
Yeah, and that really just struck me. That was so beautiful. And the one that you said, not only that, the part that I had remembered from it, like, hey, you can be weird. I'm here for doing it for the people who are who might feel like they're weird. And we all appreciated that. But then you said you can be weird and you can win. And you said, and for me, it's not about the $1 million. It's about the journey. It's about the growth. And you it's like check.
Yeah, I think, going into this game as a big fan, I wanted to experience everything. And then it's very weird because winning wasn't a really big part of everything for Survivor. Like in my mind, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna go on Survivor, might get voted off, blindsided, but I'm gonna enjoy every single moment. And then after, come a second chance and then maybe come again. So when I was going and really saying that, I was really in that perspective where it's like, you can succeed in life. You can succeed wherever that you're going. Everyone's successes are different. So someone might be going into Survivor and be like, my goal is to win. Someone might be going out of Survivor and be like, my goal is to get lifelong friends. My goal is to learn more about myself. And my goal is to do all these things. And then be able to play that strategy, be able to play that game and stay true to myself. So really, like, my goal going into Survivor was like being able to stay true to myself in like a game where being social is such a big important thing. And then, as someone who might be abrasive, it might be strategic to go and change a bit of my personality to have a better chance to move forward. But then I could say that, no, I was always myself, even when I was a little abrasive, even when I was like maybe a little bit too talkative. And like I stayed true to myself that whole time. And, actually winning in the end was surreal because I literally was weird and I won.
Mm-hmm. And do you feel like that the 26 days changed you in any way that you can notice?
So I think the biggest thing from the 26 days, this sounds 26 days. It's like The Bachelor. Sorry, wrong network. But like,
Yeah.
I feel as if like the biggest thing is that just like realizing that, you know, it's like because of the pandemic, I hadn't really met a lot of new people. And then going into this new social game where it's like people of different ages, like races, socioeconomic backgrounds, and then know that like I could stay true to myself, stay true to who I am as a person, and like realize that even though like I'm still confident in myself, that I still need ways of growing. Because especially we can discuss that as well, where I chatted about a little bit about self-sabotage, where in the final ends of the game and I was just so mentally exhausted, there was times when I'm like, well, it's like, Maryanne, you came into the game and you didn't really want to win, so it's like, what's bad if you let someone else win? Like, you'd be happy as a fan with this person winning, so why would you go and let's just let them win? So realizing that there's still sometimes times when I'll go and waver about about giving myself a real chance for when it goes to like going and keeping those social bonds and connections is something that I learned about myself and something that I'm really trying to still grow upon.
Okay. So you're going out to Fiji to go and participate on Survivor. Anything you want to else talk about from your prep before you went to go play in the season?
Oh my goodness, there's so much. Okay, so prep, like, of course, like, you try to make speculations about people. And one speculation is I actually, going into the game day one, I had a personal vendetta against Ty. Like, Ty was my number one enemy. Like, I did not like Ty at all. And that was for multiple reasons. So, first, we're going to talk about the interesting reason. Because the first time I saw Ty, he was wearing a Northwestern sweater. And I know Northwestern as a Canadian, which means it's a good school. So I'm like, this guy's super smart. He's super strategic. Like, I think I'm like, and I just felt as if Hai would be a big threat in my game. It's like, Hai's going to be my antithesis enemy. But then after now, reflecting on it and looking back at it, I actually challenged myself because I'm like, those attributes, especially because Hai is an Asian man, a lot of those attributes about being smart and being strategic are just attributes that people have based on like the Asian community who are playing. So then it challenged myself where it's like, okay, well, how much of this is true and how much of this is my own bias going and like my own perception about other people that are going onto the game. So that's something that I was thinking about as well too. But
Okay. And you got to be careful. There's a Northwestern Mafia.
there is.
Yeah. Don't mess with Northwestern.
It wasn't even his shirt. It was his boyfriend's shirt. So like I made this, but he was wearing it. And I remember like journaling being like, this man is so dumb. I know what Northwestern is. It's like, we all know you're smart. Nice try. Blah, 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 blah. But the real reason I had on the vendetta, and Dalton Ross knows a bit about this, is I mentioned in my most embarrassing thing about pissing myself. So I'm about to tell you the best story you're ever going to hear in your life, Rob. Sit down and tackle down. I need to take a drink of water.
Okay. I am sitting.
Perfect.
And for the second time in this podcast, Maryanne's about to tell us about a peeing pants story.
Yes. Separate. So I think there's a pattern. Okay. So as we know, cast photos are taken and we have amazing cast photos. But what a lot of people did not know, including myself, is that starting in the game, I actually had a bladder infection. So the bladder infection caused me to like go and have problems with peeing, right? So what happened was I really needed to pee, but I couldn't pee. And I tried peeing like 3 or 4 times, and it was the most frustrating thing ever. So I'm like, I'm just going to chug this huge bottle of water. And then after, when I chug the bottle of water, I'm going to be able to go to the bathroom. So a lot of few people, and I'm going to bring it out here for people watching a video, know that I wore this beautiful, nice white romper for my press. So yes. I just took the romper down and pulled it down on my legs, right? Like a little diaper hanging out when I'm peeing. But because I had an infection, it was the first time I was peeing in the jungle. It was a disaster. Pee went everywhere, like everywhere. And like pee ran down and I got pee on my romper. And like we still hadn't taken the cast photo yet. So I'm like, oh my gosh. I'm like, I have pee on my romper. I literally can't believe I don't know how to pee. It's like, this is so bad. I'm going to smell like pee. And this is the end. So what I did was I took some bug spray and I literally just sprayed my back, just drenched my back in this bug spray. And I sat down and I'm like, no one's going to know. They're just going to smell the bug spray. So I was sitting down and I was sitting down actually next to Hai, right? And so a funny thing is, when we were going for press day, I really need to go to the bathroom and we were all laughing because he's like, I need a pee. I'm about to pee my pants. So I'm like, oh, that's so funny, a pee story. And now I have my own pee story of my own, but it's mortifying because it's like, his was like, I really need to pee. Mine is like, I have the inability to pee properly. So I'm sitting next to Hai and it's been a while. Then Hai just cringes, stands up, goes and takes the exact same bug spray I was using and opens up the ingredients. I had already in my mind that Hai was someone who was super smart. I thought like he was maybe like in STEM and research, like science technology, and he's reading these ingredients. I'm like, oh my gosh, he's looking at the ingredients to see if there's ammonia. That's what the thing that makes pee smell like pee, because I smell like pee. And like, so I'm like, he knows I'm smelling like pee. He's not going to want to work with me because I literally, who wants to work with someone who can't pee? Like I'm going to be known as pee girl. So I'm freaking out. So what I do is I go to take the damage. I think that on this beautiful romper again, I think it's only the shoulder. I can remember the shoulder perfectly. I think it's only my left shoulder, this over here, that has pee. Actually, unbeknownst to me, I had pee from the shoulder part of the romper all the way down to the butt cheek. There was pee everywhere. I don't even know how I did it, Rob. I don't know how I did it, but there was pee everywhere. So I'm freaking out. I'm like, well, how is there pee on the back? Like, I'm freaking out. I'm like, I'm literally going to smell like pee. We haven't done our cast photo. Everyone's just going to know me as piss girl. No one's going to work with someone who smells like piss. So I had this great idea. There was a half-filled water bottle next to me. And I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm just going to pour water on it. So I poured water. So now it's a little bit water stained. And I take my beautiful white romper and I rub it in the sand. Just rubbing it in the sand, getting some sand dirt on it. So now there's like a dirt stain on my romper, like complete dirt stain. And I did this in panic. I now have a dirt stain on my back of a romper. So I go and I'm like, I have a dirt stain on my romper. It's like, what do I do? And then after I was told, don't worry, no one's going to see the back of your romper in a photo, so still wear it. So I have to wear this romper. And like, I'm miserable. I'm like, oh, but I'm like, at least I'm smelling like dirt, okay? And so what happens is like, we're going and we're about to get ready to get our cast photo taken. And it is a sweltering hot day in Fiji, like melting. We are melting. And luckily there are beautiful tents. So everyone is crowded under the tents. not me. Because if I sit next to the tent, you know what's going to happen? If I knew I smelled like pee, someone else might know I smelled like pee. And I don't want the piss girl narrative. So everyone's in the tent, all nice and still melting. I'm in the sweltering heat in a seat by myself. So everyone's like, oh, M.O., do you want to go in the tent? I'm like, no, I'm good. And M.O., do you want to go in the tent? No, I'm fine. I'm looking miserable. Everyone saw that I was looking miserable. And I'm usually someone who's like super excited. So like something is wrong with her. So remember, Rob, do you remember what the temperature is in Fiji right now?
I don't.
Not right now in this moment, in my story.
You said it was very hot.
What is the temperature?
It
was very, very hot. And
yes.
what happens to water in very, very hot temperatures?
It evaporates?
It evaporates. So yes. I'm in the heat. And the smell of like dirt is becoming less and less. And the drench of piss is becoming more and more. I'm radiating piss at this moment. Like I have an aura of piss. And so it's time to do the cast photo. I'm freaking out, but I'm like, you know what? You know, if it's like, you know, if you like crop dust in the office and everyone's there, no one knows where the crop dusting is coming from. So I'm like, I'm just going to go grab it to like the cast photo, do this cast photo all at the same time. And no one's going to know. They're just gonna be like, it smells like pee. I wonder who peed, but they won't know it's me. I'll just be that random girl with a dirt stain on my back. Remember, I still had that dirt stain under my back. So we go and we take some photos. We're taking photos. No one knows it's me. Then after we have to move spots, we move spots. We're taking some photos. I'm still in the clear. So Mariah, actually, my hair was done. She was trying to readjust my hair because she's so kind. I cringe away from her. I'm like, she knows I'll smell like pee. Why is she touching me? I don't want anyone. I'm like a golem at this point, right? So at the last moment of the cast photo, what is happening is they're shuffling people around, right? They're shuffling everybody. They're not shuffling me. I'm praying. I'm like, God, please don't get me shuffled. And God is answering my prayer until he left me. He abandoned me in my time of need. The last possible swap is that he wanted to, like, the person wanted to swap me and Tori. I'm miserable. My jaw drops. I stand up and do the walk of shame, and I can see the stench of pee following me. And everyone, I can just mentally feel them cringe because they're smelling the pee. And they all know that I'm gonna be piss girl. I'm the girl who can't even pee her pants. And this is like, and I like, this is day -2, and people already know who wants to strategize. Are you gonna strategize with someone who can't literally pee their pants, who has the inability to pee like a normal human being? I was literally traumatized. I was literally crying. I'm like, I smell like pee. This is going to be the worst. No one's going to want to strategize with me because I can't even function properly. So I'm literally going and taking photos like cheese. I'm miserable. They say cheese. I do a big smile like cheese. And I'm just horrible. So I take that romper off, and I'm like, they are going to need to drag me kicking and screaming for the rest of the day if they want me to put that thing on, because I'm not going to tank my chances more because I brought a spear outfit. So if you look at that cast photo and you see my smile, zoom in, you will see eyes of pain, because that is someone who is currently having pee and dirt in their romper. And that is the piss story that brought me into the game, and why also I just did not like high.
Wow. I mean, save that as a monologue.
That's the piss story.
Wow. I don't know if anybody can ever top that. Did anybody, once the game started, confront you about this day?
So it turns out nobody knew about it.
Yeah.
And so
that the way it always is?
I know, but I was so traumatized. Like, of course, you know, they take care of you mentally and like physically. And like at this point, you're not allowed to talk to anyone. So I was like, I need to talk to the psychologist. I'm like, I need to tell someone my story. I need to share my story to someone, or I might like just like pass away.
Yeah.
So I shared my story.
So, and from a medical perspective, you said you had an infection.
Yeah.
Were you able to get that taken care of before the game started, or did you have to play with an infection?
No. So I played with an infection for a while, but that's because I didn't know that I had it. So I think that, here, give me a second. I'm looking at my calendar. We only started treating that infection until like day 17. So I like spent I spent like the first 17 days just with an infection. And it's because like it wasn't even like, it just messed up like my bladder like patterns. But it's because I'm also dumb too. Like I always remembered like being on the plane and being like, I guess I'm just peeing once an hour. This is normal, I guess. Must be the elevation. Or like I'd wake up like at night like multiple times to pee, and I'm like, it's just because, you know, I'm on the island, I'm not sleeping right. So it's a little bit of stupidity on my part too. Then the doctor's like, you have a bladder infection, and I'm like, what? And I'm like, and they're like, yeah, you have a bladder infection, and I'm like,
Yeah, who knew?
And because I was so traumatized for the whole game, I'd pee half naked. Like I wouldn't put I would take everything off because like I couldn't. I was too traumatized. Just half naked.
Well, thank you for sharing all that with us, Maryanne.
It's actually hilarious in retrospect. It's been a year.
Yes.
So I'm only funnies.
Yes. Okay. Well, that's, comedy is, pain plus time.
Yes. Yes. The time has passed. The pain.
Mm-hmm.
The pain occurred.
Yes.
It was so painful. I probably have it in my journal. I journaled every day. It's probably in my journal. I'm like, no one's going to want to work with P Girl.
Did you have the journal with you in the game, or that was after it was over? Yeah.
So I journaled every single day, and actually I journaled the day of, right before the game started. Then I journaled again like immediately.
Oh, you journaled
after.
at Ponderosa. Got it.
Yes, I journaled at Ponderosa. Like, so like it's like, oh, this is happening. This person's coming. I see this person. Oh, this person's on my tribe. This person's not on my tribe. This is so exciting. Oh no, I have to go. Bye. That's what it's like.
So, Maryanne, what about anybody else like really stand out to you in the preseason? You mentioned High. Was there anybody that you got like really positive vibes from?
Let's go through. I actually have a dossier for every single person, and I can go through. But I'm known to have notorious first reads off of everyone, so these are going to be the funniest thing you'll ever hear.
Notorious good or
notoriously bad? Notoriously bad. So. Jonathan, I actually had a vibe that he was going to be on my tribe. I just knew from the moment that I saw him that he was going to be on my tribe. And then I thought that, like, he'll be an ally, then, cut him up at merge, typical fodder. I actually liked Lydia. I thought Lydia and I would be on different tribes. So I'm like, if the cards align, I'd love to align with her. I made up a grandma alliance with her. I loved Lindsay. Lindsay, actually, when we were quarantining, we were roommates. So we really bonded over that. So I didn't think we were going to be on the same tribe, but I genuinely loved her. In quarantine, we were all menaces. Lindsay would take calls outside, and I would like lean up at the back of the wall and like listen to her calls and jot notes, and then go and try to figure out exactly what she was saying to figure out more about her. I speculated. I thought she was a trust fund kid for a bit. Like, turns out she wasn't. She was a dietitian. She was talking about her business. We talked about High. I didn't want to work with High. Thought like he would be a threat. Hated Tori, which is so funny because I love Tori, but I just did not like Tori whatsoever. Mm-hmm. I thought Swathi was a little bit reserved, and then I also thought she was very excited to be there. Loved Daniel. I really wanted to work with Daniel. Like Daniel, I called him like the Christian to my Gabby. Like I really, really wanted to work with Daniel. Zach, I was like, I hope he's not on my tribe because he's super cute and he might distract me.
Thirst trap. Thirst trap.
Yes, I thought he'd be a thirst trap, and he might not keep me focused. So I was really happy he was like on a different tribe than me. But I was like, I hope that like we can work together when I get other alliances. That's really funny. I got nothing from Roxroy. Absolutely nothing. Very on brand. Love Roxroy.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Yeah.
Yes. I thought Mike would be like a very like a war dog, Tony sort of person. Like I saw that he was doing I thought that he was doing puzzles, so I thought like maybe he'd be good at puzzles. Look what happened, call back to puzzles. I thought that Jackson was a very kind person. I thought that he was just like a very Southern, like he called me sweetheart. I thought that Romeo, I thought was just very quiet. This is where my bad beats come in. I thought Romeo was a part of the military. So I thought like he was a military man. So I'm like, oh, he's going to be like super like very reserved, that sort of person. Yeah.
He's got his hair buzzed real short.
Yep. Yeah. And then he always wore like camos. So I thought he was a military guy. Omer, I was like, oh, I'm like first boot fodder. He can just be first boot, whatever. I don't really care about him. Notoriously bad, Rob. I thought that Jenny was very kind. She was also I also saw that she was like very like, she gets what she wants. Like she's like, I need this. Can you help me get this? So she wouldn't stop to get what she wanted. I thought Mariah would be like a great mom, like a mentor. I thought we'd have a lot of fun together. Very sad how that turned out. I love Mariah. Drea reminded me of a friend. I thought like she was like someone who was like very leisurely, like she'd always goof around. Like one time I saw her trip and she's like, oh, whoops. Like I tripped a little bit. I thought Chanel was athletic, thought she was a little bit guarded there. And that is it for the people who are on my cast.
Yes. Okay. It's incredible. Okay. Mary, should we talk about being marooned?
Yeah, that's so fun. The marooning. That was, I still look at it fondly with joy. May 15th, 2021.
Okay. You came in and you described the entire experience of Survivor as being on a roller coaster. And you said I'm going to be the person with my hands up the entire time, screaming. And I think you lived up to that.
Yeah, I knew that in my Survivor experience, I really wanted to soak everything in. Like, that was one thing that my mom encouraged. She's like, enjoy every single moment. Like, never be hesitant. Just always go for what you want to do. And I feel as if, like, a very big thing is, before I flew out, the Survivor quarantine questionnaires were coming out. And I recall seeing Sundays and Tasha Fox's, who are both Christian, and their biggest regret was that they were very reserved because they were Christian and they didn't want to like go fully to their full extent and ability. And so I didn't want to go and leave the game with regrets. Like, I'd rather have a regret of, oh, I did something that was so stupid and rash than, oh, I should have done this. I wonder how this would have happened.
Yeah, that's really interesting that I made a note of that. When you go to Shipwheel Island, you said exactly that. When you risk your vote, you said that you hear a lot of times that Christians wish they played the game more cutthroat. And you didn't want to have that regret in the game.
No, that was one of the few things that I went and like thought about, because I didn't want to. Very few people get to play Survivor, even less get to play Survivor twice, right? Yeah. So it's like you can't go and be on Survivor, be like, oh, I have a chance to get this advantage. Oh, but I might lose my vote. And like, what about the social dynamics? So I remember like going, and we can chat about this more in depth, but like risking my vote and then being like, oh my gosh, like this is going to have ramifications if I lost my vote. But I'm like, I didn't regret it.
Mm-hmm. I just get the sense from you in like all these things talking about Survivor that, you have so much just joy talking about your experience with Survivor. Do you have this in all areas of your life?
Yeah. I just feel as if every single moment is a blessing. Every single experience is a blessing. And then if it sucks, it's like the way that I think of it is like, this thing sucks right now, but it's going to be a memory later. And it's like, and then after you be able to go and say you experienced that and you got to learn from it and grow from it. So every single day is a blessing for me.
Yeah, I just think that's so admirable, because I really remember like feeling that with Survivor of like, as bad as things ever would get in Survivor, it's like, well, at the end of the day, how cool is this? Like we're playing Survivor, and I've always wanted to like, well, what if you could like just take that to the whole rest of your life? What what if you could like be living every other moment of your life, like you were like part of playing on a show. And so that, I just think that that's really incredible that, it seems like, you bring this to all parts of your life.
Thank you. And I think that even circles back to where a lot of people, and even me, I fell into this trap where they'll want to go on Survivor. So they'll go and do things. And I think Adam Klein discussed it a bit. Do things which will make them a more better Survivor player, right? So they'll go on these trips or explore and try new things for the experience to go on Survivor. So they can be like, hey, I did these cool things. But I'm pretty sure Adam said it, but he's like, you need to go and live your life like the way that, not for Survivor, but the way that you do if you were doing with Survivor, where it's like, so you go and take those experiences. I was someone in university where I would always be wild. Like I remember one time I had like a big physics midterm, but then I also had a concert the same day. And then so everyone's like, oh, so you're going to not go to the concert? I'm like, are you dumb? I'm going to the concert. So I went to the concert. Then after I studied until 4 a.m. and then went and did the midterm, guessed on half of it, but whatever. It's passed. Or there's a time when I had a lab and I brought my suitcase to the lab because I was going to New York City after, because my friend stayed there. I'm like, yeah, sure, I'll go to New York City. Like the dates work. Or I like just spontaneous trip. Like I'm a big spontaneous person.
I get that.
It's like life is so short. There's so much in the world to do. And it's like, if you have those moments, it's like, maybe it's bad if you want to go and do like professional school and you need a good GPA. But I was like, what's one test? What's one this versus a memory? Like I could be sitting in my room doing nothing, or I can go watch this movie with friends. I can do this. So that's always how I've done life. Sorry, Mom. She's probably going to be listening to this.
Okay. What are you sorry for?
That she's heard that I skipped school.
Okay. Look, I think Mom is probably extremely proud, whether you skipped a class or not. I know you're a seminary student.
Graduate.
I apologize. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What do you know like your career
yes.
What does that ultimately end up looking like?
Oh my God, Rob. Okay. We're still working on it. We're still working on it. So my career, what I could do with my degrees, I could go into ministry. So right now I still work at my church and I work in children's ministry. And so I like what I'm doing, but I want to love what I'm doing. And I think that's like a part where it's like enjoy every moment in your life. And it's like if you don't feel called to do something, that's the Christian in me, like the spiritual calling for different roles and vocations.
Mhm.
Like figure out what that is. So right now I'm interested right now in public health and promotion and communication, in public health promotion in faith-based communities. So how can we go with people who are like who have faith, and then how can we go and let them go and understand making health-based decisions when using their faith? So how can we talk about what does some the Bible say about this biblically? What does the Bible say about like vaccines biblically? What does the Bible say about palliative care? How can we go and use our faith to better go and make better health decisions? So that's what I'm looking into right now. So that means more school. I can foot the bill now, but I'm trying to get like, scholarships and such, but still taking a year off, still trying to live off that survivor win. Love
Mhm.
so that's something which I'm looking into right now. Been doing a lot of talks too. Not a lot, a couple of talks. High schools I love chatting with like especially young teens, like I
Yeah.
love women empowerment. That's something which I'm very passionate about. Love talking at churches, especially because a lot of people who are Christian, they're not just in that church secular world. You're also interacting with people, right? And it's like in this day and age, you can't go, "Hey, Rob, do you know about Jesus? Can I tell you about Jesus?" So it's like, how do you go and promote your faith in in the day-to-day world? Like how do you show that hospitality, show your faith, like show why you're different because of your faith? So that's something that I'm into as well too. Just so many doors which are open, which I really need to just take time and look at, which is why I'm very, very thankful, because I was thinking about going back to school this year, but it didn't work out. So I'm, in retrospect, very thankful it didn't work out, so I can have that time to figure out exactly like,
Yeah.
because it's like pulling a Rob. Yeah, I'm 20. How old were you when you played? 24?
I was 24.
20. I'm 24. I like broadcasting. Podcasting isn't really a big thing, but I'm gonna figure
Wasn't
it out.
invented yet. Yeah.
Exactly. And it's like you found your niche, and it's like I feel as if like my niche I still need to discover. So I'm really excited for
Yeah.
this time to discover what it is with the background of education that I have. And
I think you're making the right decision. I don't think there's any rush, to go and do more schooling and accumulate debt. Like I think that that sometimes you might find that the thing you want to do, like you don't need any more schooling to do that thing.
yeah, I do like learning though. So I
Yeah.
do love many degrees, many.
Mhm.
I'll carry them like Pokemon cards. I'll carry them like Dre's advantages. Dre has advantages. I have degrees.
Yeah. You'll be university rich. You'll have other
Mm-hmm.
degrees.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So you show up on the beach,
Yes.
and were you worried at all about too much spotlight from Jeff? Because it's obvious that, Jeff thinks, very highly of you. Jeff is very fond of you. You were somebody that we used to call like in the evolution of strategy, there were, go-to guys and go-to gals that people, you get to the mat, Jeff's going to hit you because he knows you've got something that's going to be good TV to say. You're going to give him a good soundbite.
Yes. As a fan, I ate that crap. I was like, yes, Jeff, talk to me, like me, Jeff. Like, this is great. But the thing where, exactly where it's like being a go-to person can be a struggle because people see that and people watch and observe. You listen and you observe. People watch to see who those go-to people are. But I feel as if the benefit for me is that I wasn't a strategic go-to person. I was like, hey, let's just get a funny soundbite from her go-to person. And
Mhm.
especially with me being young, people are like, oh, yeah, she's just young and great. They're not going to be like, oh, Jeff loves her. How are we going to beat her? Because when I was playing, I was 23 at the time. I was one of the children. That's what we call ourselves.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You didn't have like the Christian thing because he was a go-to person, but it was like, Christian, explain how this is, and that he was going to you and you were giving him funny stuff. And we talked about
Yeah.
this in the exit interview that I feel like that, you having to say the bunny rabbit line, I feel like that really did probably give people a perception of you that you were not as serious of a person as you ultimately turned out to be.
Yes. A lot of
Which is probably a
people.
blessing and a curse.
Yes. A lot of people in the game, they're just like, we didn't know. Like, you were just there. Like, you were just sitting down having a fun time. Like, were you really doing anything? Like, you were just kind of there for the experience, which, like I said, is very good for if you're trying to go far, but then very bad if you're trying to win. And so that was something which I really struggled balancing in the game, but luckily
Mhm.
it turned out well.
Yeah. Um, Ultimately, your team will not win the first challenge. that Ika is going to win the first challenge, and so you're going to be forced to and tell me if there's anything that you want to, because this is your story. If there's
Don't worry, I know.
okay,
Yeah.
you know where to go.
Yes.
But I'm just sort of like being a tour guide and like leading you to different things to talk about.
It's all good.
You were part of the team working on triangles.
Yeah, let's circle back even before that.
Go for it.
So, before going to the game, I'm super excited. I'm living my best life. And then I was humbled by that challenge. I was humbled by the rowing all the way forward and back. Like, I was gassed. Like, I was like just feeling so weak. And I was terrified because I remember rowing and being like, everyone here thinks I'm just this young, weak person. I am going to be the first one targeted. I'm going to be the first one out. So going into like the camp after losing, I was already devastated because I was running scared at that point where I'm just like I'm at the I felt going into like before we even hit the beach that I was at the bottom of the tribe, and I was already freaking out from that. So going into the triangle challenges, Jonathan really wanted to go and carry the bucket and walk the bucket back and forth, and I was excited because I'm like, you know what, if Jonathan fails, whatever, like that's on Jonathan and like it's not on me. But if we do the triangles, that might be on me. And then that like, so it's like, it was a way to prove myself, but I was too scared to prove myself then. So I was very happy because Omer was so gung-ho about the triangles. He's like, oh, we got this. Like, we're doing the triangles. There's 6 of us. It's amazing. Like, we're going to do great. So we started the triangle puzzle. And then, so at first we all started to like, we started separating and then all coming together to see how many triangles we had. So I think Jonathan, as everyone knows, had 11. Jackson also had 10, and Mariah, I think, had like 10 or 11. And it was me, Lindsay, and Omer who had 30, right? So then I was like, so then after like, oh, let's split up and people can get ready to bring stuff for the shelter. Then after when they bring stuff for the shelter, these guys will do the triangles. So I actually tried to ditch. Like I was trying to be like, okay, good, I'll get stuff for the shelter. I'll figure it out because I don't want to fail this and then ruin the team. But then Lindsay was like, no, she wasn't like that. Lindsay's great. But like in my mind, in my running scared narrative, I was like, Lindsay was like, no, you're going to stay and you're going to do this triangle with us. She actually said, no, I think it's smarter for us to have 3 people just to have more heads to work with. And I was like, oh, that's true. So I had to do this triangle puzzle, which I knew I could do, but I was literally terrified. And Omer didn't care. Omer was so chill. This man, we were doing the triangle puzzle. And he's like, wait, let's just introduce ourselves right now. So we introduce ourselves in the middle of a puzzle when this hourglass is going and we don't know if we're going to have a pot, a machete, or a flint.
Mm-hmm.
So
I think it's so interesting that Jonathan wanted to do the sweat part of the challenge and do it by himself. In season 41, it was like that we had a couple people like Voce, where Xander's like, hey, let's do it. And Voce's like, I don't want to do this, but I'll look like a weenie if I say no. But Jonathan wanted to do it by himself. I think I would have been very tempted to just let Jonathan do it.
I wasn't tempted. I was go Jonathan because I feel
Jonathan do it.
Yes, Jonathan is a very big provider. Like I think even in his life outside of Survivor, he provides, and coming into he wanted to provide. And then I know Jonathan's Christian, so he goes with the mandate of a servant leader. So you want to serve other people. So I was like, yeah, Jonathan, go do it. I was like, if you fail, don't even worry. I won't even care if you fail because it was less heat off me.
Yeah. Yeah, if he doesn't do it, it's like, okay, well, like then he screwed up and
exactly
no pressure. But
exactly,
Omer really wanted to count the triangles, and you got it.
Yeah,
no problem.
That it was so we first like solidified that I think there were 31 triangles. Then it was the weird triangles that we've had to work on. I think we counted them so many times, and then so I actually came up with the strategy that we use for counting. So you look at the vertice, then you follow every single line in the vertice to see if it's a triangle.
We're not going to do the.
Okay, I won't go to depth.
No, we're not going to draw the triangles like you did on the episode.
Yeah. So I developed a strategy which made me feel really good because I'm like, okay, like I'm showing my worth is here, right? But then after when I realized that I was showing my worth in that way, I was like, well, it's like I guess like because I felt that I'm on the bottom, that I'm really gonna have to show that I'm a provider in this camp, that I can't just like coast around. So which is why I was always more comfortable doing puzzles in the beginning of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. What else about your first couple of days with the Taku tribe?
Yeah, I'm just looking at my notes right now. Give me a second. So, yes, I remember one thing too. I was so annoyed at Omer because I thought he was being like, even like on the marooning, I thought he was being so cocky. Like I think I think Jeff said, "Oh, you're the talking tribe," and Omar's like, "Yeah, well, we're the best tribe. We're the tribe that's gonna win." And I'm like, "Omar, shut up! Like,
Yeah.
don't say these things." Or like even with the triangle, like he was so chill. Like he's like, "Oh, we're gonna get it. Don't even worry." I'm like, "Omar," I'm like, "It's not your life on the line. It's my life on the line." And then I remember being so mad because nobody was strategizing day one. Like I was like, because I just like I'm like I want to just be there, but like of course you go with the flow. So I would like do like the how you're like, "Oh, I love our tribe. Our tribe's feeling so great," and no one would bite. So I was like, no one's just strategizing. I remember one time when we would the first few days we wouldn't sleep at our camp. We'd sleep on the beach. And I remember Lindsay and I wanted to walk down to the beach, but then so we'd walk down. I'm like, "Oh my goodness, we're about to strategize." And Lindsay's like, "No, I don't think it's smart for us just two to be together. We need to go back into the group." And I was like, "Are you kidding me? No strategy." I remember being pissed and being like, "Why is no one strategizing?" So
Mhm.
that was a lot. Night one was also when we went and we slept on the beach and we had like our night talks. That was shown on the show where Jackson went and said his story. And then also another thing that happened, which I was so happy about, was we were walking and getting ready to go to sleep. This was almost at sunset. And Omar looked at me and Omar's like, "We need to talk." And I was like, "Hallelujah. Hallelujah." Which is so funny because as people know, Omar I wanted was like my number one target, but Omar wanted to like actually form an alliance with me because I actually wanted to form an alliance first with Lindsay. That was who my preferred number one was, but she just wasn't giving me anything. So I was
Yeah.
like, well, if Omar's going to give me something, I'm just going to go for the first offer there. And it turned out very well. So that was great. And then on day two, that's when we started to make our shelter. And then you'll know when to jump in. I'll jump you in at the perfect time. And then so what happened was we were making our shelter. And then, I knew that I wasn't going to sleep at the shelter because bamboo is a circle, but then the ground is flat. So I was going to sleep next to the fire. So I did not want to make the shelter because it was a waste of my time in my perspective. But what I did was that I weaved palm fronds, and no one knew how to weave palm fronds except for me, which was great. This is also when I weaved Omar's prayer mat and that wasn't strategy. It was a little. Like I was happy to weave
Yeah.
I was so happy to weave the prayer mat for Omar. But then also weaving the prayer mat meant that I didn't have to work on the shelter. So it was a win-win.
Right. And sometimes, being a nice person and having good strategy, there's overlap there. It could be both things.
Exactly. Exactly. And so this is actually when, and I have the stats somewhere. Give me a second. This is actually, I'm pulling up the stats right now. When the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, when one of the most effective Final Four alliances with four people, the other alliances being the Tagi Alliance, Older Samburo, Younger Samburo, Road to Four, Couples Alliance, Muscle Alliance, Cool Kids Alliance, the Triforce Alliance, Final Four Alliance in the Final Four. This is when one of the most effective alliances, the Taku Four, which had an 80.76% intact rate, which had one of the highest days with at least one member in the alliance, and a 100% win rate from the alliance, and the
Okay.
lowest place. Okay, I'm giving too many
Yeah,
stats.
hold on.
Yeah, slow
Yeah,
down.
yeah. So that you're giving us stats, and I don't know
Yes.
what stats you're giving us, but
Okay.
it sounds fascinating,
I'm
and
hyping
maybe
it up.
should be its own podcast. Okay.
Okay, I will digress. Thank you for bringing me back in. What I am trying to say is that this alliance had an average placement of everyone in the alliance from all the compared four people alliances had an average placement of fourth place, and that is the Taku 4 Alliance.
Okay.
So we were made on day 2.
Okay, so your alliance of four has one of the highest average. Is it the highest average
No,
placement?
I
Okay.
think it's number 2
Yeah,
of
because
all four people alliances.
yeah, there's probably like alliances of four or five that they make it to the top
Yes.
5.
Yes.
And so this average placement is this a Maryanne original stat, or is this
This is
something?
No, this is what I did when I came back from the island. This is a
Hmm.
Maryanne original stat.
Yes.
So I'll have to get it right. I'll have to talk to Costa, get that verified by him. If I really
Yes.
want it to be
Yes.
like official, I'll send him my data.
Yeah, that our
But
fact checker will let you know. Yes.
yes, I digress. I just got hyped up. So this is what happened. So as a lot of people who watch Secret Scenes know, is when me, Lindsay, and Omer were doing the puzzle, Jackson actually went and was looking for an idol, right? Which is honestly good for him. But the issue is that Jackson got caught by Jonathan. And Jonathan did not like that. Jonathan's like, "Why are you looking for an idol? We're trying to help our team." So I remember it was me and Omer. We just solidified our final two deals. So our deal, we were called the Canadian Geese because we're both Canadian. He's like, I'm a super fan, you're a super fan. We're going to work very, very well together. And I'm like, this is great. I love this. And then so Jonathan came up to us on day two and was telling us about Jackson looking for the idol. And he's like, I don't trust Jackson. It's like, I don't trust someone who will go and look for an idol, look for the team. So then we pulled in Jonathan. And then Omer said he really liked Lindsay. So then it was me, Omer, Lindsay, and Jonathan as the Taku Four. I made the name, which is actually one of the worst Survivor Alliance names in history because you're never supposed to put a number in an alliance name. No one else had a good one, Rob.
Yeah.
What was I supposed to do?
Yeah.
So and I think we briefly, all four of us, we briefly talked, be like, okay, this is an alliance, great. And then immediately after we made that alliance, a boat came.
Yeah. To go to take you to Shipwheel Island.
Yes.
Okay.
So we made this alliance, and then so in my head, I'm like, well, I don't really care who goes on this boat as long as it's not Mariah or Jackson, because we want to build trust in our newly formed alliance by telling people what happened there. So I didn't want to go because, of course, I was running scared, and I knew people usually, if you go on the boat, then it's like, oh, people will go and like target you. But I wanted to go. So like I said, I was running scared. I wanted to go on the boat, but I didn't want to go. Jonathan's like, I want to go. Everybody shut him down so fast. They're like, you're not going, Jonathan. You're making this shelter. Then Lindsay said, Jonathan, you're not going. And Lindsay's like, I don't want to go either. So it was up to me and Omer, right? So then after, Mariah's like, oh, I want to go. But I was like, no, so I was like, no, guys, I guess I want to go. Like, I want to go. So luckily they let the child of the alliance, like the child of the tribe go. Because remember, I was 23. Then Jonathan was 27 or 20. Was he 28? No, he was 28. He was 28. So he was like, so there was a massive gap, a 5-year gap between me and the second youngest person on my tribe. So I was just a little child going on the summit. So I went. They told me to go, so I just hopped on the boat and went. So I had no water. Oh my gosh! I lost my water bottle. They lost my water bottle day one. My tribe mates.
What do you mean they lost it? Where could it go?
Okay. So every super fan knows that you do not need to boil the water in Survivor. You can do just fine without boiling the water. But my tribe was so gung-ho on boiling the water. Like, we need to boil the water. So I'm like, okay, let's boil the water. So what happened is we had hot water. So the water bottles that they brought in, so they're like, oh, let's put our water bottles in the ocean so the water will be cooled down. So I gave someone my water bottle to put into the ocean, and then it never came back. So I had no water bottle. And then they told me... Huh?
For the whole game?
No, for the first 3 days. The water bottle was found when at the first challenge. My water bottle was
maybe
found.
Jackson didn't have to leave with his water bottle.
You don't even know about water bottle gate. I can't wait.
Okay.
So I didn't have. So when I went on the summit, I didn't have shoes. I didn't have a water bottle. I didn't have a backpack. They said go. I said the note said go. I went.
Yeah. Okay. So you go to Shipwheel Island, and the episode makes it seem like that you're like, well, I'll take one for the team. I'll go. And you go there, but we didn't really get to see too much interaction between you, Andrea, and Jenny. We got your backstory, which is, which was, really well done, and one of the best ones. It really, like the birthday video, just like the way that they
scare?
Yeah, the way that they shot it was almost like I felt like it was like 3D. It was like that we were like in the video. It was just like really cool. Like those pictures that they got of you as a little kid were all like really amazing. So you do such a good job in the confessionals, and so it really popped. But we didn't get to see anything from you with Drea and Jenny, or anything you talked about. Did the three of you bond at all?
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
So the summit, when we got to the top and we were able to go and chat for a bit. Yo, poor Jenny. Drea and I just steamrolled her, just killed her, destroyed this woman. Drea and I, we bonded instantly. We were talking about Montreal. She was telling us about her life, about why she moved. And we're going back and forth. I remember a time when Drea was like, oh, I'm like, why'd you move to Montreal? She's like, I fell in love. I was like, oh, and I fell out of love. Oh, but then I fell in love again. Oh, but now I'm here for work. Oh, Drea and I, we just bonded over everything. After that summit, I was team Drea. I wanted to work with Drea so much. I felt like we bonded so well. And I thought Jenny was quiet. Like, we literally steamrolled Jenny so hard. I was like, she's just so quiet. And like, the summit was so wild. Like, Drea went up to the top and like she was like looking everywhere. She was like looking at the cliff, being like, there must be a clue here. They're like, they couldn't bring us like up to a summit and there's nothing. So she was looking for like under the platform, around, looking everywhere for like some sort of clue. And like Jenny and I are like, there's nothing. I'm like, they played us. Like, cause we see a summit. I'm like, yes, PB&J. It's a little early for day 2, but like, I love it. Like, I love food. So they literally gave us a summit. It was a bait and switch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And you got there and
Mhm.
you go to the ship wheel.
Mhm.
And I thought this was cool also. You're the one like, prisoner's dilemma.
Yes. I
You knew.
remember, because going down, because they said we had to make a decision. And, as a fan, I'm like, usually the decisions have to do either A, you get an idol clue, or B, you get rice for your tribe. So I told everyone going down, I told Jenny and I told Drea, I'm like, if it's rice for the tribe, I'm letting you know that I will be getting rice for my tribe. Because I think that getting food and sustenance is always the best strategy for in the long term, because it lets you go to challenge it. It lets you have a lower chance of going to tribal more often. Like, look at San Juan del Sur. Like, that's just evidence right there, right? Like, one tribe was, I can't remember the name, so one tribe was fed and they were great. So Hunapu, thank you. So I remember going down and seeing the ship wheel, and I was thinking hard because at first, like, I knew from Drea, like, this girl was looking everywhere for an advantage. I knew she was going to just and take that extra vote, right? But the person who was the question mark for me was Jenny, because, we steamrolled her. I really couldn't get a read from her. But I kind of had a feeling that Jenny was going to play it safe, but I was still scared because I didn't want to risk my vote, because we just had an alliance, and then the goal was to go, if we were going to go to tribal, the goal was to split votes, 2 on Mariah, 2 on Jackson, just in case Jackson had something. And it's like, I would ruin the split vote plan if I lost my vote. So I was like, this is bad for the alliance as well too. But then, like I said, there were multiple reasons why I went. So number 1, I didn't want to play that scared game because I really did want to have an extra vote. And then number 2, I remember just being just like, you know what? If I play it safe, I am literally giving Dre an advantage. It's like, I'm selfish too. We're all going down in flames, so I'm getting something out of this too. So it was a bit of like me wanting to play it risky and me being like, yo, screw this. I'm not giving someone a free advantage. So that's why I risked my vote. And then I was terrified after.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Just going back to what you were saying about, because this is the time of the game that you talked about how, Christians may play the game like, not as cutthroat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just think that, especially when you brought up Sunday, I just think she would have been really excited about your win, and
Yes.
just another tie back to Adam's season.
Yes.
I think she would have been really pumped up.
Yes, I wish I was able to go and meet Sunday. I know actually before we flew out, I know Zach and I actually separately we watched her memorial service together. That was very powerful and nice. Like, I think she's just a great human being. I think she was very kind, and I feel as if a lot of my strategy as well about treating people with kindness like came into like playing as being a Christian, where it's like you can be cutthroat, but like it's about how you treat people. And it's like, so if you go, like, because a part of my mind where I'm like, well, if I go and lose the vote, it's like, am I really being nice because I want to work with Drea? But then Drea wants this thing, I could just give it to her. But I'm just like, you know what? Me wanting an advantage for myself isn't being less Christian. It's going and moving forward for my game.
Yeah. All right. So you end up feeling pretty good that you get the extra vote, because you don't know until you go to the Mariah Tribal Council.
I was like,
yeah.
Like, I felt as if I could have it. I felt as if I couldn't have it. Like, it was a mixture. I was 60-40.
Yeah. How did you feel about the telling the tribe about where you had been?
So, a lot of people, if you've listened to Mariah's exit interview, know that it was a disaster. And I can confirm to you, it was a disaster. It was so bad. So I get back on the boat. Like, I get back to the camp and everyone's excited. And I'm like, Lindsay, strip search me. And so I get Lindsay to pat me down in front of everyone, right? And I go and I literally take my hair out of a bun and I pull it. I'm like, there's no idol in my hair. I'm not pulling a Kelly Kim. I'm like, so I basically just like be like, everybody, I don't have an idol on me. It's like, I want you to trust me. It's like, this is super important. It's like, I'm super innocent. I have nothing, because, I knew I had nothing on me. And I didn't have a backpack. So then after, I'm just like, let's go and do a talk, and let's talk about the summit. So we went into the ocean, and then we were just chatting about what happened about the summit. And so everything that I said about going up to the summit was true, but like everything else from that moment was just a disaster. And it was great because my strategy was I would lie to Jackson and Mariah about what happened, but then later I would go and tell the alliance what actually happened to build trust. So
Yeah.
what I told my tribe was that I told them, and the funny thing is I kept on mixing up my stories. So like when it was a disaster, it was absolutely a disaster. So I told my tribe that we had to go and make a decision to either trust or betray the people that we met. So if everyone chooses trust, we get an idol that lasts for 2 tribals. But if everyone chooses betray, nothing happens. But if you choose trust and someone else chooses betray, the people who trust lose their vote at the next tribal, and the people who choose betray, nothing happens. So then I said that I chose betray because it's like I didn't trust these people, and nothing really bad happens if you betray. So even if you look on it on a game mechanic wise, there's really no reason to there's no negative if you betray. Like it just the math didn't math. But like I really didn't care because my point was that I just needed to say something so that everyone will think that there's something. And then so after I said the disaster of a story, I like saw Lindsay and I told Lindsay, I'm like, there's more. And then I told Lindsay exactly what happened. So Lindsay was my first strategy talk where I told Lindsay exactly what happened. I told her about like me might need to lose my vote. And like I was like, oh well, if I actually lose my vote, I'm like, well, now I guess I'm like you could probably make me a target easy, and just so people can target me, so then we can change the vote split between Jackson and Mariah to figure something out just in case I've lost my vote. So, and then after from Lindsay knowing, it disseminated to Omer and Jonathan.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. So you ultimately are going to have the extra vote. It's going to be big, huge part of your story. More on that later. Meanwhile, Jackson's not doing too great.
Yes.
Okay.
So I was at it, like I said, I was gone most of day 2. So I didn't really realize that anything was gone, like was a issue. And then in addition, where everyone slept in the shelter, but I slept by myself in the fire. So I was never with Jackson when this happened. So I know that Omer said that like he saw that like Jackson wasn't doing really well, or Lindsay saw that Jackson wasn't doing really well. But like I was oblivious until the moment on day 3 when Jeff walked into camp, which is why like I was completely blindsided. And so Jackson, so Jeff comes to camp, and like my stomach drops because Jeff is like the kiss of death when he comes to your camp. Like something bad's happening. The weather wasn't bad, so I knew that it was just something bad that was happening, and I was terrified. And so when he called Jackson, I almost started crying actually then and there, because I knew that he was like I knew at that point that he was going home. But the reason why I was so sad as well too, sorry, I'm actually gonna tear up about this, is so as a Survivor super fan, you think about like every single mechanic, like, oh, what happens if like how will you react if you're blindsided? How will you react if like someone comes onto the tribe and you don't know what's gonna and like someone comes back and you're voted out and you're blindsided about what another tribe votes out. Because my first season was David versus Goliath, and that's the season where Pat gets medevaced. Like that's something which I was thinking where I'm like, oh man, like it would suck like if someone was like medevaced and then I find out like as a tribe member, right? So I think the moment of Jackson leaving the game, I just felt number one, it's like we all know how hard we work to be there, how much like we sacrifice. And seeing that dream being sacrificed so easily and just cut so quickly was something that was like very hard and painful. Then like a part of me then also felt a little guilty too as well for like kind of like romanticizing like how tragic is a medevac, right? Where it's like you think of it just as a viewer, where it's like it's and like where and medevac is heartbreaking, but it's like heartbreaking and captivating entertainment, where it's like, oh, what will the tribes do now, right? And it's like, let's go on with our day. Like that sucks, like moving on. But then I think like once you have that knowledge about how much we all want to be there, like it really makes it even real, and like you can see it in someone's perspective more. So it's like me watching, because like I said, I watch back every season and me being like, oh, Caleb getting medevacs in season 32, that sucked, that was terrifying, or all these medevacs like who are able to come back. It's like all at once, it's like you're not just seeing, like you're seeing Jackson leave, but you're not just seeing Jackson leaving, you're seeing Penner leaving, you're seeing James leaving, you're seeing all these people like, and like feeling that pain that they must have felt, and then knowing that that's not how anyone wants to go. It was something that was very, very hard to watch. Something that like that I felt bad for, just like I felt bad just as a consumer, just consuming that as well and like being just fine and moving on. Then I also felt bad for Jackson because it's like, even though Jackson was probably going to be the first one voted out, there's so much game that can happen. Things can flip on its end. Jackson could have found the idol and made it. It's like all those possibilities are cut short. So that was something, and it's like, and knowing that the possibilities of that game are cut short for Jackson was something that sucked.
Yeah. Well, thank you for talking that through with us. Have you kept in touch with Jackson at all after the season?
Yeah, of course. I kept in touch with Jackson, and because I feel as if it's like a lot of people where it's like, I know I got like some criticism about the way that I was crying very loudly. A lot of people don't know that that's actually a very cultural thing. When in Kenyan communities where it's like when you're grieving, you express your grief loudly. It's like you express, like you don't hold back in your emotions, and that's something that I've always struggled with, holding back my emotions. So being able to like go and just like let my grief out, just like the way that I want to let my grief out, and sharing that was something that was very powerful. Where it's like I'm not stopping myself from feeling emotions. I'm not being guarded. Where I remember too, even before the game, where there was a moment where it's like I had to meet with some of members of production. I remember just telling production, I'm so sorry. Like I just need to cry right now. I need to make sure that I'm going into this game being able to feel every emotion, not having to guard myself, not having to feel that I have to stop feeling everything. So even like letting myself grieve for Jackson, I feel allowed me to go and move forward in the game.
Yeah. All right. Well, you would move forward, and you and Omer really put on a real show at the first immunity challenge, acing the puzzle.
Yeah, we had to win that puzzle. Like we came into that challenge, like me, Mariah, Jonathan, and then Lindsay and myself. We came into that challenge like we had to get first place. Like there was no ifs or buts. Like we were getting first place, which is why even when we did the challenge, we were stuck under the net because our boat wasn't on the guardrails correctly, and we were actually stuck in the net, I think, for 15 minutes, and that was just very demoralized because we're like, we need to win. Like there was no ifs and no buts, and I think Jackson leaving made us have a fervency as a tribe to make sure that we did not lose anyone else.
So you're gonna survive the first tribal council. Taku would go to the second tribal council, but could you tell me a little bit more about life at Taku in these early days?
Yeah, life at Taku, we were great. Like we always had like a good time. We were chatting. Like I think as a tribe, like we really just genuinely meshed well. Everybody liked everybody. I remember like sometimes like I had a late night chat, I think night 2 with Jonathan, where we just looked at the stars and like we just talked about life and like different things. I remember like in the mornings on the sunrise, I remember talking to Mariah and just chatting with Mariah about like life and our faith. Lindsay and I would talk about food in just excessive pornographic detail. It's like Omer and I would just like secretly go and like talk about about super fan things, or just talk about life. Or Omer would talk about bird stories, like as a vet, all of his vet stories. We genuinely just like all mashed very, very well.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Any fun moments that we didn't see on the show?
From up to day 3, any fun moments?
I mean, in the early days, even if we're bouncing around a little bit.
Sure. Oh my goodness. So one thing, no, we can talk about it later because it actually it goes to do with the reward. One thing that was mentioned as well too was a lot of people don't know this, but our cast, well, the whole Survivor 42 cast has a gag order on me playing the hot and cold game. They all, like, I am not allowed to play the hot and cold game.
What is the hot and cold game? Can you explain that a little bit? Yes.
So it's a game. It's usually like a childhood like game where what happens is you have to find something, and if you get close to something, people will be like, "Oh, warmer, hot, burning," right?
Right.
So the thing is, a lot of people will play the hot and cold game as a relative game. So they'll go, and when you get closer, it's like, "Oh, cool, warmer, hotter, burning," and if you go farther away, it's like burning, cooler, warmer, hotter, cooler, warm. You get the point, right?
Yes. Like, where's Maryanne's water bottle? Okay, you go walk by the ocean. All right, getting warmer.
Yes. So I play hot and cold as an absolute game. So that means that when you see a location, like for example, let's say your microphone, your microphone is the burning spot. Then you have different circles that go and cool, right? So instead of saying warmer, 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 cooler, 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 I'll go hot. As you get closer, I'll be like warmer, warmer, hot, hot, burning, burning. But then if you get farther away, I'm like burning, burning, hot, hot, warm, warm, cool, cool. So I won't use the ers. I'll just go and like use it as a heat map. So you have to then triangulate what you're looking for. The whole tribe hates it for some reason.
I'm not exactly sure I understand, but yeah, continue.
No, it makes sense. It's like a heat map. Have you ever seen a heat map, Rob?
I think so.
So like you know how like if there's something that's hot, it's super red, and then the color turns into like orange and like blue, and it gets cooler.
Yes.
So those are the phases. Think of it like a bullseye. Think of a bullseye.
Okay. Yes.
So you know how in the bullseye, how you get closer, the points go higher?
Okay.
So instead of being
you have
like
a specific order of yes. Okay.
So most people play hot and cold with the bullseye analogy. You'll go higher, 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 lower, 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 higher, higher, lower, lower.
Hotter,
right?
More, yeah.
I will play it 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 2, 3, 2.
Okay.
So I will use the absolute, not the relative.
Okay.
And everyone hates it for some reason.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it's still the same game of like, okay, where's the flint? Okay.
Yes. But like they just hated it. Like so actually, like I probably after this, Omer will probably call me and be like, why did you say this? You're incorrect. No one plays it this way. Because they hate the absolute hot and cold game. If you hate it too, it's fine. I'm very confident in myself. This is the way I was taught. So I think hot and cold can be played relatively or absolutely. Everyone just thinks it should just be played relatively.
Okay. So, can you talk a little bit about Mariah and where she fit into all things?
Yeah, of course. So for me, especially in the game, Mariah was someone who I really, really, really wanted to work with. But the thing is, unbeknownst to me, Mariah did not want to work with me because, like I said, my summit was a disaster, like just absolute disaster. So then after in her mind, she's like, well, obviously Maryanne is like, she's playing something and she's not telling us the truth. So she couldn't trust me. And that makes sense because I didn't give her the full story. But for me, it's like I had my alliance of 4. And then when Jackson was left, it's like Mariah was just always the one, unfortunately, who would have to go. Because, you know, Jackson for me was like a shield sent from God if he gets to the merge. And he was also super physical. And then Omer was my number 1 with the challenges. And Lindsay was very strong as well. And in addition, like Mariah was very sick. So she wouldn't be eating or drinking anything. And I feel as if after Jackson left, we had like a very big fervency where it's like we had to be a strong tribe. Like we just had to be a strong tribe. And so physicality was like a very big focus in the early days.
Okay. So in the episode, it really made it seem as though you were somebody who could have been voted out. It seemed like that Taco was deciding Mariah or Maryanne. Were you feeling that way, or do you feel like that you were never worried?
So I was never. The only thing I was worried about is if Mariah shot in the dark hit. So I felt as if I was like it was going to be Mariah. And then the thing that was so funny though is that Mariah, so during that time, I'm still trying to strategize when we lost that challenge. And I'm still trying to strategize, be like, hey, Mariah, like, how are you feeling? And Mariah's like, well, I'm not going to strategize with you because I don't trust you and I'm not going to work with you. And she told me to my face that I'm her target. So that was like just the wildest thing to me. I'm like, well, if you're going to target me, then it's like I don't have to play niceties because I'll vote you up. That was very interesting for me.
Yeah.
And go ahead.
No, that when I spoke with Omer, he talked about how, you know, you were such an open book where he felt like that Mariah was very closed off and, you know, it made it harder to work with her.
Yeah. So I was like, I don't think I ever had like a full strategy talk with Mariah on the 5 days that she was there. So like I knew that now in retrospect, I knew that Mariah wasn't working with me, but I know that with Omer, it's like he felt that because Mariah was closed off, that she like maybe she had other things going on.
Okay. And so anything else from this time leading up to when Mariah is going to go out?
I actually want to tell you a cool story about why I confessed my love to Zach.
Oh yes, let's talk about that. Yes, because they bring out. Okay, let's get a good look at Ika tribe.
Not yet. Okay. We're gonna go to the night before. So the
Maryanne,
night,
please take us there.
yes. So the night before, we are actually the tribe. We're all, multiple things are happening. So number one, we're trying to guess who's going home. I think that it's Tori. Some other people think that it's Zach, but I'm very adamant. I'm like, I think it's Tori. And the reason that I thought Tori was going home was at the summit, we were asking about each other's tribes. I was trying to give them like nothing. Oh my gosh. At the summit, I told them that we did that Jonathan did the strength, and that like Jonathan was so gassed after doing the strength challenge and we didn't have a shelter on day 2. And that's how we did it, because we didn't want them to know that we were good at puzzles. So that's a lie that I told. Very inconsequential. But one thing that Drea told me is that Drea told me that her and Zach were close. And at the time when the puzzle, when they lost the puzzle, I was like, wow, Drea says that her and Zach are close. And I don't think they're going to target Drea. So I think Drea, since she has power, is going to protect someone who she likes, who is Zach, right? So I was like, oh, I think it's going to be Tori who's going home. So I really thought that Tori was going to go home that first tribal. Mm-hmm. In addition, the night before the tribal, so night 4, we were all on the beach and we were all like, oh, what's everyone's type? So me, Lindsay, and specifically Jonathan, because Mariah and Omer were in relationships at the time, we were like, oh my goodness, like who are gonna, like, oh, who's your type? Blah, blah, blah. So we're talking about each other's types. So I'm like, my type's kind of like Zach. You know, I like those white guys, the ones that are skinny and nerdy. Like, that's kind of like my type. So they were all laughing. Like, oh, like, is it going to be, they're like, oh, is it going to be like, is that going to be your love story? And I'm like, yeah, like, but I was like, oh, I think Zach's cute, but like, I don't think anything's going to come out of it. Cause I knew at that time that Zach was very Jewish, which is fine, mind you, which is fine.
Yeah.
So I didn't think anything. I just thought like he's just really cute and I'd like to see him. So now we go to day 5, the blindfold challenge, right? So when we walk and I see Zach is voted out, I am shocked because I'm like, I thought Drea said that her and Zach were close, and wouldn't you try to keep your ally close? Like I was, so that's why I was so shocked. And of course, you know, Jeff seeing that I'm shocked, and everyone's like, "Oh, this makes sense," because everyone was like, "Yeah, that's fine, it's Zach," and I'm the one who's like, so. Jeff is like, Maryanne, like you're so shocked, what's happening? And when Jeff is asking me the question, Lindsay is like, oh my goodness, like Maryanne might say, oh, I'm so shocked because Drea said this on the summit, and that just blew up both our spots because I said I liked Drea and I wanted to work with Drea, right?
Yeah.
And then, but what I was planning on saying was just like, you know, the regular fodder. Oh, Jeff, you always think you know what's going to go on the tribe, but you never know, you know, like just like empty space answer. Right. So Jeff is asking me the question, and Lindsay is behind me, egging me on, being like, say it, say it, say it, say it, about like how I think Zach is cute. So then after, I'm like, wow, I'm like, you know what? It's Survivor. Let's be wild. So that's why I was like, oh, yeah, Zach is like the type of crush that I, like white guy that I have a crush on. And so Jeff is like, just, you know, who's going to say that? Like that shouldn't come out of anyone's mouth. That's just like super left field. So he's shocked. So I start to describe, I tell everyone, yeah, I'm like, I have an 100% rejection rate. And it's like, you know, since I have a 100% rejection rate, maybe my love story is going to be something that's like super cool and fun. And look what's more super cool and fun than like meeting, loving Survivor. Then I also was like, but like Jeff, it's like, obviously I knew it wasn't going to happen on the show or the swap because like we all know Boston Rob and Amber have ruined showmances for everyone in the near future. So maybe after the show we'd connect and then something would go on. But I'm like, but like so much for my dream, so much for my love life. And then that's when Jeff went and encouraged me, like, I love love. Because Jeff, I think, genuinely does love love.
I'm telling you, you know, that Jeff, you say you have a crush on somebody, and Jeff really tries, you know, he really wants to talk about it.
Yeah, Jeff's great. Yeah, it was brought up. It was a subplot in the pre-merge.
For sure.
Then so that's why it came up, and like Jeff was encouraged. Everyone was like, "Oh, that's so," like everyone was like, "Oh, your like love story so sad." And I remember even like going, and they were sad when I said I had your 100% rejection rate, and I was like, but it's actually a very funny story. Like all the rejections are so funny. Like they're just like, my love life is anything that could have happened has happened. Like hinge rejections to my face, being ghosted. It's all happened to me. So then I told them, I'm like, I'll tell you guys later, you know, like hoping I'd make the merge. But yeah.
You know, you really, that for Zach, he was, you know, voted out first, but really through you, he really like got to live on through the season. I'm sure he must have appreciated that.
Yeah. His name lived on. His name, I remember like there were multiple times, like even at the fake merge, when I'm like, don't send me to Zach just yet. Don't send me to Zach just yet. So it was like actually just like a subplot that was going on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. So ultimately, the blindfold challenge, you have a lead that doesn't go so great with Jonathan leading the blindfolded people in the puzzle. And then ultimately, okay, tribal council number 1, the first tribal for you, the first tribal council of your Survivor career.
Yes.
Are there a lot of nerves? Did you feel like you had things sort of just like locked down?
So, Rob, there were still a lot of nerves. And do you want to know why there were nerves?
Why?
Because of the curse of the M. So, going into the game, I knew that from season 33 onwards, excluding season 34, but that's a returning season, if you are a woman and your name starts with M, you will not go to the first tribal of the season, but the first tribal you attend, you go home. It happened to Mari on Millennials versus Gen X. It happened to Morgan in Ghost Island. It happened to Molly on Island of the Idols. So, going into the game, I knew that weird pattern. So I was like, oh my gosh, my name starts with M. But so does Mariah's name. I'm like, who cursed people who started with M? And then looking back, actually, I looked back with Jordan Kalish, and this curse goes on literally in the whole history of Survivor.
Oh my God. Okay.
Like, literally the whole history of
Who
Survivor.
else?
Here, give me a second. I can pull it up. I have the notes.
Okay. So I just want to make sure I have this right. So in a new player season,
yes,
if you are a woman
and
your name starts with M,
and
boy, I mean, Michaela was lucky Mari was there to
So
take one for the
basically,
team.
So we have Michelle from Pearl Island. Technically, she did go to her first tribal and survived, but Burton was voted out first, but came back.
And they threw it.
Yeah. They have. We also have Guatemala Morgan. We have Misty from Exile Island, who didn't go to the first 2. And then after, this one's kind of weird, where we have Marissa from Blood versus Water, but then after it's like the initial vote out with Rupert and Candace.
What about Mary from Survivor Micronesia?
I don't know. You would know.
Yeah.
That works too? Wow. And then also Monica in 31, I think.
Hey, that's returning player season.
Yeah, that's true. I had to remove 34 because 34 is the only one that didn't follow the curse. So sans one season. So somebody hates women.
And you know what? That I think that Sierra was trying to get Michaela voted out at the first tribal council. It didn't work out. Maybe she knew the curse.
Yeah. So there's something with letter M's. I'm not sure if me winning breaks the curse or not. We will see in the future. But there must be because this is a trend that has gone on in the history of Survivor. So as someone who loves patterns, I was like, oh my gosh, it's going to be one of the M's who are going home tonight.
Okay. Do you know any other interesting patterns?
Do I? That's my go-to, actually, typically. Do I have any other interesting patterns that happen in Survivor?
You can always tweet them out after the show.
I know. Fire making, even continuing now, fire making, every woman has lost fire making. Only men have won the fire making challenge since forced fire making. Let me specify. Since forced fire making, a man has always won. I don't think I have any other interesting ones. That's just I only usually do ones that are specific to me since my name starts with M. But there's probably some which if I think about them, I would notice. Oh, I have a good one.
Yes.
This is actually more of a Jordan Kalish one. I'll let you ponder about it, then you give me an answer later.
Why are you such a collaborator with Jordan Kalish?
Because I love This Week in Survivor history.
Oh, okay, good.
I really like it. So
you're the one.
Yeah, I'm going to give you some seasons, and then you are going to tell me what is unique to only these seasons.
Okay.
So it's only unique to these seasons. This one's hard. And he gave actually other right answers. So there's more. So these are the seasons. Are you ready?
Okay.
There's season 31, season 34, season 39, and season 40.
All 4 of those seasons have something unique about them.
Unique. So it only happened. So they all have something that only happened in these 4 seasons.
In 31, 34, 39, and 40? Boy.
I'll have you know, it took Jordan Kalish 2 hints and like an hour and a half to get this.
Okay, this was your question.
This is my question.
I feel more comfortable with this, that you had this question.
It took Zach 20 minutes.
20 minutes. Okay.
20.
Well, that it might not be good on the podcast.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. Think about it and get back to me.
31, 34.
34.
39, 40.
Mm-hmm.
Did they all merge at 13?
No.
Okay.
And it's unique. It's unique to them. So there's been other mergers at 13. So that means that the answer would be incorrect.
Okay. All right. Why don't we just let me let the background processes run, and maybe later on in this podcast you can give the answer.
Yeah, sure.
Because then people will turn it off. And
I know.
Now I gotta keep listening to. Just kidding. People are riveted.
It's a good one.
Yeah. We're doing great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So you go to that first tribal council. Yes. And I thought in rewatching this, I think that you at that first tribal council that you're at, I feel like that you are almost a different Maryanne on day 26.
I was very just goofy. I was just aloof, living my best life. Really just like, especially like I was really just like still soaking it all in, not thinking about winning, thinking about living, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So,
even in the way that you're answering Jeff's questions, like I feel like you're a little bit just like, like subset A, subset B, you have like are like going off in a lot of different directions. Whereas I feel like that at the final tribal council, you are like so succinct and directed, and our answer there's nothing wasted by the time you are at day 26 in the game. And I just thought that was just such an interesting journey you're on in the season.
Of course, there on day 26 there was a goal, and that goal was to win.
Yes.
So it's like I was presenting to the jury about why my case was. At that tribal, I was just living my best life. I'm like, we have a plan. What we're saying is not going to really change the plan. I'm just living my best life. Jeff's talking about the shot in the dark. Yeah, sure, I'll talk about the shot in the dark. Jeff's talking about my love life. Yeah, sure, we can talk about that. Like I was genuinely just like having fun. Yeah.
Yes. And you talked about how when you had thought with this whole Zach thing at the reunion show, that you had talked about like what it'd be like to win and also find love.
I know. And who knew that callback would have worked later? That
called your shot.
I know. But but Jeff must have been laughing. Ha ha, they don't know that we're not having a reunion, we're having an after show. So that's never gonna happen. Ha 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 ha. Obviously not the evil laugh, but Jeff knew at that point there was no. But Jeff's Jeff. He wants to have. That's what you think. That's what you think. No, that's when he goes, "Give me 1 second." Then he walks off to go to where the votes off, and he's like, "Sorry, just I need to let you know. What they don't know is that there's not going to be a reunion. There's going to be an after show. So something's really going to have to happen with Zach and Maryanne fast if they need to talk about it in the after show. Okay, tribal's happening right now, so I have to go back to tribal." Then he walks back.
Yeah. Wow. What a moment. I can't believe they cut that from the show.
I know. We were all wondering about why he left for a bit and then came back. We were just like, I guess, first tribal, I guess this is what he does.
Mm-hmm. He's nervous. Yeah. Okay. So I thought another interesting thing that you did was right after the Mariah Tribal Council, you come back to camp and you say, hey, everybody, you thought we had 4 votes, but we have 5. And you tell everybody that you have your extra vote. What was your decision there to share that with everybody?
So the decision was a call back in day 2. Because remember, we made an alliance, the Taku 4, on day 2. And then the boat literally 5 minutes later came up to pick me off and go. So it wouldn't have been strategic or smart for me to then lie about what I had, because it's so early in the game. And in my mind, I was thinking that extra vote. I'm like, I'll probably use that extra vote probably pre-merge during a swap, or like during the merge.
Is that the sound that you did because there was no swap? You were sad? Yeah. You love swaps?
It was oh my gosh. Well, let me finish my thought, then I'll tell you how I feel about that.
Okay.
So I was like, so in my mind, the extra vote's probably going to be used by the time where it's like, it would be bad for them to know. It's like, it's probably going to be gone at that point. So I was like, yeah, because I was like, an extra, I'm like, who holds an advantage that long? So I didn't really think there was going to be a big issue in sharing that advantage. And as well, it built trust with them. So I'm like, look, I said that I went to the summit. I said that I had an extra vote. I'm coming back. I said my word. This is a way that you can trust me. And this is the way that you know that I have a tool that we can use, like as a team, as a four.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
And so you have not only the extra vote,
Yes.
but okay, it seemed like that there was like a group. Okay, everybody, let's go out and let's find the idol together also.
So when Mariah left, that was from 18, we were at the final 15. So a lot of us thought we were swapping into 3 tribes of 5. So we wanted to make sure that the idol was found because we were a strong 4 and we knew at the swap that we were going to go into being a strong 4. So we wanted to find the idol to make sure that the idol wasn't in, like, what couldn't be found by someone else, like who swapped. So we all decided as a group, we paired off into groups of 2 randomly, and then we went to search. So Lindsay and Jonathan went to search like at one end of the camp, and then Omar and I went to search at the other end of the camp. So the goal was to find the idol, and everyone would just be like, hey, I found the idol. This is who's holding the idol. So I actually didn't really want to find the idol because I was comfortable with just having an extra vote. But then after, it turns out that life didn't turn out that way. So it turned out that I was the one who also had the idol.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I was shocked.
You were shocked. And it's not just any idol. It's a beware advantage.
Yes.
Did you pause at any point and say, maybe I should not open this beware advantage?
Yes. So I was thinking, so I found it with Omar. I'm like, Omar, it says beware. And I told Omar, I'm just like, Omar, like, I'm scared about opening it. It literally says beware. Then he's like, well, if you don't want to open it, I'll open it. But I'm like, no, I'm Golem. I'm like, that'd be stupid if he gets it. I want it. I want it all. Because, when you find an idol, you don't really say no. And then, so I opened up the advantage and I'm like, oh my goodness, it's an idol. Oh, with a secret twist. And then I was cheesed, Rob. Because remember, from day 2 to day 2 to like night after Tribal 4, I was like in voting limbo. Okay, I'm like, do I have a vote? Do I not have a vote? I don't know. And I finally just got my vote back. And less than 12 hours later, they're like, no, you do not have a vote again. So I was like, because like at that point, I think I didn't. My vote was like, I had my vote, I think, for like a day and a half. And like 12 hours. And then I now for real didn't have my vote. Well, the knowledge of having a vote. Like I always did have my vote those 5 days, but I didn't know. So I was like, I was cheesed. But then I felt good because statistically speaking, in past Survivor seasons, most idols are found between day 6 to day 8. So I was like, well, I'm probably going to get my vote back in the next tribe, like in the next camp, like tribal or 2, because statistically speaking, idols are found this frequently.
Yeah. And of course, we all know your classic phrase of just the classic case of the bunny rabbit having its dinner or eating its dinner in the mailbox.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yes.
And I really wanted to, when you won the season, I really was trying hard to think of a way to say, like, it's the classic case of the bunny rabbit. But I don't know. Are you the bunny? Are you the bunny rabbit in the mail? Eating your dinner in the mail? Is the dinner the $1 million? I
think it's things aren't always as it seems. So
yeah. That's what you feel like it means.
So
yeah.
So I made it up, right?
Yes.
Because when I found the beware advantage, it was to my understanding that I had to say it at the next immunity challenge, and it was to my knowledge that like I would get an in to say it in my first immunity challenge, right? So like I was like, well, how am I going to work this in without just making it seem weird? And then I was thinking, oh my goodness, I'm probably only going to have to say it one time. So that's why I made the story. So I really thought about the story of the bunny rabbit eating dinner to mailbox. I'm like, that's kind of weird. So I'm like, oh, let me make. So the story that was said, actually, that was only a shorter version. So the story that I actually said was, so you go and you open up your mailbox, you're trying to get your mail. And then after you see a bunny rabbit eating dinner in your mailbox, and you're like, what is this bunny rabbit doing here? But then what you need to do is you need to realize that you don't know the whole story of the bunny rabbit. Maybe the bunny rabbit it was raining, or maybe like the bunny rabbit's trying to go and protect itself from animals which are trying to eat it. So it found this mailbox and found protection. And then so that's why it's eating its dinner in the mailbox. But because you don't know the full story, this means that you're seeing the bunny rabbit eating dinner in its mailbox and it seems absurd. But for the bunny rabbit, it makes sense. So that's what the story of the bunny rabbit eating dinner in this mailbox means, that everything is not as it seems.
Yeah. Is the bunny rabbit's dinner my mail?
No. The bunny rabbit's dinner is like it brought its dinner in the mailbox. right?
Okay.
So you're trying to get so the mail's
It's
there.
fraud food. So it's not like, oh, like
No.
sorry, electric company. It's the classic case of the bunny rabbit eating dinner in the mailbox. Didn't get it. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. The mail's the welcome mat.
Got
The
it.
mail's the carpet. It's the carpet.
Yeah. Did you try to workshop at all, like what you were gonna say coming into this? Like, did you have it rehearsed or you were just gonna wing it?
Oh no, I rehearsed it with my tribe and I said, this is what I'm thinking of doing. Like, how does that feel? Does it feel natural? Does it feel good? So everyone in my tribe heard about the story. They're like, yeah, that makes sense. Like, you can work it in. You can work it in.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Then you don't hear anything. How discouraging was that?
I was like, at first I was just like, you're telling me no one has found their idol? Because like in my mind, I'm just like, okay, well, it's like you have to say it at your first immunity challenge. So that means if I'm the only one who's saying it, no one has found their immunity idol. So I was like, I was just confused specifically about what Vati was doing. Because, Ika at least had their own first tribal. They had things going on. But Vati were just like living there. Like it was day 7. And you're telling me 7 days of not having to go to tribal and no one was looking to find their idol.
Yeah.
I was very confused.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but you were under the impression that it had to be said at every.
Yeah, it was to my knowledge that it had to be said in the first one. Okay. I was just a little wild and living my best life, so I didn't care. I just said it to everyone. But the first time in the first challenge, it was to my knowledge that you had to say it in the first one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you might not have said it if you didn't feel like that you had to say it. Yeah,
because I was living my delusional life in Taku. I thought that it was Lindsay going home next. It was actually me going home for a lot of different things. We can discuss that more. But maybe I would have said it, maybe I wouldn't have. But one thing is, like, in retrospect, I'm not too mad about it because, I didn't have to go to try to no, in retrospect, I'm not too mad about it because Drea was the last one to find her idol. So the earliest the idol could have been activated was the tribe that the idol was activated. But if that was different, I might have been a little more frustrated.
Okay. So you said that you were under the impression Lindsay was going to go home. Yes. But in reality, it would have been you.
Yeah.
So I would love to hear more about that.
Yeah. So the narrative was, if the shot in the dark hit, it was going to be, I thought that the revote was going to be Lindsay, right? When it turned out it was always going to be me. So the reason why I thought that was, so I was close with Jonathan, like at a personal level, which didn't translate strategically, and I was close with Omer. So when I was talking with Jonathan, I love Lindsay and I was totally fine with her. But my reason for targeting Lindsay next was that I felt as if, and like I said, she was the first one who I did strategy talk with. We really meshed very well. But I felt as if out of everyone, Lindsay would be the best to integrate into a swap or a merge. So she would have the most options when going in. So I really wanted to go and target Lindsay for that, where it's like I felt as if Jonathan being physical, or like me just like being like the wild person who I am, or like Omer just being very like strategic. Yeah, we'll need to talk about some of the wild things Omer said. Sorry. I really thought that we would be able to go and shield each other effectively. But Lindsay, if Lindsay was in the 3, she would mesh more and be into the tribe, and like she wouldn't need us as much as we needed her. The narrative on the tribe, especially for Jonathan and Lindsay, is because I was young and a super fan and a little bit like wild. They didn't really trust what I would do. So that's why they were targeting me, which makes sense. And then for Omer, who I thought was my number 1, I almost went home because of a bad joke, and I would have been traumatized for the rest of my life, Rob, if that happened. So
yeah,
I am someone where I just have horrible jokes, and my jokes, they don't hit, but I'm living my best
relatable,
life. Yes.
Maryanne. Yes.
So one thing which I did is I told Omer, I'm like, Omer, I'm your ride or die. It's like, I'm going to be completely honest with you. It's like, we're going to work together to the end. I actually told him, which is very funny in retrospect, I'm like, I'm Gabby, you're Christian, except I'm not going to stab you in the back.
Oops.
Sorry. But so we were talking strategy with I was talking strategy with Omer, and I'm like, Omer, it's like, I think that I'm just like, we need to find a way to make Jonathan and Lindsay vote for each other, right? Because it's like, we want to make sure that we can go to the end, like be me and you to the end, because I'm ride or die with you. But I'm like, but Omer, it's like, because we need to make sure that like they vote together, because if it's a tie vote and they vote you, I'm not going to go to rocks for you. So this was a joke, because number one, it's like I don't think it's rocks at the final four. I think it's fire, but I'm joking around because I'm like, Omar's my ride or die. Like, he gets me, I can joke around with him. Little did I know that Omar thought I was being completely honest and that I was going to tell him to his face that I wasn't going to go to rocks for him. So he was trying to save me a bone, being like, oh my goodness, like, Maryanne, I think it's fire. Like, wouldn't you go to fire for me? And I'm like, Omar, no, that's too risky. Fire? I'm not going to go to fire for you. I can't put my cards out like that. Are you dumb? No. So this man is like, this girl is actually an idiot, because in his mind, he knows that he's trying to protect me. So he's like, this girl's not even going to protect me. She's just going to like leave me out. She's like, screw you, Maryanne. I have all these options because I'm living my best life. And I'm here to be like, yeah, Omar's my number one. I'm like, everyone, look, it's like, it's me and Omar to the end. Like, I was so delusional. I remember saying, like, in confessionals, being like, I think out of everyone in the game, I'm playing the best game. It's like, I have the advantages. I'm doing great. I have great social connections on my island. Like, I was stress-free on the island. I was so stress-free. No stress.
Yeah. But you had no idea that your jokes were getting you on the chopping block.
No, because I trusted Omar completely. So I was like, yeah, I trust him completely. He knows what I'm saying. Whatever. Little did I know, lost like a lot of trust with Omar from that.
Yeah. Overall, then it seems like everything at Taku is like pretty much like it's the love tribe for a while.
Yes, we were great. We were so good. Like we would have fun. Like we would cook coconut popcorn. That's when you take the coconut, chop it up, put some salt water. Lindsay and I, they didn't show up, but Lindsay and I actually had a segment where my joke on the island was that I would be like a producer, and like, so I would produce a TV show. You kind of saw it when I said, you're Maryanne from Survivor from CBS. So I'd have different shows on my channel. So one of the shows that we had was Cooking with Taku, where Lindsay and I would cook things and pretend we were on a cooking show and cook together. Another channel that we had like Omar's bird show. So Omar would go and tell us like a fun fact about a bird or an animal. And like, so it was like his own show. We also had Jonathan's like singing show, because Jonathan would go and like sing a song and then do that. And then, so I would joke around. People would do stuff and I'd be like, I'm the producer. So it's like, you need to come to me if you want to go on to our network. So I'm not sure how much people loved it, but I had a great time with it.
Mm-hmm. You said Omar would say some crazy things.
Yes.
Yes. Were they about animals?
Yes, crazy things about animals. But the thing that made my guard lower about Omar was that he would just give like the in my mind, just the dumbest strategic plans. Like, I remember at the first challenge, he's like, you know what? What we should do is, once we win the challenge, what we should do is, for the second place challenge, we should go up, cross the tribe map barrier, and congratulate them and try to do an alliance with like us two big tribes and cut off the third tribe. Like, he wanted to like go and make and I'm like, Omar, no. So then when Vati won the first immunity challenge, Omar's like, okay, guys, let's go and walk over to Vati and congratulate them. And we're like, Omar, no.
Yeah.
No.
Was he messing with you?
No, I genuinely think he was like, he started to walk. Like, we had to hold him back. We had to be like, Omar, that's not a good idea. So I think that just like really like lowered my guard about him strategically.
Right. Ozzy and Cowboy and Flicka did it.
Yeah, I know. And look what happened to Ozzy, Cowboy, and Flicka. Well, Ozzy did make it to the end, but still. Like, which is why it was just so surreal to me, because I'm like, in whose mind would that be a good idea? Like, it's just not a good idea, right? Mm-hmm. You see, I would give strategic things where before we found the idol, I was saying, you know what we should do? My plan was, before I found it was a Beware idol, for the swap, I wanted to find the idol, then I wanted to like take the note and then like put and like make a fake idol and put it back in the exact same spot that I found it, so that the person who like went and was swapped to our tribe would think that they had the idol. But then when we found that it was a Beware one, that plan kind of went to the wayside. But that was actually because I said that plan. That was one reason why they Lindsay and Jonathan wanted to target me, because she's like, oh, she's a young super fan. Like, she's thinking more, like she has more going on.
Mm-hmm. Now, in the early days of Taku, you are going to go on a roll with winning the challenges, largely thanks to Jonathan, who was really impressing Jeff in the early going. You'll win some rewards along the way, including some decently sized fish.
That was so fake. Those fish were massive. And that's actually so funny, because that fish, that day was a literal disaster for me after the fish. Because we had a great time with the fish. And then, so the fish didn't come just with fish. It came with spices as well, too. So we had salt, peppers, and pepper flakes. And then they brought some limes. But then what happened was I thought limes were lemons, right? So everyone's like,
Okay.
so I would be like, hey, can you pass me like a lemon and like we can cook with it? But what do you mean pass you a lemon, Maryanne? And I'm like, the lemons. They're like, that's a lime. So I genuinely believe, this is so dumb. I genuinely believe that limes were just like unripe lemons. So what a lemon, like a lime would do is like a lime will drop from a tree and then it'll mature into a lemon on the ground.
Yeah.
So that's what I thought. Like, so that's genuinely what I believed. I don't know I don't know why I thought that. So I was just be calling them lemons. And they're like, oh my goodness, like this is like, no, this is, you're just completely wrong, Maryanne. And then even more happened. So this is day 8 that we're talking about. And then what else? Yes. Wait, is this day? Yes, this is day 8. So another thing is this is also when the fight with the bamboo occurred.
Okay.
So here is the full story, everyone. Listen up. So what happened was, because I slept next to the fire, I was the fire tender. So it was starting to get a little bit later. So everyone was going and collecting firewood. So what I told everyone, I was like, hey, everyone, I'm collecting. You know what would be great for the night? Let me organize the firewood by size from what you're giving me. So from one side of so everyone would put their firewood on one side of the campfire, then they would bring it to the other, and then I would bring it to the other side. So I was walking back and forth, sorting the firewood for like a good time. So then Jonathan came up with his bamboo. And like, so I was walking back and forth there the whole time.
Yeah.
So then when he walked down and chopped, he was in my workspace, which is why I'm saying you were in my workspace, because everyone knew that I was walking back and forth and back and forth.
Right.
So that's why that came in. But that conversation happened and then it ended. Then we brought it up again. So for me, I'm thinking Jonathan's super chill about it because he's like, oh, blah, 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 blah. So I'm joking around. I'm like, oh, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, Jonathan, everywhere's my workspace. You know, this is like everything. Because like, I'm just like, everywhere's my workspace. Because for me, I'm just like, you know, John, like, because for me, I think you chop someone with bamboo. Ouch, you hurt me. Oh my goodness, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine, but I should have focused
and
more.
He got you, right?
And he got me.
Yeah.
So he didn't get me with the machete, but my foot was under the bamboo, hit it with the machete, the bamboo hit my foot. So he did get me. So I thought it would just be like a 5-second, oh, you hurt me. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm good. But like next time I'll just focus around because, you know, just a quick thing. But it really just blew. I think we were just getting stir crazy and it blew up into some massive thing. Then immediately he pulled Lindsay away and I'm like, oh my gosh, like he's going to be like, she's annoying me. We need to get her out. And then after, like, there was another fight too that happened. Like, there was just a lot of different things.
Yeah.
It was a mess. So like that was like the disaster day. And then I was,
No, but that I think one of the things that is really, I think, smart about the way you played the game is that I think that, you know, and we saw like in some of the other tribes, like with Tori, who got into it with Rocks, right? And Tori said, you know, I can't wait till we get to the merge. I'm gonna flip on this group. But you always said, you know, like, hey, like you were never thinking about I'm going to get to the merge and then I'm going to flip on everybody and I'm going to show them. You felt like that. Okay, this is annoying, but I'm going to stick with this group.
Yes. So I really wanted to stick with Taku, and I feel as if like I knew that coming into the game, I'm a very emotional person and I wanted to be able to feel those emotions, but I didn't want my emotions to go and affect my strategy. So, like, I think I was so mad and I was telling Omar, I'm like, he's so lucky he's a good shield because, like, I knew that, like, if we're in alliance of 4 and we're working together and we vote together, it's like they're probably not going to target me first. They're going to target Jonathan first, right? And, like, and you know, other than the bickers and the fights, we genuinely did really get along. It was just the stir craziness going. And then that was actually funny, too, because this was the reward where we got the fish was the one where, like, we had to throw the balls in. And so it was actually, and I said on the show that I was very annoyed with Jonathan. And so that was a little bit misconstrued a bit because it showed, because I was a little like being like, Jonathan, why are you telling everyone that we're a strong 4? But what a lot of people don't know is like you're able to strategize before like the challenge starts, and strategy sometimes shown. You saw it with Debbie and the balance beam if you've watched season 34. So what happened was I was very comfortable with the ropes because like I braid hair, I know how to braid, so I was very comfortable that I'd be confident in that. So I was like, I think like, so I told everyone I think I'm gonna be able to do that, and Jonathan's like, no, Maryanne, you can't, like you're not going to do it, like you might choke and not do well. So like, of course, he was just like now saying, I can't do something, which was very frustrating to me. Then later at the ball shoot, at that part, they're like, you know what we're going to do, Maryanne? We're going to put you on my shoulders and you're going to throw the ball from my shoulders. And I was so cheesed because I'm like, are you kidding me? It's like, you don't think I can throw a ball? It's like, I can throw a ball by myself. It's like, I understand that you want to win, but like, that is so demeaning to me that you want me to go up on your shoulders and throw a ball in.
Like a baby.
Yeah. And so I was like, I am not doing that. But they're like, no, you need to. No, you need to. And I'm like, no, I am not doing that. So actually, when I got the ball in, I was cheering like I won because I was like, vindication. I did this on my own. And I got that ball in the fastest. I was the fastest person to get that ball in. Omer was the second fastest. Jonathan, I think, was the third. And then Lindsay, I think, was the slowest to get the ball in. But I've never felt so vindicated in my life. So vindicated. I was like, I can do that.
Yeah. All right. We're gonna see then another challenge where Taku is going to have another victory. We're seeing a little bit of you talking about being the best Mario Kart player in the world.
Yes, I love Mario Kart. I've always loved Mario Kart, and also when they started letting you have Mii's in Mario Kart Wii, and since then I always play as my Mii because I think I'm the best, and I want people, and everybody knows that like if you do like Mario Kart stats, usually the best people are like Dry Bowser, or people do like a small weight class, they have high acceleration. Typically, if you look at like a tier list of best Mario Kart players, the Mii's are absolutely bottom tier. But to show that I play as my Mii and like to crush everyone playing as a Mii is like such like a big power move that I always play as my Mii. Like that's just and I know that I'm good at Mario Kart. Like I'm genuine, like I'm good at Mario Kart. So that was actually my first date with Connor. We played Mario Kart and I crushed him, beat him, eviscerated him.
Okay. Well, I hope that the relationship was able to overcome that. Were there any parallels to the game that you played and Mario Kart?
Yeah, blue shell, baby. You know? It's like number one in Mario Kart. So there's two ways to win Mario Kart if you're winning a race. The first way that you can win Mario Kart is just be really, really good, so you are always first place, right?
Yeah.
So that's the play. The second way to win Mario Kart is, so basically when you're playing with like a lot of high-level players, there's this thing called the blob, and basically where a lot of players are, and if you get hit in the blob, you're immediately just going to fall to the back, right? So what you want to do is you want to survive the blob and just like let everyone, like you want to attack people in front of you and let other people attack, and then at the end, just clinch in the win at the end. And then, you hope that like a blue shell hits first place, brings them back so you can really win at the end. So in Mario Kart, a lot of people will go and they'll really value a player who's like, oh, all 3 laps, this person was first place and they dominated from beginning to end. So that's like a Kim Spradlin game, a Tony Vlachos game, right? And, they won first place. And if you win first place on online racing, that is 20 points. Okay. So in the game of Survivor, 1 million, excluding winners at war. Then there's the sneaky way of playing Mario Kart where you'll go and you'll just hang around in the blob. You'll do the lap best. You'll just chill. But then at that third lap, you go balls to the wall. You hit those items and you attack everyone. Then you take a nice drift and you drift your way into first place. And you want to know what the great thing is about the person who gets first place that first way, the first place, and the person who gets first place that other way?
Yeah.
In online Mario Kart, you still get the same amount of points. And if you're playing offline, it's 15 points. If you're playing with versus ratings, it's somewhere around 20 to 24, depending on your versus rate. Right. So for the context of this, let's say that you're playing like in person. If I get first place and I've been first place the whole time, that is 15 points. If I get first place and I'm first place only for the last 5 seconds of the race, that is also 15 points. The goal is to win. So you do what you need to do to win. If you think you can do all 3 laps and win, do all 3 laps and win. If you think that maybe you want to go lay behind for 1 or 2 laps and get at the end of the win, do that and win. Both are valid strategies. Yeah.
And were you thinking that in the real time?
So, yes, I was, because my goal in the game was I saw that typically the people who win Survivor in the most recent seasons weren't people who were the head of their alliance. Yeah. They're usually number 2 or number 3 in their alliances, excluding some seasons like Ghost Island, Winners at War, those ones. So I wanted to be just kind of middle of the pack for a bit and then just let everyone just chop, chop, chop. Oh, who's left? It's Maryanne. So like I really did. So yeah, if you want to be a good Survivor player, play Mario Kart and figure out what type of race you are and extrapolate it in the game.
Yeah, in looking back at your game over the past week or so, that I feel like that, in the new era of Survivor, and maybe even like the older era of Survivor, I feel like that the best place to be is at the bottom of the majority alliance. Do
Yes.
you agree with that?
So I think that being close to the bottom of the majority alliance is great because you still have that agency to go and make moves. But then after, you're still not the first target if people are trying to attack. A lot
Yeah.
of people love seeing dominant games and love going and benefited from dominant games, but I think that dominant games are more beneficial when you have less savvy players. And Survivor
Mhm.
is shifting to an era where everyone is a savvy player, right? And we can chat about that with High as well too, because High was
Sure.
one of those people who would be a dominant winner if he was there the whole time. But
Right.
that isn't but that's not the shift of Survivor anymore. Very rarely do you see people who are dominant from beginning to end win, because people, we see what is happening in the game. We see what's happening. And then also, because of fans, we see it before we're coming in. If you see someone who's becoming dominant, that's so great for you, because that means you will know that someone will chop them off later.
Mhm. Okay. So I feel like we're just about at the earn the merge. Is there anything else from your notes from where the gold is?
Yeah, I know. Give me a second. Do. Yeah. So I talked about the hot and cold debate, talked about Omer a bit, talked about the bunny rabbits, saying that multiple times. That was so funny. We
Mhm.
talked about I talked about day 11 where Omer almost lost the challenge for us. That was terrifying. That was very scary.
When he couldn't untie
When he couldn't
the
untie the
ropes?
ropes, yeah.
Yes.
Because I knew I could do the ropes, but that was, I think, was just a couple days after I was basically like sat down in the challenge, and so I was like my ego was still like tending. So I'm like, should I really do it? And then that's the day where I got. That's the one where I got a lot of nightmares from coming back in the game, because like we were so close to losing. Like we were still on the ropes when Ika won the challenge, so that was just very terrifying. So, but it
It's
is what.
with the slingshot at the end. Yeah.
Yes, it is what it is with the slingshot at the end. That was, like I said, very, very scary. One things as well too. Taku, we took a lot of group naps. It was great.
Okay.
So, a lot of group naps, just so much fun, like so much fun.
The idea was that, okay, well, like we don't trust anybody, but we'll all take a nap together. Is that what
No,
the?
I think it's because that just showed how close we were. Where like
Mhm.
we would just like take, like we'd just be like, well, we're tired, let's take a nap, right? We would go move back and forth on the beach. We'd do cooking with Taku. We'd have like we were just like those early days in Taku, excluding the stir craziness, were so fun. That was also when it rained. It rained for a bit. That was horrible, miserable. I hate the rain. That was
Mhm.
so bad. I think that was on day 7. That was on
Mhm.
day 8. Sorry,
Yeah.
day 8. Yeah, let's talk about the death challenge though for a bit. I want to
Okay.
talk about the ladder challenge, because that was like, thank you, Jonathan and Lindsay. One thing I want to shout out Lindsay, like it showed that Jonathan helped us. Lindsay helped too. The only people who could swim in that water was Jonathan and Lindsay. Like I'd say that challenge for Taku, Jonathan did like 85% of the challenge. Lindsay did 5%, and 10% of Lindsay was literally caroling me and Omar. We were there just for like, and then we finished that challenge for so long, and I think like we waited 10 or 15 or 20 minutes, like 15 minutes, and they were still in the water when we were watching. So it
Mhm.
was so interesting, because like it was like watching a challenge in real time, but then it was getting less and less fun because you saw that they just weren't able to do the challenge. And then, Jeff stops the challenge, skips the stage. And then the challenge still was going on. And Jeff was disrespectful to them. Like, I remember Jeff being like, laws are being made, children are being born, like, birthdays are being had, and this challenge is still going on. It was a very long
While
challenge.
they were in the ocean.
No, no, no. This is when they were not in the ocean. In
Okay.
the ocean, Jeff cares. So this is when they were safe
Right.
on
Right. That would
land.
have been very disrespectful if they were drowning for him to say
No.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, but that was it. But yeah, I feel like I said, let's set the scene before we hear from some of your cool sponsors. But like I said, going into the merge, there were 4 of us. We felt that we were strong, a little stir crazy, And like we thought there was something going on. At 15, we thought there was a swap. At 14, we thought it was going to be 2 tribes of 7. At 13, we thought it was going to be 2 tribes of 6 plus 1 person of exile. And then at 12, we were like, if it's not a swap, we're going to eat someone. We're actually someone is going to be eaten. We're going to go full Lord of the Flies.
Okay. All right. We've heard about the pre-merge. I guess we'll call it that because you still have to earn the merge. But we're going to hear about Applebee's. We're going to hear about the merge. We're going to hear about everything that's coming up in the second half of the game after we take a quick break, and we'll be right back with Maryanne right after this. All right. And we are back here with the great Maryanne, who has taken us on such a ride so far. This has been just a real, just, very fun interview for me so far, Maryanne.
I know. And we're only on what, day 13? No, not even. We're like at day 12. So not even halfway.
Okay. All right. Earn the merge. Okay.
Yes.
You could have never anticipated this kind of twist in the new era, right?
No. Well, we thought about it, but we didn't think that it was an actual possibility.
Yes.
Like, I think it showed that Drea thought about the twist. I know Lindsay thought about the twist. I thought about the twist, but we're like, no, Jeff wouldn't lie. Like, Jeff's never lied before. So, like, this can't be it. It must be something else.
Must be something else. Okay. So, all right. Talk me through. Okay, so you're gonna go there and you're gonna pull rocks, and
yes.
You got a nice draw.
Yes, I remember. So actually, at the draw, I wanted to be with Omer because I wasn't sure like if we were gonna be splitting apart forever, if it was just gonna be a challenge. So I knew that Omer was my number one. So I was kind of sad that I wasn't with Omer, but then I saw I was with Jonathan. I'm like, God is good. This is great. So it was me, Jonathan, Hi, Tori. And then who was the fifth one? Hi, Tori. Who am I missing? Me, Jonathan, Hi, Tori. Lindsay. No, not Lindsay.
No.
Lydia! Oh my goodness. Yes. Me, Jonathan, Hi, Tori, Lydia. So I, of course, was a little bit angry because I was targeting Hi because I was like, I don't like Hi. I don't know if I trust him. But it was okay. It was whatever. So the challenge was so funny. Like so funny because it was Hi, Tori, and who was the third? And Jonathan, who were rolling the ball. And Lydia and I were like crawling behind trying to catch up because we were gassed. And then Tori would like do the ropes and everything. Then we did the puzzle. And then Lydia and I were doing great in the puzzle.
Yes.
And then that's when you also got the feedback where I want to chat about that too. Because when I'm doing a puzzle, I am in the zone.
Yes.
So every single time when I do the puzzle, I'm very laser focused and I just speak in a very calm way. I'm like, let's do this. Let's try this. How about this? Let's try about this. So when I discuss with people, it seems like I'm being off and rash to these people when I'm actually not being it.
Yes. Yes. It seemed like that you were either getting a little frustrated or giving some sass back to Hi. And I'm not sure was Hi and Jonathan on the puzzle. Yes.
Yeah. So the first comment that I got was from Jonathan, and Jonathan was telling me to stop doing the puzzle and turn off over the pieces. So then after, I was a little frustrated with that because Leah and I had a very good system going on where we would do the puzzle and then we would swap periodically to get different perspectives. So that would have ruined the pattern that we had. So I think Jonathan was like worried about the system because it seemed like because when I'm in the zone, it just seems like I'm very calm and it doesn't look like there's fervency there. And then, but I was really like, no, I got it. Don't worry. I'm like, Jonathan, we have time. Don't worry. It's like, I'm doing the puzzle with speed. We have time to do it in our way. With Hi, the way when Hi's like, don't forget there's a puzzle, I actually said, thank you for that reminder. And immediately after I said, sorry that I sound like I'm being sarcastic. I'm not sarcastic. I'm just in the zone. But, I guess they were cut for time, so they didn't show that part. But when I'm in the puzzle zone, I'm living my best life. I was just having good puzzle. Then we finished it. Yes. And I was so happy because Lydia and I, the tiniest people, the weakest people of the 5, were like, yeah, little people, we won.
Yeah.
So that was a very good feeling.
You did such meticulous prep for the show. Did you practice any puzzles?
Yeah, I did actually practice puzzles. So I bought some replica puzzles. So I actually bought the tree puzzle.
Yeah.
Because I realized that puzzles usually are recycled once every 2 to 3 seasons. So I bought the tree puzzle. I practiced the fish puzzle. You know, the one where
And you were on the same wavelength as Evie, who really nailed it of copying a season 38 puzzle in season 41.
Yes.
Yeah.
I 3D printed that puzzle. So I have that puzzle as well.
Yeah.
And I was so cheesed when I'm like, I was one season off. I could have fixed that puzzle so quickly because I know that puzzle as well. Because if you know how the balls go, you know. And then, so I did that one. I practiced the puzzle fire from Caramoan just to go, because it's great for 3D analysis. And then I practiced just regular puzzles, just go-to puzzles for colors and patterns to see how to pattern them. But yeah, no, I practiced a ton of puzzles before coming out.
Okay.
That lot it did in the final 5. I'll digress. I'll talk about that later.
Okay. The puzzle that you did in the first challenge, I know that was one that I feel like that it was. I'm not sure if this is a rumor or not, that Zach got tripped up because he thought he had seen that puzzle before. Had you practiced that one?
So Zach, I do recall Zach saying he knows that puzzle, and then there was a mess because that puzzle, it's a double-sided puzzle, and so you have to put it in a particular orientation. Yeah. So I think that Swathia had difficulty with the orientation, and that took back time. For that puzzle was too expensive. So, and I'm a very cheap person, so I was like, I don't need that puzzle. Mm-hmm. So I did not practice that one. But that puzzle is specifically because there's different types of puzzles in Survivor, right? There's shape puzzles, and then there's pattern puzzles. For that puzzle, that pattern is a pattern puzzle. So if you know the logic about make sure you're looking to see if the patterns continue and focus on the pattern rather than the shapes, you know how to do it, because you shouldn't really be focusing on the way that the shape goes, because that's how they try to trip you up.
Wow. Maryanne, I feel like I'm learning so much today.
Wow. Yeah. It's a good thing. I'm making your time worthwhile.
Yeah. No, thank you. I appreciate it. Okay. So you're going to be now having to make a decision. Okay. You're part of the group that's going to decide between Lindsay and Roxroy coming over. We didn't really get to see the conversation that was had in making the decision. Did you push hard for Lindsay to come with you to Applebee's?
Actually, no. I was pushing against Lindsay. So my logic is that I didn't want we came into the swap or whatever it was. We were like, we're going to stay strong, but we're not going to let people know how strong we are. So what my logic was that I was going to go, and I actually said, I think we should bring Roxroy in. And the reason why was because we had, at that moment, we had already 2 Taku, we had already 2 Vati, and there was only 1 Ika. So I'm like, let's just do 2-2-2. Let's make it simple. Let's make it easy. And then Lindsay can go on to Exile, whatever. But then Tori and Hai were very, very adamant that they wanted Lindsay to come. And I was great because I wanted Lindsay to come as well. I just didn't want to be the one to offer it, because it's like, oh, Maryanne's offering it Lindsay, they're obviously close. Because there was a while where no one was just talking. We just stared at each other and I'm like, well, if you're not going to talk, I'm going to talk first.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Did you at any point consider, because Jeff made a big deal about somebody's going to the Exile Island and they're going to they'll get something maybe. Maybe as a power. And did you, as a great Survivor superfan, ever consider, okay, maybe I should switch and go to Exile Island?
No, because Exile Island gives you a power in the game. So you're coming back with a power, which means that could make you an easy target. Right. In addition, you are missing 2 days of vital bonding time with the tribe. These are the days when you're able to bond, you're able to talk and discuss and make other tribal alliance connections. I feel as if that's one thing which people don't really actually recognize about Erica's game, where Erica was able to integrate so flawlessly after missing those 2 days of tribal time, when I feel as if Roxroy wasn't able to go and integrate as well after those 2 days of exile. Not anyone can do that. And I would prefer where it's since Survivor is a social game, I thought it was smarter for my game, where especially because I had safety, I wasn't going to give up that for an advantage and then also have to rely on 3 people to go and make bonds for me rather than making bonds for myself.
Okay. Any fun stories from Applebee's?
Oh my gosh. We were menaces. Lydia and I, we were menaces. We were being like, Applebee's is my favorite sit-down restaurant. Applebee's is my favorite sit-down restaurant. Oh, we're eating good in the neighborhood. Yeah, you're eating good in the neighborhood? Yeah, we're eating good in the neighborhood because Applebee's is my favorite restaurant. We quoted Karishma left, right, and center. We quoted her so much. Mm-hmm. And then the thing is, I love wings. So I ate those wings. I would like be at the other side of the table, like, y'all have wings? Here, bring me those wings. Bring me those wings. So I ate just so many wings. Like so many wings. Like I didn't even finish my burger because I just fed myself on wings. Like I had the onion rings, they were fine. The burger was fine. Like the cake was fine, but my joy, like I love wings. Like wings were like one of the things that I was craving on the island, and fries too. But they just kept on giving us wings. I'm like, and in the game, I'm like, why am I gonna eat a burger when my favorite food is there? Like I think I ate like at least like 16, 17 wings. Like so many wings, and they were so good. They were so good. Yes, yes, Karishma, you are correct. And the fun thing is, did you know in Canada, there's only I think 3 Applebee's in all of Ontario. There's one at Niagara Falls. There's one in Barrie, which is completely random, and there's one in my hometown, Ajax. So, as when I was in high school, actually, we would do is on Fridays we would go home really quickly, and my dad would drive us and pick up my mom from work. Then we would drive to the Applebee's to go for their lunchtime special, and we'd eat Applebee's like on Fridays once a month as a family.
Yeah.
So Applebee's has a very special place in my heart. So I genuinely, unironically love Applebee's. And I also, when I'm here, Rob, I would like to apologize to the whole cast of season 39 for how I bullied them relentlessly for the way that they reacted to the Applebee's reward when I was watching. I was like, they're freaking out over Applebee's. I don't understand how hungry they are. We went wild for Applebee's. I was shaking Lydia. I'm like, Lydia, we're gonna win this! Lydia, we're gonna win! Like that, I was like the food. I remember asking, we're just like, Jeff, we're like, Jeff, can we have? I'm like, that burger that you're showing. It's like, can we have it? And he's like, oh, it's been sitting in the heat. We're like, we don't care, Jeff. Can we have that burger? And like one thing that they don't realize as well too, back to the pre-merge, is that Taco was the best well-fed tribe. Because once we got the fishing gear at day, I think we had the fishing gear at day 7, Jonathan would go and fish for us. So we'd have 1 or 2 fish like a day. In addition, our island had breadfruit. So we were able to go and have daily, like we have like 1 or 2 fish and breadfruit starting from day 7. So for the last few days, we were so full and like healthy and filled. Vati was the least that ate, but like Taku, we were still well fed and we were like wild. So I don't even know, like I think that Vati didn't even eat for like 12 days. So like I don't even know how they weren't eating that much. Like we were like, the food was great. Jeff starved, like going up the steps to camp, I'd have to take a breather before I went up the steps because that's how gassed we were. Applebee's, y'all laughed being like, Jeff, Applebee's isn't even a big factor. No, it was. It was. If I got just a fake merge, like the charcuterie board, I'd be so mad. Applebee's.
Yes. Okay. You talk about how it seems like you and Lydia bonded instantly.
Yes.
How did that come to be? It was just you hit it off right away, or had you been sort of vibing in the Ponderosa?
Oh, I loved Lydia before. Just everything that I saw about her, I thought she was super cool. And I really wanted to work with her because I knew her name was Lydia. And I'm like, oh my gosh, my name's Maryanne. It's a grandma line. So we have names for grandmas. And I just really thought she was super, super cool. And I really, really wanted to work with her. So we actually got to sit together. And like I told Lydia, I'm like, Lydia, like I really want to work with you. It's like I really want to move forward with you in this game. It's like I really, really wanted to work with her.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And did you feel like that you came away from Applebee's with some, solid bonds from the other people that you had met?
I felt as if I was okay. So I felt as if I was close to Lydia after that. And then also at the Applebee's reward, Hai was basically told everyone about the Vati tribal and how he saved Lydia. And he's like, I went to Rocks for Lydia. He's like, I want to work with people who I want to work with. I don't care about tribal lines. And it's like, and I want to work with y'all. I really like y'all. So like, I thought that like I was going to be able to work something with Lydia and Ty. So what the plan was, at least for like me in my head, was that Taku was going to stay strong. It would probably like, I think the target at first was like Romeo or like either, or then I know that coming back to camp, like it was very like gung-ho on Chanel.
Mm-hmm. So with that group sort of now met at Applebee's. Tell me about what it was like when you returned back to the camp.
Yeah, when we returned back to camp, it was at first a little awkward because, it's like, oh, sorry that you guys aren't safe. But then we really hit it off because this is the first time we were able to go, hi, my name is this. My name is this. And then, so this is when we're able to go and catch up and say, like, how we all feel. I feel as if, like, this is also when I got to, like, when people started to go and talk about the info at the tribes. And as a Taku member, we were really trying to be very down low about who we like and didn't like. So I was shocked about how willing Vati and Ika were just willing to have sacrificial lambs. Like they were like, they sacked like Tori, this girl stepped on the beach and she was ran over by an 18-wheeler truck. They were like, we don't trust Tori. Tori's horrible. Tori's bad. Like, Tori was just like dragged through the mud from day one.
Yeah.
And then also too with Chanel, like Chanel was like also dragged through the mud. So like for me as like a Taku member, I was so shocked because I was thinking Taku was such a strong four since day 5, like since night 5 onwards, and we had it changed. So I was thinking that people would want to go and like gang up together and go for Taku, but they were so willing to like throw away other people's names that I was like, well, this is good for Taku. Like, we're kind of in the middle. We're kind of the swing in this situation.
Yeah. I think one of the things I'm really excited to hear from you is that I feel like that in the actual season, we saw so much of what was going on from the perspective of the 8, from the perspective of sort of like the people at like the grown-ups table. And I feel like that we almost didn't get the story of like the kinds of things that you were talking about with Tori, with Romeo, you know, what Chanel was doing. And so we never really got like the other side of the equation.
So we can chat about that. So actually, like I said, before in the game, I didn't really like Tori. Like, I didn't vibe with her. But then I really, really bonded actually on day 12. The Vati tribe, which is our merch camp, you're not able to see a good sunrise, but you're able to see a wonderful sunset. So we were all as a whole tribe sitting down together and just chatting. And me, Tori, and Romeo, we just really bonded over our faith and just about like how like grateful we were to be here, like about like how we were specifically. And Chanel was also there too as well. And we were just chatting about like how it's like God knew the desires of our heart, and like being able to go and play this game was a gift. So, and it's such a blessing. And then a cool thing too is before in pregame, Tori and I actually read the book of Esther, which is the book in the Old Testament, like separately. So we bonded over reading the same book in the Bible and be like, oh my goodness, this is so great. So, and then I feel as if that's like when I really clicked on Tori. And Tori, like I think day 12, like Tori and I, we were like literally besties forever. Like we were like, because at this point there were only 3 young people. It was me, Tori, and Lydia. And then Lydia, of course, had her own thing going on with Hive. And like Tori and I, we would just kiki, just like laugh around, like talk about vines. Like we bonded so well. And I think that Tori is like the person who has left the game with like the most inaccurate perception. Like she's great. Like I can chat with Tori about Tori as well too. And then the reason too is like after bonding with Romeo, because I wanted to work with Chanel, and Taku wanted to work with Chanel because of the summit, because Omer felt great with Chanel. One thing too was that Omer really thought that he had an extra vote. But then after when we found out that Chanel, he didn't have an extra vote. Well, number one, I felt a little bit vindicated because I wanted to be the only one who had an extra vote. And also Omer was so confident that he had an extra vote, but they were like, are you sure you have an extra vote, Maryanne? So they were kind of doubting me if I had an extra vote. So I'm like, you see, who's the one with the last laugh? It's me. Ha! So I felt good on that. A little sad that Omer didn't have his vote. But then after, Chanel was just being thrown under the bus by so many people. And then Chanel was also so guarded when she came onto the island. So even though I really wanted to work with Chanel, like Romeo like bonded with me a little bit more from that sense. So I was like leaning more towards like like in my game, I really didn't care about, I kind of came into the merge being like, I don't care who goes home as long as it's not Omer. I don't care. So people were like, oh, Chanel's going to go home. And I'm like, okay, like that sucks. I like Chanel, but like, I really don't care.
Yeah. That's the interesting part of all this, because it's ultimately, you know, you're going to start with, you know, the one group of people that's vulnerable, and then it's going to switch around. And so, that the target's on Chanel. Any other like important or interesting conversations you're having at this point?
Yeah. So at this point, the target was on Chanel. And I remember because Chanel tried to strategize with me on day 13. And I was still living my delusional life. It was day 14 when I really woke up, because I remember Chanel was asking me, how are you feeling? How are you going on? And I was like giving her, oh, the vibe is cool. People are trying to get to know each other. Like, I'll let you know if people are strategizing, blah, 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 blah. And I left that conversation being like, I did so well. She doesn't know anything. And she left it being like, so Maryanne's giving me nothing. So she's not strategizing with me. So this was like the tail end of like when I was like still living my best life. I had the buff on. So like I would talk to Romeo being like, because I really told Romeo, I'm like, Romeo, it's like, I really like you. I'm going to do everything I can do to protect you. It's like, I really want to see you there. Because Romeo was a little bit nervous as well too because like, I think in his perspective, but he can speak on it more, was that he came into the merge with the alliance with like Drea and Roxroy, but then Drea kind of went and found her own people and just kind of like just didn't even talk to Romeo for a bit, I think is kind of the perspective that he had. Of course, I'm not him, so I can't speak for him.
Got it.
So then he was nervous about that as well, too. I loved Tori, and I was very happy Tori was safe, because I really because we had a plan where if things went awry that Tori would be going home, but I genuinely did love, Tori and I just bonded. This was also when she showed me the maggots. We were burning a log in the fire, and then the log was still live, so there were maggots in the log, and they were just kind of because it was burning, they were just all squiggling, and I'm moving around like maggots. And then I hate maggots, and Tori's like, oh my gosh, Maryanne, look at the maggots. And I'm like, I don't want to see the maggots. She's like, no, look. And I literally was like, Tori, I hate you. I hate you so much. So she showed me the maggots. Those days were so fun. We would all be around at the fire in the night, and the maggots sucked. But Hai would give us, we would fall asleep to Hai retelling true crime. So Hai would give us bloody murder, true crime stories, and we're all getting ready to fall asleep. And Hai's like, oh, the lady was found dead in the boot of the car. And I'm like, this is so nice and sweet.
Yeah. Did he memorize podcasts?
Yeah. He would memorize podcasts. And we told him, you need to make a true crime podcast because he's such a great orator. He would memorize true crime podcasts and we would just listen. Yeah.
Okay. That sounds good.
Yeah. And then day 13, like I said, it was so much fun because I feel as if it's when Survivor was 39 days, you had a lot of 3-day cycles.
Yes.
Right? So it's you'd have you'd start to get a little bored. But this was the first time it was the merge. We were just all getting to know each other. There was still, for the big kids, there was a scramble. For us people on the outs, we were just, I'll discuss that later. Let me think about what I'm saying. On day 13, we were going to try to look for crabs and hunting. And then literally, I saw an octopus. And I was like, oh my gosh, it is food. I'm like, I'm like, this is an octopus. So I never used a Hawaiian sling. So I was like, guys, I found an octopus. I don't know how to use a Hawaiian sling. I don't want to lose food. I'm like, can someone kill it for me? I'm like, can anyone kill it for me? Right? And then, so there was someone next to me and they're like, yeah, I'll kill it. I'm like, great. Turns out I got Hai to kill the octopus for me. I made the poor vegan Hai kill the animal for me. So in retrospect, I feel bad, but in my mind, I'm like, this thing needs to be killed. We need to eat it.
Mm-hmm.
So I helped catch an octopus on day 13.
Yeah, where was that in the show?
I don't know where it was, but I was a little bit of a provider.
Maryanne.
Mm-hmm.
Provider Hai.
Yeah, and I would tend to the fire as well. Mm-hmm. I know why that wasn't there. It's because tending a fire isn't really cool.
Yeah, but I mean, do we want to see our winner? Isn't this Natalie White killing the rat?
I was more like Davey with the octopus.
Yes.
I remember the soundtrack when he found the octopus.
Mother, I caught an octopus. Guess what I caught?
I know
an eel or something.
That's the music. If you call back to it, you can fact check me on that.
Right. Yeah. No, I was talking about when he told his mom.
Oh, on his mom and the loved ones. Yes. That was so fun.
Yes.
And then what else? Yes. Also, to future players, if you go into a merge situation and you are like, oh my gosh, the merge is so fluid. There's no majority alliance. We don't really know if there's a plan. You're just going on vibes. You are on the outs. I think one thing, and let's discuss this, Rob. One thing that people don't realize, especially when playing the game, especially super fans who play the game, is you don't realize you are watching and consuming the game as a viewer. So you're able to see all the narratives. When you are in the game, it is so hard to conceptualize that other conversations are going on without you.
Mm-hmm.
It's just something that is just difficult to conceptualize because you have no. It's in the game, it feels like imagining a color that doesn't exist. You don't have that frame of reference, and it's so hard to recognize that in the game. It's so hard. So you become. I've discussed it with a ton of people. You just call it island dumb. Where you'll just go on this island and you'll just become just a dumb version of yourself. Might be the hunger. But there's just so many things that I genuinely was on this island and I genuinely thought that the vote was that this was the most fluid season, that this was a new era, that no one was having making any alliances. I thought it was just based off vibes.
Mm-hmm.
It's so outstanding to me. It's very outstanding to me that I genuinely believe that. I was this is so, and I was well, I'm in the majority. I feel as if people like me. So I'm feeling it felt very season 1-esque for me. Yeah. I was and then I would just be Stacey Powell who's voted off. It was Stacey no. I'm missing a Gretchen who was voted off in the 4111.
Yeah, there was a Stacy in the first season, but that was I don't like to talk about her. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I felt like a Gretchen.
Yes. Yeah. She's like, oh my God, people are playing the game. Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. All right. Should we talk about when Roxroy turned back time?
Yes. Oh my goodness. So Roxroy comes back.
All of a sudden, you are no longer safe.
I know. I was so sad. I put my hair down because I'm like, I'm not going to play. And I can't spell. So I saw that challenge. I'm like, and I have no sense of balance. So that challenge is like the death challenge for me. I was like, thank goodness I'm not playing this challenge. It's like, this is the worst challenge for me ever. I'm not going to do well in this challenge. Then Jeff's like, actually, no, you're playing this challenge. So like, I was already like in the wrong psyche. And like, whew, that challenge was it was very fun.
But like you were doing well.
I did well in the end, but like in the beginning, I had a very rocky start because first what happened was I get my immunity, I get the Y, then I drop my stack because I organized it because it took me so long. Like I kept on having to ask, how do you spell immunity? And I was like, IMNUNITY. And like, they were trying to tell me, no, it's IMM. So it got to a point where they're like, Maryanne, UNITY. Because I just can't. Everyone thought I was throwing the challenge.
Yes.
Yeah, but I wasn't. I can't spell. I have the inability to spell. This is like, and it's so bad because sometimes I spell so poorly, autocorrect can't even save me.
Mm-hmm.
So it was just a nightmare challenge. So I put the Y down, I spell immunity, then I drop my stack, like my pre-made stack. So it makes more sense for me to just drop at 1, which is like Jeff's never seen anything like it because who drops at 1?
Right.
So I drop at 1, get my Y, I fix my stack again, I then go again, and I realized I went all the way there, and I brought the wrong letter. I brought an I instead of a T. So I drop again, and like Jeff is like, what are you doing, Maryanne? Like, are you good? And I'm like, no, I'm not good. I can't spell. But I'm like, so then after that second drop, I'm like, you know what? My goal was just like, I just don't want to drop again. I'm just going to live my best life, and I'm just not going to drop again. And I didn't, and I actually technically got second place.
Yeah, I mean, there is a strategy to that. I think the very first time that we see that challenge is in Ko Rong when Sydney is just like in slow, and Jeff is like making fun of her the whole time. And she's just like slow and steady, and then wins that challenge in season 32. But all right, Tori, your friend, you're like bittersweet, right?
No, I was delusional. So like I was like, it was not bittersweet. I was so happy for Tori because I knew Tori was
only happy.
That I was genuinely only happy. I was so happy for her. Like she was crying. I'm like, Tori, I'm so proud of you. I was so happy because I got second and no one thought I was going to get second. Like it came to a point when I was impersonating Jeff during the challenge. I was like, Maryanne in outer space. Where is she? Everyone's trying to play. Like that challenge was a disaster.
How did Jeff react to that?
Jeff thought it was funny.
Okay.
Like Jeff, he's like, that's actually a good impression. I'm like, no, it's actually pretty bad because I'm horrible at impressions. And then also, I would like do the puzzles and I would like spell immunity every single time that it got to, I was like annoying the other players because I was distracting them. And then it got to a point when Tori was like, Maryanne, just cheat off me. Just look at my letters and cheat off me. Like this needs to stop because we were beside each other. Yeah. So I cheated up for the second half. But yeah, Tori won immunity. And I was so happy for her. And I remember thinking, oh my gosh, I'm so happy Tori won because if Tori lost, it'd be her. But now it's like this is the most delusional thing I've ever thought. I was like, in this game, I always knew who was going home in the pre-merge and in the merge. But now, because Tori won, I don't know what's going on. And this is super exciting for me. Mm-hmm. Little did I know it was me.
Yeah, you didn't know.
Yeah, you didn't know. Because I found out later. Yeah. Oh my goodness, I completely forgot to say something. Let's circle back to the challenge. So, like I said, when I came back to the merge, when we won Applebee's, I wanted to work with Drea. But then what happened is, one thing that wasn't known was at the immunity challenge, when I started to speak about who we're sending to XL or not, Drea actually said, no, Maryanne, she's strategizing, like she's a threat. We shouldn't trust her, so that's why she should be on the bottom. And she said it to the group of the losers. So then after, Omar came up to me and said, hey, don't trust Drea. Don't tell her everything. Because I was planning on telling her just like all our business, all our tea. Mm-hmm. Which is why then I wasn't working as closely with Drea at the merge, even though I was very close with her after the summit.
Shipwheel Island. Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. So, all right. Now, somebody's got to go. And just to reset all of this. And if you listen to my podcast with Omer, we spent a lot of time talking through this vote with Omer.
Mm-hmm.
But the people that are vulnerable are now, to take Tori off the board. Okay, so
Mm-hmm.
it is now either Hi,
Mm-hmm.
Lydia,
Yep.
Jonathan,
Uh-huh.
Lindsay,
Mm-hmm.
or you, right?
Yep, or me.
So 3 tacos, or Hi or Lydia.
Yes. So, coming back to camp, at this point, like I was like, well, no one was saying Hi's name, and everyone kind of wanted to work with Hi. So I'm like, okay, I guess Hi's safe. But some of the people, specifically like Romeo and Chanel, they really wanted to get Jonathan out. So the name that I was hearing at camp was, let's do Jonathan, and then maybe do a split on Lindsay. And I was like, okay, because in my mind, I was like, well, in my mind, in the Taku 4, the role of Jonathan was to be a shield. So it kind of sucked that he was being cut off early, but that was the role in my mind that he's doing. So he had his purpose, whatever. And because in my mind, it's like, whatever, I'm fine with Jonathan leaving. As long as it's not Omer and Omer's safe, I genuinely did not care who went home. So we're strategizing. I'm talking with Hi and Lydia. I'm talking with like Lydia, and they're like and she's like, okay, we're gonna split the votes on Jonathan and Lindsay. I'm like, okay, great. And then I talk to Hi again. Hi's like, oh, we're gonna split the votes on Jonathan and Lindsay. I'm like, great, this is fine. And they're like, are you fine with that? I'm like, it's fine. Like Jonathan, it's like I want to win challenges too. It's like I'm a small person. It's like I want to win challenges. I talked to Romeo. It's like, yeah. And Romeo's like, thanks for protecting me. I'm gonna like let's go. Let's put it on Jonathan and Lindsay. So after all these conversations, I go to Omer, and Omer's like, how are you feeling? And I'm like, you know what? It sucks. Everyone's saying Jonathan. I don't think it's smart for us to save Jonathan with the idol, because then I'll go to Lindsay, and I prefer Lindsay. And I was like, and the benefit is if we get rid of Jonathan, no one will think that us three are working together. And then so Omer looks at me and he's like, Maryanne, everybody is lying. The vote is you tonight. And my stomach at that moment, like it dropped. Like I was like, because I came into the game knowing that I would need like a baseline of truth. So my baseline of truth was Omer. So if Omer would tell me anything, I'd basically believe it. Like he could have like that, because like I couldn't be too paranoid. So he's the one who grounded me. And then so knowing from Omer that people are going and having conversations to try to blindside me, and it's like everything, my whole narrative. I thought I was playing a good game. I thought I was like in the majority and I was safe, but clearly I was doing something wrong. So I remember like asking Omer, it's like, Omer, why is it me? And he's like, that's not important. Like the thing that's important is to keep you safe. And I understood that. But it's like, imagine you're a super fan, you've studied the game, you made a strategy before going into game, you feel as if everything's right, and then everything just crumbles right in front of you, and you know that your life in the game is based on someone else. Mm-hmm. That is the most terrifying moment, because Omer, he told me, Maryanne, I'm going to try to save you, and the way that I'm going to try to save you is I'm going to try to make you keep both your idol and your extra vote, and we're going to try to flip the vote on Lydia. And so Omer told me, if I'm not able to flip the vote, I am going to go and say pineapple pizza at Tribal. If you hear me say pineapple pizza, then you know to play your idol. And he's like, you need to sit down at camp, and you need to not strategize, and you just need to sit down, do nothing, and let me do the rest. And I was like, okay, guess I'm sitting down at camp doing nothing. So after that conversation, I sat down at camp, and I tended the fire until pretty much Tribal. And like that was like, and like, so I was tending the fire, I think, for like a good 4 or 5 hours.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And go ahead.
No, and I know that you cast your vote in that episode, and you were especially nervous, saying that this is like the riskiest thing you had done in the game.
Yes, because not only are you trusting that the person is not only are you trusting that the person is going to try to flip the votes off of you, you need to trust that the information that they're getting is accurate.
Yeah.
So it's like you're trusting you have to trust multiple people. Yeah. And number two is that I wanted to keep my idol. I didn't want to play my idol at the merge. Sure. Right? So then after, it's like I literally have a way that I can get to the merge, and I am choosing not to use it out of trust, which is like seems so stupid, because it's like I really want to go make the merge. I really want to make jury, and it's right there, and I have the means to do so myself. But then I know that if I go and I use this, then it probably burns more bridges and cements me closer to the bottom because I did a bigger move to save myself. Right? Because if Omar used pineapple pizza, none of the blood is on him. All of the blood is on me, but I'm safe. Then I have to trust him to protect me, right? And then that kind of actually circles back to strategic decisions where in the day 5, when Mariah was voted out, people said, oh, why didn't you just throw a vote on Lindsay or throw a vote on someone else just in case Mariah shone the dark hits? And it's like that sort of aggressive gameplay, especially in the beginning when we had an alliance of 4. It is so important. And we thought there was a swap going on, that you go as a strong 4. So let's say I wrote Lindsay's name, and then Mariah shone the dark hits, and then Lindsay goes home. That's great for me. But in the 5 out of 6 scenarios when that does happen and then Lindsay's name is there, I've just shattered the 4. Now no one's going to trust me. So it's like, oh, go ahead.
No, I feel like that's a really good note and something that we talked about with Chanel's game, where Chanel made it like a pretty savvy, smart move of like, okay, well, I'm going to put a vote on Mike here just in case Daniel plays his shot in the dark, and it's like, okay, well, that was really good to think through all those scenarios. But then that vote that was put on Mike really ended up like sticking with Mike and High.
Exactly, where it's like, in some situations, like for example, in Heroes, Healers, Hustlers for Devin, ingenious, because it worked for him.
At the final 5, right.
Yes. So it depends on the moves about that timing. And at least for me, in the final 15, it was not smart for me to split, especially because we felt that there was a swap coming. So if I did that, burnt a bridge, and there's a swap, that immediately makes you go, and you're now able to be like thrown under the bus.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
So now jumping back to day 14 at that tribal, it's like I could have played the idol, but then after if I played the idol, then it's like, oh, Maryanne just played the idol. She's on the bottom. She has this good move. Like, let's get her out next time. Because I'm not winning I knew that like I was probably not going to be winning immunities for a bit.
Now, was it hurtful at all for you to find out that there were people from Taku who had thrown your name out there?
Bro, I didn't even know they were throwing my name until later. So I was living like in my head. It's like I knew that they were throwing my name, but like I wasn't even that mad about it. Yeah. Like after that tribal, which we'll discuss more after we're done this, but like Lindsay and I had a great conversation about just like, oh, like obviously we were rocky then, but now we're solid now. And then it really solidified mine and Lindsay's bond because like Lindsay was like, I see a lot of myself in you when you were younger. You want to make sure that like people aren't misconstruing you. So after, honestly, like I think that tribal really just like solidified our bond and we really were stronger together.
Okay.
But go ahead.
No, so talk about this tribal council.
It was literally a nightmare. It was absolutely disaster, horrible. I'm going into this tribal. I haven't strategized with anyone. Omar told me, you need to vote for Lydia. Then he told me, vote for anyone but Lydia. So that in my head, I'm like, okay, so I'm either going to vote for Jonathan or vote for Lydia. But my fear was that if I voted for Jonathan, I felt as if Jonathan would be frustrated and vindictive if he knew that I wrote his name. And he felt as if I wouldn't trust him. But if I voted for Lydia, then it's like, who told Maryanne that the plan was Lydia? Like, who told her that? So I went into tribal not knowing who I was going to vote for. And I remember being so stressed. So I remember actually praying and being like, God, just tell me who to vote for. So, and then in this moment, walking into tribal, Lydia's torch actually snuffed, right? And so I'm like, well, I guess I'm going to write Lydia's name down. So that's why I wrote Lydia. Like, it was literally just like, yeah. So that tribal, literally, Rob, was a disaster. It was like a Dr. Phil show. It was like I sit down just like
yes.
It was like I sit down and just like, so Maryanne, you're weird. Tell me about that. And then after like I'm chatting, then he's like, Chanel, how do you feel about that? Oh yeah, Tori, how do you feel about that? Romeo, how do you feel about that? Drea, how do you feel about Maryanne? And then after, of course, this is when like Drea and I also had that spat. Oh, I disagree with you.
Yes.
Which was, I'm still confused. Like, I'm still confused about that, where it's like, I don't know what the logic was strategically for that. Like, maybe because, like, in that sense, like, we weren't really working together. So it just seemed very, like, in my perspective, very combative. Like, I thought we were just going to go and agree on a point and move on. But, like, I was giving many openings.
Yes. I feel like because you were saying sort of like, so I guess, we're in essence, we're basically saying the same thing. Andrea's like, no, we're not. We're not saying the same thing. Like, okay, well, I definitely, I thought you were very much conceding. Like, well, I guess, when you say it that way, yeah, I guess, no, we're
she
not.
was very
We're not
firm in her
agreement at all.
convictions.
Yeah.
Very firm in her convictions, and there was that. Then you have the joke of Tori, basically, poor Tori, remember, she's 18 Wheeler, nobody's telling her anything. So Tori, at this point, she has the immunity necklace, and she's like, so Jeff asks about me, and Tori's like, I love Maryanne, I'm never gonna vote for Maryanne, so this is why I want Maryanne to stay. Thinking that, like, maybe it'd sway the votes, because she was just living the best life, in her, like, just being boom, boom, 18 Wheeler, love Tori. So, like, it was so bad. Like, everyone's just talking about me. I'm sitting down, like, pretending, because I have to pretend that everything's all fine and dandy, right? And that's what I even had to do at camp. I remember Mike approaching me and being like, how are you feeling? And I'm like, I don't know, Mike, I'm a little nervous. I might play my idol. And then Mike being like, okay, whatever. And apparently that helped with flipping the vote. Of course, Omer knows more, because my job was just to sit down and be cute all afternoon. But it was the most nerve-wracking feeling ever. Nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
So we go up to vote. I'm like, I guess I'll vote Lydia, because Lydia's torch snuffed. I guess that's a sign. So I write Lydia's name down. I'm like, this is the most risky. I'm like, I can't believe I'm trusting a guy who doesn't even have a vote. Like, this is absolutely asinine. And I have an idol, and I'm probably not even going to use it. I sit down, and then the votes are read. And, like, hearing your vote, your name being read, oh, you know the feeling, Rob. You know the feeling.
Yeah, unfortunately. Because because I don't know what the order was. Because I know for me, it was like, oh, the first one, oh, okay, that's like the one, and then the second one, it's like,
It was a lot of Lydia's were bunched at the end.
Yes. No,
so when I heard
home last.
So when I heard my name first, I was like, I think I'm good. Yeah. I'm like, I'm pretty sure I'm good, because I knew I voted for Lydia, and my Lydia vote didn't come. Yeah. So I'm like, and then I also tried to count numbers, because I think there were 12 of us, so there were 12 of us, but there were 11 votes, so you need 6 to stay. I knew the Taku 4 weren't voting for me. I knew Tori wasn't voting for me. So I'm just like, and I knew Mike wasn't voting for me. So I felt going into Tribal that I was safe, because Mike gave me his word. But it was still literally vomiting, like, stomach up my butt, freaking out, like, so bad. Then it was Lydia. I felt so bad, because I really wanted to work with Lydia. Yeah. Like, I really, really wanted, but it just didn't work out. And that was, like, the saddest one that just did not work out. And, like, we were chatting, we're like, we should have just, like, gone and, like, flipped it to high. But the thing is, at that moment, we didn't want to be dominant in our games. So it was like, I kill her or she kills me.
Yeah. Okay. Well, pour one out for Lydia, who ends up being voted out. Okay. You are finally merged at the final 11.
Yes. And that was so funny coming back to camp.
Why?
Because we go back to camp, and then, people are like, oh, blah, 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 like, who'd you vote for? Yada, yada, yada. And I told everyone, I'm like, everyone, it's like, I voted for Lydia. I prayed to God. And then Lydia's torch snuff. So that's why I voted for Lydia. And everyone's like, how the action, because everyone thought I voted for Lindsay. So they thought that I was the Lindsay vote. And then, so I'm saying the story, and, people are like, does she think that we believe this? Like, does she think that she actually managed to stumble on the plan? Because people didn't know the only person who knew I was in on the plan, I think the only person who knew I was in on the plan was Omer. But, like, he even didn't believe me, because Omer explicitly told me not to vote for Lydia. Yeah. So he's like, okay, like, I know she voted for Lindsay, but that makes sense, because I told her not to vote for Lydia or for Jonathan. So who else was she going to vote for? Right? Yeah. But I genuinely voted for Lydia. I think the only person who took me as, like, face value was Tori. And Tori's like, God is so good. And I'm like, yes, Tori, God is good, mind you. But, like, I'm like, Tori, God is so good.
Yeah, God was better to you than to Tori.
Yeah, I know. God did have a vested interest in Survivor, Rob.
Yeah, good. Well, I'm happy for you. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But it was so funny, because every single person's like, yeah, well, we all know Maryanne voted for Lindsay. But even when I had my conversation with Lindsay, I'm like, I promise you I didn't vote for, I voted for Lydia. It's like, I would never vote for Jonathan without agreeing as a Taku 4, because the day when the day when Lydia went home, Lindsay actually came up to me because she knows I like running numbers. And then Omar explicitly told me, do not say Lydia's name. But Lindsay's like, Maryanne, you need to strategize. How can we keep me and Jonathan safe? So the only name I could offer out was Lydia. So I was very cagey in strategy. So it just seemed very skeevy, and I skeeved her out, which is why she wanted to go and target me. Because it's like, why is Maryanne acting like this? Because she doesn't know that I know the plan is me.
Mm-hmm.
But so she just thinks that I'm being sus because I think the plan is her and Jonathan.
Yeah.
So it was like a very big miscommunication. So we were discussing about that, and I was like, I told her, I'm like, I'm never gonna be like, I would never vote for Jonathan, like outside of the talk before if we didn't agree upon it. And so she was just confused because she knew I was being genuine, but she's like, why is she not owning up to voting for me? I know that she voted for me, and I think that nobody knew that Roxroy voted for Lindsay until after the game.
Yeah.
So there's just this random Lindsay vote, and everyone thought it was me. And they're like, wait a second, Maryanne was telling the truth.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I've been saying.
And could you just say that you actually know how to spell Lindsay?
Yes, I do. Lindsay. Lindsay.
Yeah.
I know how to spell Lindsay. Lindze. Z-E.
I don't even think there was a D. I think it was
Linze. Lindsay? No, there's no way. I knew how to spell Lindsay's name. Come on.
Yeah, she's on your tribe the whole season. Yeah.
I know.
Mhm.
I know. I think one of the funniest things. Yeah. But that day, I remember because at first, Tribal literally stressed. It was a Maryanne tell all Dr. Phil. Then happy that I made the merge. Then I remember coming back to Tribal and just being so dejected. Like, this was rock bottom. I know I'm in the minority. I have a feeling that the reason why I'm in the minority is because of Drea. Because remember at that time, Omar said, oh, Drea said something that put you on the bottom. I know that Hyde's in the majority. And at this point, I'm sitting down and I'm like, wow, why does no one want to work with me? Why does no one like me? Like, what did I do wrong? It's like, I must have done something wrong. Like, and then that was, I think, one of the lowest points in the game for me. And I remember even thinking, Omar, I'm just going to be Omar's goat to the end. He's just going to tell me when to use my extra vote or when to use my idol. And I'm just going to be hurted by Omar. No one's going to respect me as a player. And then I'd just be like, no one wants to work with me as a player. So I felt as if there was literally like that. Like, I felt at that moment that my game was tanked, that there was just nothing going on for me. That I was just like, well, like, I guess this is it. Like, bah.
All right. So at the final 11, you draw one of the gray rocks, right? You're gonna.
Yes.
You're sitting out of the challenge, and then you have no shot to win for the reward for PB&J. But Drea ends up switching with you, and she ends up on the sit-out bench and ends up getting the secret advantage. Now, could you just take us through your reaction to Drea taking your spot?
Yeah, so I personally actually felt that there was something hidden on the bench. So when I got the gray rock, I was actually very pleased because I could take time to look for that advantage. But Drea genuinely hates peanut butter and jelly. Like, she hated it. Like, I don't even think she took a bite when we all got to take a bite of the reward. And then, so what happened was, I was like, Dre's like, oh, I'll switch with you. And I'm like, no, it's fine. I'm like, I'm not feeling well. I don't want to bring the tribe down. It's all good. Then after, everyone started encouraging me, Maryanne, swap. Maryanne, Drea's giving you a chance. Maryanne, just play. So I was like, oh, like, you can't be like, no, I'm not playing, everyone. I'm sitting out. Because at this point, remember, I have very little social capital because I'm on the bottom. Right. So I was like, I guess I'll go and I'll trade. And I hate heights, Rob. I hate heights. This was great. I didn't want to jump off of that. That was the worst. Ugh. Yeah, so I had to run the challenge. And then because we had Romeo, who's a weaker swimmer, and Omar, who's a weaker swimmer, and then Lindsay and Hy were going to be our retrievers at the ball, that made me the anchor. So I had to be the anchor, so I couldn't even hesitate about swimming. Like, I'm a decent, when the water isn't trying to kill me, I'm a decent swimmer. Yeah. So I was fine being an anchor. So Tori and I were actually the anchor in that competition. Tori and I, we were having so much fun. We were like pretending to like compete with each other, be like, I'm going to get you. And we had so much time. And I remember climbing up the barge and being so much, because I'm like, why are you climbing up? Rob, why do we have to climb up a barge? We're climbing up just to jump down. What's the point? Why couldn't we just jump from the lower level? Yeah. Why do we have to climb up? Like,
people like challenges.
People love beautiful swan dives from Lindsay and Jonathan. Yes. That was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. And we all kind of just stopped to look at each other and we're all like, we're not doing that.
Yeah.
But I remember climbing up and literally be like, God, give me strength. God, give me strength. And like
How high?
crying.
How high is it?
I don't know how high it was, but it was too high.
Too high.
It was too high.
Yeah.
But like the thing is, even before going to play Survivor, I actually practiced jumping off bridges. Like I bridge jumped.
Oh my God.
So like, yeah, because I hate heights. So a friend actually is like, hey, do you want to go like over like an hour away and like jump off this bridge? And I'm like, sure. Like this is good practice.
If your friend says go jump off a bridge, you're gonna go do that?
I did jump off a bridge with my friend. Yeah. I think this is the first time my mom will find out I bridge jumped. Sorry, Mom.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it wasn't like the only time that I've jumped off something super high, but it was the high. Like, so I think the bridge was maybe about as high as that, but it was terrifying. And even the second level, like I also jumped, I also screamed going down because I hate heights. But what they didn't show is that Tori had like a lead when she left, but I actually caught up to Tori for a bit. So like I'm a strong swimmer. Even when and everyone thought it was funny when I screamed on the way down because I hate heights, but everyone knew I hated heights.
Okay. So it's the final 11. People are gonna get some PB&J. Drea gets the advantage. I asked this in the exit interview, but when Tori spotted the red paint, that to you, didn't really stand out. You two thought she was making a fake idol.
Yes. So we thought she was making a fake idol because who would be like, oh my goodness, someone has red paint on their arm. You know what it is? They must have stuck their hand in a vial of red paint to get an advantage that was hidden. That's what they did. Yeah. So we thought that there was that Drea was making like a fake idol or something. And then that's why she had paint on her arms.
Yeah.
So, and then we tried to use it. So we really tried to use it to be like, we shouldn't trust Drea. Drea's scheming. She's scheming. But Tori and I had very little, especially until day 15, like day 16 before the challenge. Like we had very little value. People didn't really like it was I'm so thankful that I had Tori for those like 2 days because it was so isolating.
Yeah.
Because Omar came to me after Tribal and he's like, okay, I'm still with you, but I cannot be seen with you. So like he wouldn't speak to me. Mike didn't speak to me. Jonathan didn't speak to me. Lindsay would speak to me briefly. Like I just wasn't spoken to. And it's like, and I was chatting as well too, where I knew the reason why I wasn't being spoken to. And that reason was because I was on the bottom. And Tori knew the reason why people weren't speaking to her is because Tori was on the bottom. But the thing is with Chanel was on the bottom, but she still had people who were still still fake strategizing with her. So she was still getting that ostracization from the tribe, but not understanding why, because she had people who said they were their number one, who she trusted, right? So then after chatting, that can bring a lot of cognitive dissonance because it's like people are saying that I'm good, but I'm still feeling isolated. Why am I feeling that? When at least for Tori and I, we had each other where we could just go back and forth, be like, we always used to joke around, look at each other and be like, the bottoms never looked so cute, right? And we had so much fun, like, because we had each other at least we had each other on the bottom.
Yeah.
Like we had each other.
So I'm wondering, like, sort of like in the dynamics of the tribe, is it better to be like where you and Tori are, where nobody's telling you anything, but nobody's telling you the fake plan? Like nobody's like stringing you along with the fake plan. Like that's like when you're on your way out the door, that's when people are talking to you, but they're telling you the wrong thing. It's better to not be getting any information.
So if you have to be on the bottom,
yes,
the best position was Tori and I's position. Because right now, because the thing is, Romeo was still trying to strategize because, of course, Romeo was on the bottom, but like, which was like it was just Romeo's place to the bottom was just a very, very interesting narrative. Because number one, Romeo came in and then there was no reason strategically why Romeo should have been placed on the bottom because he had very good like bonds with Ika, right? So typically the people who are placed on the bottom at the merge are people who don't have a lot of good bonds with their tribe because they don't have anyone to go to bat for them. But then Romeo was placed on the bottom. And then after, of course, like Romeo's getting paranoid because he is on the bottom. And it's like which came first, the chicken or the egg, right? So you're going back and forth. Yeah. So you're going back and forth where like, of course, when I came back to like, I think that at least in my perspective, losing the challenge for Romeo really took a hard hit. And then also that loss of control was really hard because I think Romeo is very good with one-on-one bonds and there's so many bonds that you have to control and navigate. So then after that could be a hustle. Then also not knowing you're safe can really cause paranoia because it's like, I'm not safe. My number one Drea isn't talking to me. Like, what's next for me? right? But then after, but then you see Tori and I had like at least like 2 or 3 good days when we're like, oh my goodness, like we're safe. So we had each other. So like that could like calm down the paranoia. But like, so, but for us, June, like no one would tell us anything. But Tori and I would go very deep into strategy. It was like, I remember like Tori and I would go about like our final 8 plans. Like we'd plan about like our targets, who's next. And like, which is so funny because we had no agency,
Mhm.
none.
Yeah.
It was like playing, it was playing like big kids. Like we would strategize being like, I think we should go for this. Like we both wanted to target Drea, but like we're just like, but she wanted to target Drea earlier. I'm like, I don't think we should target her earlier. I'm like, I think we should target her at like final 7, final 8. You got a bit of a tail end of that conversation when she asked me how I feel about Drea. Like, yeah. So like I said, the point is Tori was my rock. She was my BFF, my island bestie. We were the little kids who were like kicked out because I was the youngest starting from the merge because Lydia got voted out, and then it was Tori who was 1 year older than me. The next was Jonathan, which is still a big gap. So we bonded so well.
Yeah. So in this round, also we're gonna have the rice negotiation, and this was a moment in the season where you like I forget who the first 2 people were to say it was Drea and who was Lindsay. They set up, and then you made a big plea to the tribe, and I'm not sure if there were some waterworks shed, but then you gave a confessional.
Yes.
You said. Yes, I don't want to misquote you, but I believe it was to the effect of not me using emotional manipulation as a weapon.
Yeah. So coming into the merge, I was very frustrated and sad that I was on the bottom and had no agency. So my focus was to get my biggest goal in the merge was I knew that Taku was going to protect me, but I really wanted to have that agency. So I kind of knew that like Hai was like the head of the alliance. So I knew that the person that I really had to get into with the alliance was Hai. So my plan was I knew that Hai was someone with like I didn't know who would bite, like, but I knew that Hai is like from someone is very empathetic person. I knew that Mike was a very empathetic person. And then so my plan actually before we went into the immunity challenge was at tribal, I was gonna do the Hail Mary and cry and pretend that like I'm not safe and that I'm so scared and I wish someone would save me. But so what happened was at the immunity challenge, when we had 2 people go and sit out, I was like, this is such a great opportunity. I can be the third and let me do this here instead. So one thing is actually before the game, one of the things that I tried to practice is I tried to practice crying on command. Because I knew that like I'm an emotional person, I can get myself worked up. So if I'm able to cry on command, that's a skill that I might be able to use.
How do you practice that?
So what I do is that to practice crying on command, what I would do is that I would try to go and watch like there's this movie. The main movie that I watched is like, have you ever watched the Netflix movie Over the Moon?
No.
Okay. Maybe you should
tell Chappelle about this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's actually really good. It's a really good movie. But
I don't want to cry on the podcast.
Yeah, okay, that's true. But there was this there's this song because it's a musical movie that's basically about like a mother singing to her daughter, and it's something that's like very emotional. So like what I would do is that I would play that song and then really try to like feel the feel the moment and feel the memories that would make me emotional, and then I would try to remember exactly how like those feelings felt so that I would start to tear up and get sad. So like, really get into the moment of like when I watched it the first time. So I'd start to cry on command. So first I'd have to sing the song to get myself to cry. Then I'd phase into like, I don't have to like think about the song to get to cry. Then I'd be able to like slowly and surely get myself to cry on command without having to do the So
yeah, I think I would think about the 2006 and 2007 Mets seasons.
You see, I don't sport.
Yeah,
so I'm guessing it was bad.
Yeah, that was that. A little very in probably 2008 too. But yeah, but that's good. I never really attempted to hone that skill.
Yes, so that's what I would use. So, but the thing what I used in that moment is so it was good because I was basically crying after after Lydia's tribal. So I would pull from those emotions and feelings that I felt at that day. And I remember like going and having that plea, being like, oh, this is a good way to get the 4th person. It makes people feel like it's like I'm a kicked dog, right? I'm just like a dog, like crying about it, just like super sad, which is kind of funny because like, I literally had an idol and so many people knew I had an idol. So it's like she could just save herself. But that wasn't the point. The point was I really wanted to get someone to go and feel bad. And the funniest thing was, I remember thinking and talking, because I'm someone, I can think a lot when I'm speaking. And I was speaking, like saying my plea, and I was like, I literally am not crying enough. I'm like, this is so fake. There's not enough tears, Maryanne. Like, you need to cry more. You need to cry more. Like, get the tears going. Like, and I was so mad because I was like, I should have practiced crying on command more, because I just thought it wasn't a good act. Because I really wanted to like to have tears and crying. So the person who sat out was Omer, which I was fine with. I hoped that it would be someone who was like more in the majority, because that's who I was literally targeting. I was like, please, if you're in the majority and know you're safe, please sit out. And like I was staring down high. I was staring him down.
Mm-hmm.
But Omer sat out, which is fine too. But after that immunity challenge, which Tori won again, love Tori, so happy for her. Sorry. After that immunity challenge,
Mm-hmm.
Hai came up to me. It was me and Lindsay at the fire, and Hai came up to me being like, Maryanne, I don't know, like, I'm so sorry that you feel that way. Like, that's just such a hard way to feel. I'm so sorry. And then after, I'm just like, I'm like, it's fine. It's just like, I want to play this game and no one's playing, and it makes me feel so bad. So then Hai's like, don't worry, I'll let you go into the majority. It's like the plan. And then he's like, I want to work with you. Like, I really want to work with you. And I'm like, literally, thank you so much for including me, Hai. Thank you. Like, I feel so blessed. So Hai told me that the plan was Romeo. And then, so I'm like, thank you so, so much, Hai. I feel so great. So Hai left. Then Lindsay looked at me and she's like, Maryanne, do you really feel that way? And I'm like, no. I'm like, I know that. I was like, I know y'all are protecting me, but it's like, I don't want you, but I was like, I don't want just you to have to protect me. I want to be able to be like self-sufficient. And she's like, cool, great.
Yeah.
So then at that time, Omer actually came up to me and said, the plan's actually Chanel, just letting you know, but just vote for Romeo so like it doesn't seem like, so Omer was feeding me information.
Yeah.
So at that time, I knew it was Chanel. So, and during this whole scramble, what was happening during this whole scramble? Tori wanted to go and put the votes on either Drea or Hai. And she was like, me, Omer, Chanel, Romeo, me, Omer, Chanel, Romeo herself, and then pull in like one more or two more could go and like so blindside one of the majority members, which it's like for Tori that made sense. But for me, I was just getting my foot in the door.
Yeah.
So I was super excited because so like, and like she felt that like Omer was on the bottom because he was pretending to be on the bottom. But I knew he wasn't on the bottom. And then I also was like finally getting my foot in the door. So like we're all like to Tori, like it's not us. So like Tori was frustrated because she's like, why are these people not playing? Like why? Like because I would always chat with Tori and Tori's like, let's do this big move. And I'm like, Tori, no, let's not do this big move because it was good for Tori's game. But like with my game of trying to really be in the middle, It wasn't good for it. So that was like, so we were talking back and forth, and Tori, you know, she's the therapist, so she's so great. She's like, thank you, Maryanne, for thinking this. And then she'd be like in confessional, I hate this. Why is no one doing anything?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So, and then after, right before Tribal, Hai actually came up to me. He's like, Maryanne, I just want to let you know the plan changed to Chanel. I wanted to let you know this, right? And then I was like, Hai, thank you so much for telling me. Do you still want me to vote for Romeo? Do you want me to flip my vote to Chanel? I'll do whatever you want. And he's like, no, just keep your vote for Romeo. But he's like, but still act shocked so no one knows that I'm giving you this information. I'm like, of course, Hai. Thank you so much for letting me in on the plan.
Mm-hmm.
So, and is there anything else that happened small? Yeah, I didn't really chat with Romeo in that plan. Like, I think I was just telling Romeo, like, I'm pretty sure it's Chanel. I didn't really chat with strategy with Chanel after I iced her out, and she knew I iced her out on day 13. So, and it was day 16. But this is actually when, because we made the tribe flag the day before on day 15, but we made the front, but we didn't paint the back. And I remember on day 16, that's when we put the turkey hands, because we all did turkey hands, and that was my idea, because Kula Kula's a bird. Kula's a bird. They wanted to double up for Kula Kula. I thought that was dumb. But like I wasn't going to say that's dumb. Let's just do Kula, which is why it's Kula Kula. Whatever. But it worked so well. Like Taku, Vati, Ika, Kula. Mm-hmm. Why are you adding a second Kula? Why are you ruining it? They ruined it. They ruined it, Rob. There we go. You've lost me for a bit. Am I back?
You're good.
Okay. So, yeah, I was just ranting about the tribe. It should have been just Kula.
One word is fine. One word is fine.
I told Omer, and Omer's now like, you know what? You are right. I am right, Omer. Mm-hmm. That's why I won. No, I'm playing.
Okay. So what were we saying? So then there was something else very important happened.
The turkeys. I put turkeys on the tribe flag. And it was so hard because not everyone finished their turkey hands before immunity ended. And I had to be like, everyone just stop scrambling and put this on. before like this is
Right.
ending, because Chanel didn't put her hand on. I'm like, no, we need to have Chanel put her
Chanel,
hand on. We
we
have
need you to
everyone.
get your hands before tribal tonight. Don't
No,
ask why.
No, other people. Mike didn't have his hand on, so I helped Mike paint his hand like the American flag. So he painted his hand like the flag. So like we really had a very good flag. It was such a good flag.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's talk about the final 10, because obviously very important round of the game for you. Were you suspecting that they were going to do 2 tribes of 5, and did you feel like that was beneficial to you in your position?
So actually, the day of that tribal, I remember going and sitting down with Jonathan and be like, Jonathan, like looking at the dates, it's probably going to be a split tribal sometime soon. I thought it was going to be a 2-day cycle. That one was actually a 1-day cycle. Right. So I was like, I think it's going to be a split tribal at the final 10. So we need to be prepared for that. Mm-hmm. So I actually thought about it. I'm not sure if I told anyone else. I know I told Jonathan. So he at least knew that what was going on. Specifically for my game, if I thought the final 10, like the split tribal was good, I feel as if it was very neutral towards my game. And the reason why I feel as if it was neutral towards my game is I felt as if like I was starting to really get inroads with like the majority alliance. But the only issue with it would be there were some bad combinations for me where I could have gone home, but the combinations, there were very few. Like I think if it was like me, Mike, Romeo, like me, Mike, Drea, Hi, and maybe Omer, that would have been really bad.
Yeah.
Like, so like, but I felt as if like in retrospect, if there was a good split tribal, like I'd be safe in a lot of those combinations.
Okay. All right. But you probably had to feel very happy with how this ultimately split, because you're with 3 Taku. You've Jonathan is on your side in terms of winning the reward, and your buddy Tori.
Oh my goodness, I felt so good because it was 3 Taku plus Tori. I remember being like, now is my time to avenge myself. Drea, you are going home. Like, I was so gung-ho. Like, I was always like I was like, Drea, you are going home. It's going to be a great blindside. I'm going to feel vindicated. This is going to be so good. Like, I was so excited. I was so excited.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, can you just talk us through this day?
Yeah, so before the day actually came, so Hai reached out to me again, and Hai's like, hey, I just want to let you strategize. So the way that Hai would strategize with some people would be very interesting, where he came up to me and he's like, Maryanne, he's like, I know you have an idol. I'm not going to say how I know you have the idol, but I know you do. Don't worry. Because what happened was after when Chanel got voted out, she said that me and Drea had idols. Yes. So like it was very public knowledge then. So then after he's like, I know you have an idol. I'm not going to say how I know, but it's fine. There's somebody who's trying to get you, to scare you, to play your idol, but we're not going to go. That is not the plan. I'm not going to tell you who that person is, but we're going to protect you. After tribal, I will let you know who to vote for. Do you trust me? And I was like, yes, Hai, I trust you. Thank you so much for all the information.
Mm-hmm.
But then I think there was other conversations and chats. So I figured out that the person who Hai was targeting was probably Roxroy. And then I also know that at that final 10, that Omer wanted to go for Romeo. So personally, like I was like very like neutral on either or. I would have been fine with Roxroy going or Romeo going if it was the traditional final 10 vote.
Yeah. We haven't talked a lot about the secret phrase idols and sort of you getting together at the merge. What kind of conversation did you have with Drea and Mike about the idols at this point? Now that between the 3 of you, that okay, we're the 3 people with the idols.
Yeah. So the conversation was so funny because we're like, did you tell anyone about your idol? And we're all like, no, nobody knows about our idol. It's just us. Like, it's just us 3, a secret between us 3. Right. And then we kind of had an agreement, basically being like, hey, we'll look out for each other. If like we need the idol, like we'll make sure to try to keep each other safe. But it was very just like a one-off conversation. I feel as if like after that conversation, I bonded more with Mike because Mike and I, like Mike was like a father to me on the island. Like I'm BFFs with, I genuinely liked Mike. Mike liked me. We would always be the first people to wake up at camp. So we'd sleep in different places. So we'd wake up and we'd always wave hello.
Yeah, I know he hasn't even really come up at all. 3.5 hours into this conversation, but in the
Yeah.
show, it seems like that you don't really have much of a working relationship up until that final 6 vote. Had you been
Yes.
closer than the show portrayed?
So we were close personally. So we were very personally close, but like a lot of times we'd sometimes chalk strategy with each other. But I feel like the only time when I really like we were always kind of on the same side of the vote, so we would never really talk strategy with each other. We'd have like proxies. The only time that I really started to talk with strategy with Mike would be the final 7, but I can discuss that a little bit
Sure,
later.
when we get there.
But but we had a relationship that we were cultivating since then.
Okay. All right. So, all right, you're with your group now. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so that it seems like that the Taku group is all pretty much on the same page. Okay, it's going to be Drea. However, that Jonathan now is feeling like he's driving, and Jonathan says, okay, we're gonna tell Drea that it's gonna be you because you have an idol.
The final 10 vote on our side was the most strategically complex vote and for no reason.
Mm-hmm.
So what happened was we come out, I'm kind of targeting Drea, and then after Jonathan's targeting Drea, which is great too. Tori also was targeting Drea. So in my mind, I'm like, we tell Tori it's Drea, we tell Drea it's Tori, then me, Jonathan, Lindsay, we figure out the rest.
Seems
Right?
very straightforward.
That's what Lindsay and I were thinking. So Jonathan comes up to me and Jonathan's like, Maryanne, you're gonna be the decoy vote. So we're gonna tell Drea that it's you, and we're gonna tell Tori that it's you, but we're gonna tell them that it's also not you. We're gonna tell them that it's each other. Um I'm still very confused about that vote. And then so at that point I'm just like, okay, whatever. So what happened actually is that me, Tori, all separately, like with different conversations, but Drea, me, Tori, and Lindsay, we all heard about Jonathan's plan. And so Drea's like, Maryanne, like Jonathan's saying, let's vote for you. I'm not gonna vote for you. And then after Tori's like, Maryanne, Jonathan said the plan is you. It's obviously not gonna like everyone knows I'm not writing your name down. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know what he's like, whatever. I don't know what he's thinking.
Mm-hmm.
But then, so it came in that sense where I think Drea, I'm not sure who, I think Drea actually thought that Jonathan was going to vote for me. But I think that Drea was saying, Jonathan, like they tried to tell me, Drea, Jonathan is going to vote for you, but I'm not going to vote for you. Let's go and vote for Tori. Me, you, and Lindsay vote for Tori. So I think that she thought also Tori might have been voting for me, or either Tori was going to vote for her.
Yes.
And then, but the center of it all was me and Lindsay, because Lindsay, I knew Drea was going to vote for Tori probably, and Tori was so gung ho on Drea. Jonathan was going to vote for Drea, and then so it was between me and Lindsay trying to figure out who we're going to vote for. So at this point, I was like, I really want Drea out because at this point, I heard that Drea was targeting me a couple of times. I heard it from Omer, I heard it from Romeo, and then after, like a lot of times, Drea wouldn't strategize with me when Tori was like my number one, my bestie on the island, and I felt as if I went with her in the end, I'd have a decent chance at beating her, and we worked very well. So I really wanted to go and like keep Tori. But then what we realized is at that split tribal, all the women were in one tribe. It was 4 women and Jonathan was safe, which meant that there'd only be 3 women left in the game after that tribal. So Lindsay really wanted to work more with Drea because at this point they had the amulet, which I didn't know about.
Right.
But Lindsay was like, oh no, Drea's more in the inn. She's like, that's another strong woman that we can work with. So let's go for Tori. Right. But I really wanted to go for Drea. So at this point, so now this is what we have. We have Tori and Jonathan, who's gonna vote for Drea. We now have Drea and Lindsay who are gonna vote for Tori. So in this moment, I was the swing vote. And this is where it was disaster. So I told Jonathan and Lindsay, okay, cool. Like I'm good for voting for Tori. Tori's going home. So then after like we came into the tribal thing, like we were discussing in the day, yeah, Tori's going home, it's fine. But then after I was like, wait a second, I don't want Tori to go home. It's like I want to do my own thing. And it's also I knew that Omer wanted to keep Tori in the game. So I was like, no, I want Drea to go home. So then I talked to Lindsay. I'm like, Lindsay, I feel as if I'm not being listened to strategically. I really want Drea to go home. And Lindsay's like, that's fine. I'm still gonna vote for Tori. You can vote for whoever you want. She's like, I respect whatever you do, because like we had a very good working relationship. So then at this point now, Jonathan thinks I'm still voting for Tori. Lindsay thinks I'm voting for Drea. And so Drea's going home. But then 5 minutes before Tribal, I was a mess. I flipped again because I was like, well, if I go and Drea's voted out, this means that the Taku for me, Lindsay, Jonathan, and Omar, obviously we're going to have to go and really stick our heads out and be like, hey, this is our time to play. We're fighting. And I didn't want to go and have to go for an all-out war at the final 8. I felt that was a little bit too early for my game, especially since like I was really making inroads with like that majority alliance where they weren't really looking at me, where I could coast a little more. So I was like, I'm not actually going to go for Drea. I'm going to go for Tori because at that point I'm like, I still have Omar, I still have Lindsay, and it sucks to lose Tori, but it's fine. So going into Tribal, it was going to be me, Drea, and Lindsay voting for Tori.
Okay.
Tori and Jonathan voting for Drea. Jonathan and thought that I was going to be voting for Tori. Jonathan thought I was going to be voting for Drea. Tori thought I was going to be voting for Drea going in. And then Lindsay thought I was going to be voting for Drea. So a lot of people, going in, I was the only one in the know because I was in the flip and I knew Tori was going home.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone else thought it was probably going to be Drea going into that Tribal.
Okay.
So when we went into that Tribal, a mass majority of people thought that Drea was going to be going home.
Why couldn't you tell Lindsay that you were going to vote for Tori?
Literally not enough time.
Okay.
Like I tried finding Lindsay, I couldn't find her, and we had to go to Tribal.
Okay.
And then I couldn't, the way that we were sitting, I wasn't able to like communicate that to her.
Okay. Of course, very big moment in the season that's about to unfold. Mm-hmm. Can you talk us through how this tribal council changes when Roxroy is now on the jury?
Of course. So I walk into Tribal, and at this point, like I still feel a little bad about.
You already gave us Drea's monologue.
Yes.
She observes. Yes.
She does observe.
Yes.
That's you're thinking of the wrong Tribal.
Oh, wrong. Okay.
Yeah, that was in the final 7.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. I was there. I remember walking in and being like, oh, should I vote for Tori? Because I was like feeling, because my thing about voting for Tori, I was like, am I really doing what's right for my game? It's like, am I playing someone else's game by voting for Drea? But when I walked into Tribal and saw that Roxroy was there, I felt very at peace with voting out Tori. Because I was like, okay, it's like Roxroy's there. I wouldn't feel comfortable voting out Drea personally. So it's like, this is a sign. It's like, Tori's meant to go home. This sucks. But like, I was very at peace with the decision. But, so like, I was like very resigned for voting Tori out. But remember, when we go in here, a lot of people think that it's going to be Drea. Lindsay thinks that it's Drea. Drea sees Roxroy and feels that something isn't right. And then Tori thinks I'm going to be voting Drea out as well. So there was this kind of like shift in the Tribal, in the theater that is Tribal, that it is going to be Drea, because that's what a lot of people think the plan is.
Okay.
So then Drea was very distraught at the Tribal, where she was very closed off and wouldn't discuss. Roxroy being voted off was a shock to her, which I think it's because I know that from my understanding, I know that like Drea might have heard Rox's name going around, but maybe like, you always think, oh, why am I going to strategize when I can strategize after Tribal? So I feel as if it's like having that loss of power, not being able to strategize after Tribal might have been hurtful for her as well too, where it's like, oh, I should have done something more. I should have done something, where it's like, she could have felt that she was a part of the perpetuating problem as well too, that might have made her really shut down. Mm-hmm. So then after just seeing her shutting down, and then when Drea said, I'm going to play my idol, it's like Tori said, oh, you don't need to play your idol. But I also told Drea that she didn't need to play her idol because she didn't. But then after, when she asked Lindsay, should I have played my idol tonight? Lindsay said yes, because in Lindsay's mind, Drea was the one going home. Mm-hmm. Right? So then after that, like that validated Drea's feelings. And then also too, in Drea's mind, because of the plan that Jonathan had with the split vote, she's thinking that it would be me going home as well too. So
Right.
even if she plays her idol, that there's still going to be an issue. It's still going to be someone else who's Black at tribal. So in this moment, it's like I really saw, like I understood it, because like as a, so for me, it's like I might have not have been so emotional in the beginning, because I knew that the pattern wasn't going to continue when entering that tribal. But a lot of people, like, but Drea did not have that privilege of that knowledge to go and do that. So she was trying to go and and like make that solution in the way that she saw best.
Mhm.
And then also, once you start these conversations about race, since it was brought up, then by default, we had to play our idols. Because a lot of times people would be like, oh, you're going to talk about race. People, so the reason why you moved forward is because people, you felt uncomfortable voting you out after talking about these things. And as a Survivor fan, it's like, I didn't want that narrative stuck to me. That's not something that I wanted. It's like, even playing the game, I was very comfortable talking about race when I was going in, but like, even like a part of me was still so frustrated that I had to have that conversation, because I know once you talk about race for the rest of my life, for the rest of my Survivor career, that's always going to be the way that people associate with me with, you know? And there's always going to be naysayers that are going to invalidate how I did because of that conversation, whether it's true or not. And, you know, that doesn't hurt me, because the amount of positivity that I've gotten from people is outstanding. The amount of people who have reached out is so outstanding. The amount of people who have like messaged me being like, Maryanne, like, I came into Survivor thinking that it's just a game, but like for once, like I actually thought about what you were saying, and then I actually changed my perspective. Or people being like, I've shown my children this conversation about race, and this has been such a good way to go and discuss this. Or people being like, I've seen the show, and it's like, you've made me feel comfortable to go and apply, because this is something which I've seen in the pattern, and people are seeing this pattern break it. Those are such positive things, right? But like, of course, it's like these are positive things, but the buzz and the noise can get annoying. And I knew that there would always be buzz and noise. There's always going to be support, but then there's always going to be negative things. But right, like, but I said, I'm looking at the support, and being able to go and talk about things that I've seen as a viewer that made me feel like some sort of way a little bit uncomfortable was so powerful. Because I remember watching Island of the Idols and just seeing the way that Jamal talked about the Durag conversation. And that was so powerful, because I like to believe that everyone has good intentions, but people just need to be taught because of different cultures. That was so powerful. Or one of the most powerful things that I've ever seen, ever. And like, I have so much respect for him is from Survivor Samoa, when Jason was talking about when what's his name, when Ben was saying those things about Yasmin,
Yes.
and how Jason's like, if you do not vote him out, I will quit. This is what, like, this is an issue. No one should be treated that way. I'm going to quit this game. It's like, I have so much respect, because I don't know if I have the mental fortitude to do that. And it's like, to know that like I could go and like stand and like have that discussion with the tribe. Because I remember, like I said also, that my biggest fear in the game was that I would see something that's an injustice for me, and I'd move on out of fear.
Yeah.
And I was like, and it's like, when you go and you talk about race, it's like, you know that you're going to get negativity. And then also, you know that when you don't know how your tribe mates will go and reflect upon it. And then also, it's like, there's so many other ways as well too, where it's like, I had the ability to, like, Drea was shut down in that conversation, but because it's a heavy conversation, but she had me as an ally to go, and like also as a Black woman to go and discuss and talk, and we could talk and bounce together, right? But there's other issues and other people where it's like, for example, I discussed it where Omar is the first Muslim at the time that we knew, because Nasir is also Muslim,
Yeah.
to make the merge. There might be issues that Omar sees, but Omar doesn't have those allies, like those people to go and really and bounce back to. There were very few Indians on the show. I think there's been 3, and that started at season 39. So it's like, when we have these conversations, it's like, my hope and my wish is that like, when we have these conversations, the doors open, yes, for my experience, but there's so many other people's experiences where they haven't had that platform to speak about it. They haven't been able to discuss. And in those situations, I hope that I'm not the one talking. I get to be the ally. I get to listen. I've talked again to Lindsay, and I've talked to Tori so much, and I've given them so many things and so much grace, because for them, because Drea and I talked about race, this meant that, and because we played our island, because we talked about race, this meant that either or of them were going home. Either Tori was going home, or either Lindsay was going home. And we are all super fans, and we all love this game. We love this game. We want to be here. And imagine sitting down being Lindsay and being Tori and seeing, Drea and I are going through our own things, which are totally okay. But because we're going through our own things, you're affected and your game is affected because that's just how it is. Like, it's interconnected. These things aren't isolated. And the amount of grace that both Lindsay and Tori had with being like, this is bigger than the game. And like, I've chatted with Tori multiple times. I said, Tori, like, I've talked with her after the game. Like, Tori, I'm like, if you felt some type of way, I want you to know I understand and I'm not angry with you if you felt frustration in that moment. And Tori's like, Maryanne, I have never felt frustration in that moment. I never felt anger with you at that moment. It's like, that was my, like, yes, it was my game, but it's like, I understood that this wasn't the moment. And the amount of grace that Tori had, or even Lindsay being like, you know what, if Tori's shot in the dark worked and I went home, it would have been fine. Like, it would have been okay. That for me is true allyship. And there will be conversations when I need to be an ally because, people have different identities. And that type of allyship, when it's like you sit down, you step back and you listen and and you process and you learn, is something which I think was even more powerful than me speaking about race. Because so many people have spoken about race, and that's okay. And it's powerful. But to see that level of allyship on a show that you love and taking something that you love and understand, I love this thing, but I love these people more and I love their struggles more. And their struggles right now are more important than my needs. And taking that step back was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
Yeah. Thank you for explaining that and taking us through your thought process in that because it was an incredible moment that night, and it's really incredible to hear you talk about it in this way now. So thank you again for that. Did you feel like that you were ending your game that night when you were playing your idol, where the one thing keeping you safe when you were at the bottom, that you were basically like, okay, well, I'm also, in a way ending my game tonight.
Mm-hmm. So can you repeat that? I lost you for a second.
Did
Sorry.
you feel like that when you played your idol that night, that you were
Mhm.
also in a way ending your game because you were giving up the one thing that was keeping you safe at the bottom?
So in that way, I felt as if when I played my idol, it was very, I feel as if because I was in a different level, like hierarchy socially on the tribe, I felt as if like I'd still be able to continue on in the game.
Mhm.
But what I felt is that I was willingly losing power that would be able to help me move up in that scale,
Yeah.
right? Because if you have an idol, you have more control, but I had to lose that power to move forward. For Drea, where it's like, of course, like I know Drea's chatted about it as well in her exit interviews where she said, I felt in that moment I lost the game. And I totally understand where she's coming from because she's a strong woman. She had like a lot of advantages, was in like that big majority where people might have then gone and had that perception being like, oh, now she's chatting about this. Because, like I said, you don't know how the rest of the tribe's going to react to this conversation, like what they're going to do. And like speaking to that, like when we came back from tribal, and because we talked about it in the morning, because in the night we were so tired, like everyone was just like, okay, we understand this. That was like that tribal kind of was like and when it came to like game talk, it was a very big asterisk when it came strategically. Of course, you can't just say some things like a big asterisk strategically. Like you still internalize those feelings and emotions. So I really totally understand where Dre's coming from, where she's like, well, after that tribal, I'm done.
Mm-hmm. All right. After that tribal,
Mm-hmm.
it's a very emotional night, and from the
Mm-hmm.
outside, we'd always wondered about like were there more conversations about that, especially between you and Drea after that night? Because I think that we had like theorized a little bit that okay, after this very powerful moment in the season, that maybe
Mm-hmm.
would there be some you know uh working together after that, since
Mm-hmm.
of what you had both been through, or did you feel like now I can't work with Drea because people are going to look at us a different way because of what happened?
Yeah. So for me, actually, like I said, I was targeting Drea before that tribal. It's like I was very gung ho on Drea. I didn't work with her strategically. So for me, that was like me actually being like, you know what? Like this is something that is important for me and Drea from our identities as Black women. I'm going to stand in solidarity. And then after that stand in solidarity, it's like I'm just like, okay, well, for me, I'm able to go and shift back into the game, which I feel as if it's like because I came in mentally prepared for these conversations, mentally I had a I have a therapist, and like we talked about this before we flew out. I was very at peace and mentally prepared to chat about this. Where it's like, so after I had that and like did what I needed to do to like feel morally able to continue the game, I was able to continue that game. And I remember even talking to Omer the next day being like, Hi and Drea are too close. First let's go for Hi, then let's go for Drea. So like I didn't like, so for me, like that tribal wasn't like a way to like go and build an alliance, because I feel as if it's like I wanted to play the game, and especially like I saw the game in diversity where you're able to play with whoever you want to play with, right? So if I wanted to play with Drea after that, like after that tribal, that'd be totally okay, because we bonded over a shared experience and we can now move on forward. But for me, because the game is now has such diversity, you're able to bond with people about many different reasons. And I had a bond with Omer, just that Canadian bond, that super fan bond. I had that bond with Lindsay just because she's like my big sister, and those were the relationships that I wanted to continue with, rather than looking into a new relationship which would have been fine as well.
Okay. Now, Maryanne, you've said it before in this interview. God is good, and seemingly,
oh yeah,
the next day, you are going to stumble onto the hidden immunity idol, and you get it back, and this was like really what a trade in for you to trade in an idol, a known idol, for one that nobody knows about.
Yes, and it was so great too, because when we came back from that tribal, it was raining cats and dogs and chickens and goats. Okay, just buckets pouring. And then I remember that whole night, I actually stood in there was only one section of the shelter that was dry. And so that whole night, I probably stood for the whole night. Like I maybe had 10, 20 minutes of sleep, maybe 30. But like I was literally standing all night. So I was miserable because I love my sleep, but I'm like, whatever, let's continue.
Did you sleep well on the island?
Typically, yes. Unless it was raining, I was actually one of the better sleepers on the island.
Yeah.
So there's some people who couldn't sleep. I was a good sleeper. Omer's a good sleeper. Jonathan was okay. Lindsay was okay. But I'd say I had easily at least 6 hours a night.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So, as I was saying, so I remember waking up, and then we were trying to get the fire started because it rained the whole night. We were really trying to get fire. So I was like, because I help tend the fire typically, I was like, oh, and we really were running low on our typical fire stick place. I'm like, let me walk around and look for some fire sticks, like sticks to start the fire.
Yeah.
So I remember walking, and then I remember seeing behind the water well, like Lindsay and Omer were walking and were strategizing. So I gave them space. I walked back. And then so I saw Lindsay and Omer come back, and I'm like, okay, now I want to actually do my full loop. So I started to walk my full loop, and then I went behind the water well, and I'm like, oh, here's some trees that I haven't looked for sticks before. And I literally stumbled upon an idol. Like I was not looking for an idol. And then I just went and I looked, and I went in between to look for the trees, and the idol was literally there. And I was shocked. Like, because usually, like who trips upon an idol? I was just looking for good sticks.
Mm-hmm.
Good sticks. And then, so I was so shocked, like genuinely shocked. And it felt very, very good as well, too. Because like I said, I didn't want to have to lose my power, but then boom, I now have an idol, no stupid phrase that I had to say multiple times and no one responds back. And then I can just like go and like keep that idol a secret. And I felt so good. And then so I went back and continued getting sticks for the tribe.
Okay. So you have an idol. You're not going to tell anybody about it. It's going to be a big exhibit at the final tribal council.
Mm-hmm.
So Hai is going to end up going home.
Yes.
What's going on for you at this time?
Yeah, so going on this time, everyone was very gung-ho about getting Hai out for multiple different reasons. So for me,
even though he just warmed up to you, said you were going to go to the final five with him.
Yes. So this was actually the day when he's like, Maryanne, I want you to go to the final, like to go to the final five with me. But the thing is, I was looking at the threats, and I thought that Hai and Drea were big adversaries if they got to the end. So I was those were the two people who I really wanted to get out, and I wanted to get Hai out then Drea. And everyone wanted to get Hai out for different reasons. I wanted to get him out because I saw him kind of like as that godfather, the one who's like dictating people with strategy, where it's like, of course, like if Taku wanted to go and flip it, we could, but that wasn't the perception that was on the island. The perception on the island was that Hai was controlling everything. And then also I know that Mike wanted to go get High out because he felt that High like kind of manipulated him. I know Drea wanted to get High out as well too. So basically everyone on that island just wanted to get High out. And I was like, everyone wants to get the same thing I do. So yeah, sure. So I didn't really even need to do like people really didn't even need to do a lot of strategy at that point because it was the writing was on the wall for High. High wanted to get Jonathan out. I remember him saying, "We're gonna vote for Jonathan." I'm like, "Thank you so much, High, for letting me know a part of your strategy." Because after that tribal, I know I had to do a little bit of damage control with High because I knew High was close with Drea, and I had to be like, "Let me explain why." Like I wanted to get Drea out for a bit. That's true, but I'm like, if you want to vote me out because of it, I totally understand. I respect your decision because you let me into your alliance and then I wavered, so I apologize. Like I accept any consequences for my actions, and he was fine.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anything else of interest going on at this vote?
Oh, very, very fun thing that
Yes.
happened at this
Yes.
vote. So this was day 18. So this is when Lindsay won the reward and we were all sopping and miserable and horrible because we knew it was going to rain in the night.
Yes.
So
When
we
they
get
went
the
to the
tarp up.
sanctuary.
They went to the sanctuary, all nice and warm and happy, hearing their ghost people.
Mhm.
I didn't know there was a loved one visit, like a loved one's video, until after the game. So people were talking, "Oh my goodness, your sister looks like this." I'm like, "How do you know how this person's sister looks?" And I'm like, "Wait, you don't know? Because no one told me."
Yeah.
So that was very funny. I digress. But it was me, Romeo, Drea, High, and Jonathan left in the shelter, and we just had. And I remember I was so miserable because I knew I'd have to sleep in the shelter. My clothes were wet, so I had no clothes. I was literally sleeping that night with like a wet shirt, a bra, and shorts because everything else was just too wet to put on. And I just remember being so dejected, knowing that like I wouldn't be able to be warm for that night because I was basically wet from tribal, and I just never stopped being wet.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a very demoralizing night. But I remember I went to sleep because it was supposed to be first Romeo on the end, then me, then Drea. But I swapped spots with Romeo. So when I swapped spots with Romeo, I actually was on three flat parts of the bamboo. So I was on the flattest part. And because I was on the tarp, and because the tarp I was on the end, future players, if you're ever sleeping in the tarp and it's raining, make sure to sleep on the ends because those are the driest parts. The center gets a little bit more wet. So I literally like managed to get so much sleep in the night because like I was in the tarp and everyone was waking up. They're like, "Everyone, it's raining. Like we're getting wet." And I had to be like, "Yeah, I'm getting wet too." Even though like I actually had a very decent night of sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Might also be because I had 30 minutes of sleep. But another thing too is because we were trying to get like closest to each other as we could. And then Romeo just was like shivering, but because Drea wanted warmth and because she was getting warm from like I think Jonathan, like she would tell like Romeo, "Back it up, Romeo! Romeo, back it up!" So he backs up so he gets closer to her. So it was something that was really funny. So we'd always be like, "Back it up, Romeo!" that was a fun thing.
Yeah. Okay. You know, Omer had talked about how you were feeling sick towards the end of the game. Is that starting to be an issue for you yet?
Yeah, so I started to get sick more so on day 19.
Okay.
So this was like when I was starting to get sick. It's like I'd feel really nauseous and I really was like starting to eat less.
Okay.
Like I was just very, very sick.
Okay. All right. So, all right. High is now
Yes.
out of the game. Okay. So we get down to the final 7. And the final 7 is, Omer talked about how this was a really crazy day, even leading up to the do or die. Were you a part of like everything that was going on as the final 7 plan was changing and changing?
So So after the immunity challenge, that was when I was the most out of commission.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't really do a lot then because I was just like at camp, just like really trying to like feel better.
What about leading up to that? The day before?
Yes,
Yeah.
leading up to. Very, very interesting. The best way that I will describe it before I describe what I did is I feel as if I told you this in my interview before. It's like, you have kids, right? Well, yes you do.
Yes.
I know you have kids. Yes.
We've been doing this interview for a while.
I know.
I did when we started.
I know you did when you started. Maybe they're graduated.
Maybe
they're maybe you missed their 8th grade grad.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I digress. But if you ever have kids or you have kids, there are moments when you're on a road trip. You've probably road tripped before, Rob.
Yes.
And then you are like, and your kid's like, Dad, Rob. No, they probably don't call you Rob. They probably call you Dad.
They better not.
Dad,
Yeah.
can I have
Mr.
McDonald's? Are you a
Rob, to
McDonald's
you
family?
kids. Yeah.
And then so your kids are asking, Dad, can I have McDonald's, please? I really want McDonald's. We haven't got to McDonald's in a month. And you're driving and you're like, you know what? Like, honey, Nicole, am I
That's
getting
right. You're right.
Nicole? I really need coffee right now. Okay. So then you're thinking, let's get coffee in like about an hour or so. Oh, what's a good place with coffee? Oh, McDonald's. Oh yeah. And yeah, Dominic said he wanted McDonald's. Let's go to McDonald's. So then after, who made the big influence to go to McDonald's? What was the biggest influence?
The coffee?
The coffee.
Yeah.
But what does Dominic think the biggest influence is?
Him?
Him.
Yes.
But did Dominic slightly influence you?
Yeah.
Just a
Yeah,
bit.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. But he wasn't the be all, the end all.
Yeah.
That was my role in the Drea vote out. I was Dominic.
Okay.
So, in the final 7, I was so, and it was so funny too. Because, let's say, here, I'll chat, then I'll tell you about the analogy that makes it even better.
Okay.
So, I was so gung-ho about getting Drea out. I was like, we need to get Drea out. Drea needs to go. But a lot of people wanted to get Jonathan out in the final 7. But I was like, no, it needs to be Drea. So I went around and ran up to everyone and told them different reasons. So I told Mike, because I went to Mike again. I'm like, Mike, did you tell anyone about your idol? And he's like, no. And I'm like, Mike, I didn't tell anyone about my idol. So I'm like, how does everyone know about our idols? Because everyone knows you have an idol. And I'm like, it must be Drea. I don't think we can trust Drea. I think Drea needs to go home. I told Lindsay, I'm like, Lindsay, Drea's not for me. It's like the final 7. It's like, I got your back. Like, we can fight each other. We don't need Drea anymore. Then I told her about like how Drea like kind of like just dragged my name through the mud during like the swap, like during the Applebee's
the
reward.
merge, yeah.
I told Omer, I'm like, Omer, I'm like, look, we know Jonathan. Jonathan cannot do a puzzle to save his life. The final 5 is puzzles. We can keep him. Drea, she is smart. Drea, she is strong. We don't know when Drea is going to begin becoming like physical. Do you like? I would rather have the enemy we know of Jonathan than the enemy we do not know of Drea. So that's what I told Omer. And then Romeo, I was like, Romeo, I'm just like we chatted a bit. I'm just like, Drea, like I'm feeling Drea. And then he's like, okay. But I was a little bit more hesitant because I knew that Romeo, at least for sometimes, was kind of close to Drea. So I didn't really chat with Romeo at that time. And I think that's everyone. So let's now go back to the McDonald's analogy.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you a Dunkin' Donuts person?
For coffee?
Yeah. I don't know American things.
Yeah, that's good.
Dunkin'. Okay. So let's say at first you tell your kids, no, you're speaking to Nicole and you're like, Nicole, I really need some coffee. I really need to go I need to go to Dunkin' Donuts for some coffee, right?
Okay.
Then Dominic asks for McDonald's.
Yeah.
Right? Then you're like, okay, whatever. I'm still going to go to Dunkin' Donuts.
Yeah.
But then you look on your GPS and you realize that the Dunkin' Donuts is like, ooh, let's do miles. It's like 20 miles away from where you are.
Yeah.
But then the McDonald's is like 5 miles away from where you are.
Okay.
And then so you're like, okay, I'm going to go to McDonald's. Right?
Yeah.
So then after, Dominic is sitting there being like, oh, yeah, Dad was going to go to Dunkin' Donuts, but then I asked him to go to McDonald's, and now he's going to McDonald's, right?
Okay.
And of course, why did you search? You searched up the McDonald's because, you're thinking about it because Dominic mentioned it, but you didn't choose the McDonald's because of it. You chose the McDonald's because they were reasons that were good for you to go to McDonald's, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
The distance. So that is the perfect analogy for the final 7 for me.
Okay.
Where a lot of people had different
it.
reasons why great. A lot of people had different reasons why they wanted to go for Drea and flipped to vote from Jonathan to Drea. Those reasons I was not on the need to know basis for.
Yeah.
So in the final 7, on day 20 in the morning, that was the day before the do or die day, on the morning, I just knew that everyone wanted Jonathan. And in the evening, everybody wanted Drea. I was not privy to the information why it flipped to Drea. So in my pea brain mind, I was like, that was 100% me. Look at me living my best strategy life. So that was my role in the final 7 votes.
Okay. Well, let's just talk through the do or die.
Mm-hmm.
And so that just for you as a super fan,
Mm-hmm.
what was your reaction to seeing the do or die? Just the actual first part of it at the challenge.
At the challenge, at first I was like, oh my gosh, like I was like, this is a lot. Like this is like, but obviously, like, but I knew that I probably wasn't gonna play because at first I'm like, should I play? Then I'm like, well, I know Jonathan's gonna play and Lindsay's probably gonna play. So I'm like, the only other person who would play is maybe Mike. But I'm like, can I beat Mike? But I'm like, there's also a chance that Mike isn't going to play because Mike said, oh, I want to play, but I'm not sure if it's me wanting to play or pride getting into the way. So I'm like, am I really gonna play? Am I really gonna risk it? So I'm like, no, I'm gonna just sit out and just not risk it because the chances of me winning that immunity aren't as high.
Mhm.
So then I decided to sit out for that one.
Yeah. Do you think that it is a good twist?
So the thing that I like about the do or die twist is because you are able, I think that you are able to decide if you want to play or not. And I think that as the twist goes on, you can start to meta and game the twist a little bit more. Like Xander, I think, mentioned, oh, I'm just going to automatically lose the do or die because it gives me a chance to stay, right? So there's many options and layers that happen to the do or die twist. One thing that I think would be cooler is if it went a little bit like earlier in the game.
Yeah.
Where it's like, I feel as if Final Sum just a little too late for it,
Yes.
personally.
I agree.
But I think that the mechanics are very interesting and can be something that can be explored.
Yes.
But I really like how we as players had the information and autonomy that could help us make that decision.
Yes.
Like if we all played and then it's like, oh, you dropped, so you have to play this game, I'd be less hot about it.
Mm-hmm. Right. If they bring it back, get it out of the final 7, because as you mentioned in your 3-2-1 plan, nothing before the final 8 matters, and the most important votes in the season are final 8 and final 7, and so now we're potentially losing a final 7 vote. So if you want to put this at the final 11, okay. Sure.
Like I'd be fine with it. Like if do or die was at the final 10,
yeah.
I think that would be like because there's so many options that can still happen.
And final 9 is a good vote. They screw that up with going to 5 and 5. So and maybe they feel like, oh, we have 2 final 5 votes now. But stop it.
3 actually, Rob.
Yeah, 3
final
5 votes this way. But stop it. Push it that final 11, final 10. If you wanted to do or die, do it then. Because I think that players are going to be more like your season, where I think that we're going to see not that many people want to play in the do or die. I don't think that people are going to look at, this is an opportunity for me to do it. Because I think that if you're that much on the outs, it's like, let me sit out and let some other idiot do or die. And then if they beat that, am I in trouble tonight?
Exactly. And then after even adding on to that, where it's like, give me 1 second, sorry. Where you have people who are going and like not playing the do or die. Then you also have people where it's like, we had very physical players. So why would I try to beat Jonathan and Lindsay with something that I've never beaten them before, right? So if you have people who are more physical players, then that's another factor to consider where you might have a lot of people sitting out.
Mm-hmm.
And then after, especially too, where it's like with the challenges which are currently going, it's like, it's a lot of either endurance or balance. And then especially with limited food, then it's like, then that also makes people feel a little bit less confident in their skills on that. So there's many factors that might make people play more conservatively. And another thing as well, too, is with the shot in the dark. The shot in the dark encourages blind sides because you don't want people to play the shot in the dark.
Yeah.
And because it encourages blind sides, this means that players will become more savvy in feeling if they're on the bottom or not, right? So because people are now feeling more that they're not on the bottom because the shot in the dark passively encourages blind sides, this means that you'll have less players who feel like they need to play, or less players who might be willing to go and take the shot because they're like, oh my goodness, well, I'm safe. Like I have implicit safety on the tribe. So I feel as if like that even the way that the strategy is moving forward, the do or die kind of is the counter action to that.
Mm-hmm. Maryanne, I think that you're so savvy talking about the game. Do you feel like that they didn't include enough of that in your edit? And you got a great edit, but your edit was just like more of just like the like fun wacky Maryanne, but not so much of this Maryanne that we've heard so much in this interview.
So the reason why I feel fine with my edit is because the way that I played is the way that the audience saw me being played. Like, I think in the new thing that the 40 years commemorative, they're changing the way about their editing. They're trying to edit Survivor more like a murder mystery. Who died? Who killed? And you get the clues as an audience
Who
to see
slayed?
that. Who slayed? Exactly.
Mhm.
Ooh, there you go.
Mhm.
So my narrative when I played the game was that even in the game, I was someone who was underestimated a bit. People didn't see me as like someone who played strategy. Then suddenly I came up and I struck at the right moment, right?
Yeah.
So then after, it's like you kind of have those bits and pieces about me being strategic. The clues are there. You're not seeing it explicitly, but those clues are there. So it's like the viewer is kind of stepping into the game and then after seeing what I'm doing. So I think there's positives and negatives about the way that you edit those people, right? Where it's like, for example, if you edit someone where it's like you have a very obvious edit about the winner, then someone, it makes that person more rootable, where it's like, yeah, I'm rooting for this person. I'm so excited for this person to win. But then after, if you're trying to make that edit a little bit more hidden and then make it more of a narrative and people are exploring it and you kind of get stepped into the game, then there's a risk that then if the person wins, there might be more controversy about like, oh, they didn't deserve to win. They might not have that. So I think that especially in the way that the game is edited, there needs to be like, I love, subverting like the way that people are edited before showing the best in people, showing the worst in people. And I think that even the way that storytelling changes as our cast becomes more diverse, it needs to change. But I think that the question is, how do we make sure that we have these changes and we go and explore these things without going and demeaning the way or like going and making viewers confused about what's actually happening?
Okay, Maryanne, at the final 7, there's everything that's going on with knowledge is power, and then the whole, okay, we're gonna move the idol. You're gonna tell Mike one thing. There's talking idol nullifier. Okay, we saw you at that tribal council. It's such a great visual of that. Your mouth has fallen open, and you have to use your hand to close your mouth as you were watching this all unfold. Did you have any idea about all of this maneuvering going on with everything with moving the idol and the knowledge is power maneuvering?
So the one thing that happened before tribal is that I remember Lindsay came up to me and was like, hey, like the plan is still Drea, like we're good for Drea, but I just need to talk to Mike about this one thing to figure out, to make sure that the plan's great, right? So when the knowledge is power like was played and then it failed, I was like, oh my gosh, like Mike and Lindsay, they must have been doing something like this. Like the pieces were coming together in that sense, right? It was only like until like it was only until like after tribal when I saw Omar give his idol back to Mike that I was like, oh my goodness, there's more going on in this. Like I was just basically in that moment, I was a viewer who was watching the show on one of the tribal seats. And as like a super fan, that was the most exciting. That was so exciting. I was like literally living like I remember voting and my vote was like, I don't even know what's going on. I love Survivor. Like I was living my best life. Like I was blindsided. This is so great. Like this is great. I was like, this is gonna be so good. But then after when I came back, I'm like, wait a second. I was blindsided. It's like I didn't know what was going on. I wasn't in the loop. Why didn't people tell me? But it's so interesting because typically when people are blindsided, excluding, I think the only thing would be like the idol nullifier, which Gabby was blindsided about in Dave versus Goliath. But when people are blindsided, it's usually a vote out that they're blindsided in, not a maneuver, where in the end, what happened is I still had the plan which I wanted. It's still executed forward. So there wasn't like, why is this person back at camp? Why did you vote this person out? So I still had that benefit of getting what I wanted. So I wasn't blindsided in the vote out. But the mechanics of the vote out, I was blindsided in. And that's when you have to do damage control, right? Because I remember just being so mad at Omar being like, why didn't Omar tell me this? And it's like, Omar should have told me this. And in his argument, because I was sick at camp, I was at camp the whole day and Dre was with me. So it's like, when was he going to tell me? But like in my mind, it's like, yes, I might have been sick, but you can find 2 seconds. You could be like, something's going on. Trust me, I'll tell you after. Right. Like a quick thing, right? So that was like how the logic was in my mind, where I'm like, well, it's like he felt comfortable enough in our relationship to go and just not tell me and be fine with it. which is true. That's very good in the beginning of the game where you can have trust. But in the end of the game, when people are like, oh, I don't need to tell this person something, and they'll just be fine with it. That's not a good narrative to have, especially when you're getting close to the game and you want to win.
Mm-hmm. Had he told you what was going on, would that have changed what happened at the final 6?
I think that if he told me what was going on, there was a better chance that he would have stayed.
Okay.
Because he was still letting me in the know. Like, he was still giving me information. Because one of the reasons why I wanted to flip on Omer is because he had more bonds. Like, he had more people and more bonds and more connections than me. He wasn't as dependent on me as I was with him. And that imbalance of power is an issue when you're going to the end. Because typically, the person with more connections at the end is someone who has a higher chance of winning. So I felt as if I couldn't beat Omer. Of course, Mike and Jonathan had very good reasons with the idol nullifier, but in my mind, that didn't exist. So I feel as if Omer would have had a higher chance of staying, but I couldn't tell you because there's just so many outlying factors.
Yes.
And especially since the idol nullifier did go and like solidify my decision, it might have still been the same.
Okay. At the final 6, okay, you have this incredible move in the game. Okay, you are talking about how you want Omer out, but also, Mike and Jonathan, feel like, okay, well, Omer and Lindsay, they got too close.
Yes.
Can you just talk about how this all came together? That I don't know if anybody is me or Dominic and what's McDonald's, but if you could just talk us through how this plan all started to come together from your perspective.
Of course. So, from what I understand, there were multiple different reasons why people wanted to target Omer. The reason why I wanted to target Omer is because Omer was my number one ally, but I realized he didn't need me. Like, he was doing well in the game to not need me, where if he took me to the end, it wouldn't be like we were working together. It was I was helping and I was using Maryanne. So that wasn't good. So that's why I wanted to get Omer out. But because in this game, for the whole time of the game, especially where I was, and I wasn't able to strategize because if I strategized, people would see me more as a threat and would vote me out because of that perspective of being young. That's why people like really just threw Tori under the bus, and I wanted to stay in the game. So I felt that I was a little bit inept when it came to strategy. So this is what I was thinking in the night before day 22, before Mike came to talk to me. Unbeknownst to me, at the final 7, Jonathan lost trust in Omer because of the idol nullifier. So then Jonathan, for his own reasons, and Mike wanted to get Omer out. So then when Mike came up and talked to me, they were talking to me in the perspective where Maryanne does not want to have Omer out. We need to convince we need to convince her to get Omer out. For me, I was like, I feel as if I want to have Omer out. I'm not sure when I want to have him out, like if it was 6 or 5, but I know I want to have Omer out. Mike then went and talked to me and discussed. At this point, he's chatting with me, but I'm being very cagey in the information that I'm giving him. So he's like, Omer's your number one. I'm like, I know, but like, I don't know how to feel, blah, 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 because I needed more time to process these things. After Mike then went, he let me know about Omer's idol nullifier. I feel as if for me, the idol nullifier really solidified why I needed to get Omer out at 6 rather than 5. And the reason is because I had an idol. And the thing is, when you have an idol nullifier, there's no way to play an idol nullifier incorrectly. Because an idol nullifier gives you like 100% chance that if you have the numbers, this person is going home. And because I had an idol, that meant that even though Omer didn't know it, he was a threat to me because he could nullify my idol. So after knowing that, I realized that if I wanted to have a good segue, I wanted to go and I needed to go and get Omer out. In addition, during this time, Mike said, "Hey, Maryanne, if you help me get Omer out, I promise you that I will use my idol for you in the final 5." So this was great because that means that if Omer was out, not only does he get out and I'm able to have like a move that shows people that I'm playing, it also means that I basically have control of 2 idols in the final 5.
Okay. All right. So can you just talk about where Romeo comes into this as well? We haven't talked too much about Romy.
Oh, Romeo. Poor Romeo. I feel as if Romeo was someone where, like he said, he was basically always the alternative, and people lost a lot of respect for him in the game. Where at that time, where it's like people like would perceive, a lot of people perceived Romeo as a non-factor in the game when he was just kind of just there, and so people wanted to take him into the end with alliances. So what happened was first, I'll circle back to Romeo, but I feel as if it's better to talk about him when we discuss what happened after the immunity challenge because it makes more sense.
Okay.
But what happened was, so in my knowledge, it was Mike and me who were making this move. I didn't know about Jonathan making that move. And then later, Jonathan came up to me being like, "Hey, Maryanne, you can't trust Omer." And then Jonathan also told me about Omer's idol nullifier. So then at first, I was annoyed because in my mind, I'm like, oh, I even on day 22 was thinking about, well, if it's me and Mike, that's 3 votes because I have my extra vote. And then we can do a 3-2-2 split. So at first I was annoyed because I'm like, oh, Jonathan's going to mess it up. It's not going to be like a perfect clean vote. But like in my mind, I'm like, no, this is better. Like the more numbers you have, the better it is for you to go to make the move. So then at the end of day 22, it was me, it was Jonathan, and it was Mike who were all going to go for Omer.
Okay. All right. So you have the immunity challenge that day. Okay.
Yes.
And something that we talked about a lot on the podcast that we would love to know the answer to, Maryanne, you were spinning and spinning and spinning and spinning to get out
on
of
the
rope.
reward. Yes.
On the sorry, that's on the reward. I apologize.
No problem.
So then we saw you spin the other way, the opposite direction. Did that work to unspin your brain?
It did. And the math works out. Okay? Because the reason why your sense of balance, so the thing that has your sense of balance is you have liquid in your ears, right? And when the liquid moves, that tells your brain which way you're turning and swishing. So if you ever take a cup and swirl it around lots of times and you stop that cup, the water's still going to be moving. So when you spin around, that's what's happening. So your brain thinks still that you're spinning around. That's why everything looks all woozy and dizzy and why you get dizzy. So there's also the concept of waves, where if you have one wave, like for example, which is like a +1, and you have another wave, which is -1, if they hit together, it'll equal out. Because it's like, what's 1 minus 1?
0.
0. Exactly.
Sorry. I didn't know there was a quiz.
No, I know. I jumped
4.5 hours into this thing. Yeah.
Sorry. I warned you.
You did.
So what my logic was.
Yes.
Exactly. So what my logic was if I'm spinning one way, if I spin the opposite way, I'll be able to try to balance myself out. It's not an exact science, right? So I could be spinning one way and then I have like a number of 37. And then I could be spinning the opposite way and instead I do like -34, right?
Right.
So that means that together I'd still be a little dizzy with a +3, but a +3 is better than 37.
Okay.
So I wouldn't be able to 1,000% unspin myself, but I'd be able to reorient myself a little bit. Mm-hmm. So that was the plan, and the math worked out. And after I unspin myself, I actually didn't fall off the balance beam.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was bad. I almost took out a cameraman. But he had to dodge.
Okay. All right. So you're talking about the plan to vote out Omer. Okay. Mike tells you about the Lindsay's amulet, which you hadn't known about, correct?
Let me look at my notes. So I know that I was told about the amulet twice. I was told about the amulet I want to say I was told by the amulet about Mike first, but I know Omer also told me about the amulet too that same day.
Okay.
I cannot remember what the order is for the life of me.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just going to go by the narrative and say that Mike told me about the amulet first and that I didn't know about it. But it also could have been that I knew about it and was pretending. I couldn't tell you.
Were you especially confident Lindsay would not play the amulet on Omer?
So I was trying.
Did you that Mike felt like, let's just play it safe?
Yeah, where it made sense for Mike, because Mike wanted to save himself and Jonathan. So to save himself and Jonathan, you can take the risk of taking Omer out, or you can take the safe bet of taking Romeo out and guaranteeing that you will be there the next day.
Yeah.
That was, and I see Mike's perspective, and I think that for Mike, that was the most optimal move if he wants to keep him and Jonathan. But the thing is, Mike's optimal move for his game was not the same as my optimal move. My optimal move for my game was to get Omer out. And in this immunity and in this tribal, I had implicit immunity. I from the conversations that I was having, I felt as if no one was going to be targeting me during that tribal. So I could have gone with Mike's plan, which would have been good to benefit him, but for me, it was still the most optimal plan to take Omer out, which is why I was very gung ho even after the tribal to take Omer out, even though he begged me to take Romeo.
Mm-hmm. One of the interesting things about this vote is that had the amulet been played, okay,
Mm-hmm.
now we end up with a 2-2 tie on, okay, here's Romeo and Jonathan. Okay, 2-2,
Yes.
2-2 tie. Okay, that the votes against Omer have been idled out. Okay, and now you have a very big decision to make.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, in a tie, would you have voted out Jonathan or would you have voted out Omer? I'm sorry, Romeo.
Oh, Romeo.
I
Yes.
suppose there's so many similar letters in Omer and Romeo.
It's all good.
Yeah.
I've kidnapped you from your family. You're
Yes.
delusional. Don't
Yes.
worry.
Okay.
Don't worry. Okay. So for me, if it was at a tie, I was very conflicted, but I think I was leaning in towards voting out Jonathan, and here's why. So my reason is if I voted out Romeo, it would have been a strong three of me, Jonathan, and Mike, and then after a two of Omer and Lindsay. But I also know that final five is typically puzzles, which is an issue. And then number two is Jonathan and Mike are much closer than me and Mike, much closer than me and Jonathan. So I would be placed in the middle of two pairs in the final five. So that's just not, so they could easily just go and vote me out, right? So then that, and then also if they, and then, so, I could try to do, and I'll discuss this a little more, but I could try to go play my idol, then like try to bully Mike into playing his idol to nullify the idol nullifier. But then still, Mike and Jonathan would still technically be safe. And then that was still bad for me because then I'm too low on the totem pole from what I wanted.
Okay.
So the reason why I leaned into going and voting Jonathan out is that this leaves Mike by himself. Because then Omer doesn't want to work with Mike. Omer and Lindsay already do not want to work with Mike, and Romeo does not want to work with Mike. So this means that there's a higher chance that even though Mike might be frustrated that I voted Jonathan out, that he would still realizes that he needs to work with me if he wants to move forward. This also means that if I go and try to use my idol, and because my plan was that I would always use my idol first, just in case Omer's trying to nullify me, I could then be like, Mike, we are a two. We are good. Because my feeling is Romeo wouldn't be happy with me when he realized that I just was fine with his name going out around because I was really trying to cultivate that relationship with him and he would not be happy.
Mhm.
So he might go back again with Omer and Lindsay.
Yeah.
So that's why I would have probably voted Jonathan out. There's a lot of factors that could have gone into that. I basically felt that if I didn't get Omer out, my game was literally tanked. So, like, absolutely tanked. So it was a good thing that Lindsay did not play her idol, her amulet. And the reason why I don't think she played her amulet is because Lindsay is a fan, but she's not like an unhinged super fan like me and Omer, right? So when she goes, she reads that the amulet and it's like, oh, this amulet now has the power of a full idol. So in her head, she's like, oh, this is an idol because that's what it has the power of.
Right.
So when she thinks about playing it, she's thinking about it like an idol. And when idols are played, they're rehidden, right? But because the amulet is an advantage that has the powers of an idol, this means that there's a good chance that when it's played, it's probably not going to be rehidden.
You wouldn't think so.
But yes, but no one's thinking, okay, but a lot of people aren't thinking, okay, so this is my amulet, which is an idol, but when I play it, it's going to be an amulet. So that means it's not going to be an idol who's just rehidden. And then after, you could think about the factor of Omer's idol nullifier, but then Omer and Lindsay, from my understanding, really wanted to use the nullifier for the final five with Mike, and they knew where the idols were. So then it's actually then you get like a little even more dicier where like who's gonna have the idol? What if Mike finds a second idol? Then the nullifier will be nullified. So there's more factors. So if you feel like you're safe, and I feel as if like me going and strategizing with Omer and Lindsay and really trying to go and like navigate and try to keep Mike and Jonathan like as calm and not being too paranoid. If you feel like you're safe and you feel like you know what the plan is, it's like there's too many what if factors to then really validate keeping your ally if you feel comfortable. Like it's like, okay, implicit safety or like actual safety. It's kind of like bringing it back to like when Lydia got voted out. Yeah, I could have played my idol, and like, it's different, of course, because Lindsay's expired. But like in her mind, it's like, yeah, but then it'll be rehidden. So there's a lot of different factors, which I feel as if it's like where if you knew the game more, you might be able to make a different decision, which then puts the question where it's like, are we making things too difficult that the layman wouldn't be able to understand? It's like, is that then benefiting that? Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? But that can be a whole nother podcast.
Whole nother podcast. You can come back for that one. Maryanne, so when you're getting ready to do your 3 votes on Omer with your extra vote and execute this plurality vote, the 3-2-2 split, when that's like coming down and you're at tribal, are you sort of in your mind like, the jury is going to love this? This is going to be...
Oh my goodness. I was more like, don't play the amulet, don't play the amulet, don't play the amulet, don't play the amulet. Like, I was feeling that it was going to be great because it's going to be like, hi, I'm Maryanne. Remember me, the nice person? Yeah, that's me. So, but I wasn't.
Here's Maryanne.
Maryanne.
Yeah.
Ah! But I was so nervous. I didn't allow myself to think about it until Jeff read the first vote, because the shot in the dark could have still been played.
Yeah.
The amulet could have still been played. So it's like I wouldn't allow myself to feel that way, because if I slipped up on my face, everything could have been blown up to smoke. And then and it was even a mess too, because after the immunity challenge, like we know that Romeo was the target of Jonathan and Mike. But what a lot of people don't know is that Jonathan actually went and told Romeo the plan. But then the way that Jonathan goes and speaks of strategy, he basically told Romeo, this is the plan. We're voting out Omer. This is it. And Romeo was not on board with the plan. Like, he did not want to vote out Omer. So I had to do damage control, because my thing is like, what if Romeo goes and like tells Omer the plan and then the amulet's played? So actually, where it seemed that like Romeo didn't know about the amulet, Romeo actually did know about the amulet, because as I mentioned before, me, Omer, and Romeo were in an Underbirdie alliance. So we had a final 3. Then Lindsay was in the final 4. So I basically had to go and tell Romeo, Lindsay and Omer, they're not for us. Omer is not for us. So I told Romeo about the idol nullifier. I told Romeo about the amulet. And I also told Romeo about the extra vote. So what Romeo believed is that the guys were going to vote for Omer. And then the guys were going to vote for Omer. And the guys thought that I would use my extra 2 votes to vote for like either Mike or Jonathan, the opposite of who Lindsay and Omer were playing. So Romeo thought, I think, that it was going to be 3 votes on Omer, 2 votes on Mike, and 2 votes on Jonathan. Right?
Yeah.
Because that's how it worked. Then, for Mike and Jonathan, they knew that it was going to be Romeo voting for Omer. I would use my 2 votes on Omer.
Yes.
And then those 2 would be voting for Romeo.
Yes.
So it'd be then 2 votes on Romeo, 2 votes on Jonathan, and then 3 votes on Omer. So that's how they understood the vote.
Yeah.
But because of the way that I split up the votes, I was able to have then complete power on who I wanted to go home, which was Omer.
Yeah.
And then it also, because I had implicit immunity, it also made it so that if there was a revote, I would be the one who gets to choose who went home.
Right. In that episode, you literally had your cake and ate it too.
Yes, I did. Yes. And it was really great. Like, I remember sitting down at camp with Jonathan and Mike because they really wanted to vote for Romeo. I'm like, look, you can vote for Romeo. We can still get Omer out. And I'm like, you 2 need to vote this way. You 2 need to like just calm down, because they kept on strategizing with one another in front of Omer and Lindsay. And Omer actually got skeeved out. Omer's like, am I being paranoid or are they strategizing? And I had to be like, oh, I'll check on them. So I walked up and I'm like, you guys need to calm down. You need to sit down or we're going to blow this plan up. I want Omer out. Calm down.
Yeah.
So it was, I don't know how people strategize like that for every single round. That was tiring.
Yeah. Okay. And then were the guys, Jonathan and Mike, really trying to say, like, were they concerned about potentially if, the amulet gets played and the votes get nullified or the votes get canceled, you're voting out Romeo, right? Were they thinking in that way?
They were thinking that way. They thought that I would be voting out Romeo.
Yes. Okay.
So that was like kind of like the vibe which I was giving them. I'm like, look, because when I was sitting down and giving them like the vote layout, I'm like, look, Romeo or Omer will always go home in every single combination that we do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's why Mike is probably like, hey, let's just play it safe. Let's just vote out Romeo tonight.
Yeah, but I was not having it. He's like, please give me your word, you'll vote Romeo. And I'm like, no, I'm not giving you my word.
Okay. All right. Anything else on perhaps, your biggest move of the game? I think that's fair to say, right?
Yeah, no, I think it's actually the manipulation that made me go back into the minority of the majority, but go off, King.
Okay.
I digress. I think it felt very good. It felt good, especially as someone who was on the bottom, who wasn't allowed to strategize, which it's like Survivor is a game about like it's a social game to begin with. So like even looking at the social dynamics of a tribe about who's allowed to strategize and who's not allowed to strategize is so interesting. And realizing that you need to know your place if you want to stay in the game, right? And it's like I knew my place that I wasn't allowed to strategize, and that made people underestimate me because they never saw me strategizing. Because like I said, it's very hard in the game to like what you see is your reality. You just have a pea brain. You can't conceptualize that things are going around as well too. So being able to go and like make that move and have everyone know that I'm playing was so great. And then another thing too is like I was chatting with other players, and like one thing that Gabby says about her vote out with Christian is that she really felt that she needed to get Christian out because people were underestimating her. Like when they got out Carl, everyone's like, Christian, I'm so mad at you. And she's like, I'm playing too. And that is a struggle that I had every single day. In the final 7, there was actually a conversation that I had with me, Drea, and Lindsay. And so it was the final 7. And then Drea was like, oh, Lindsay, you need to go. Like, Lindsay, you need to protect me because, like, you're a big threat and I'm a threat. Then Lindsay's like, oh my goodness, like, Drea, you're such a big threat as well, too. Like, we're both threats. And then they paused and they continued the conversation, and I was literally there. They both said each other were big threats, and they moved on with the conversation without even acknowledging me. And I remember sitting down being like, are you kidding me? It's like, I'm right here. Like, you're underestimating me. I want to be like, hi, I have an idol. Why are you underestimating me? I'm a threat too. But in those moments, you realize I am being underestimated right now. But if you know how to utilize your perception to benefit you, that's all the better. Because in that perception, Lindsay underestimated me a bit. Omar didn't see me strategize. He didn't think that I had the social capital to go and make a move. So at that final 6, I was able to go and begin to subvert people's expectations about me and be like, this is who I actually am. It's like me being able to just go and like sit down, that I wasn't just sitting down and doing nothing. I was always thinking, and I knew that it was my time to strike. And I felt so good because I finally got to like play the game. I finally got to do a move. I remember walking out, looking at Tori, being like, because Tori and I were besties.
Okay.
More low key. It was more like a like a wink. I winked.
Okay.
And then before I was doing finger guns for people who listen to the podcast.
In your mind, it could be finger guns.
Yeah. Okay. But like it felt so good. I was like, I'm playing Survivor.
Okay. All right. Maryanne.
I was like, I better get the fishy that episode.
Yeah. Oh, you did.
I know. No.
All the fishies.
Yeah.
Okay. So at the final 5, okay, you had a big decision to make. Because you could have, gone totally in one direction and saved Lindsay. And, I think I mentioned this to you. I thought this would have been like, your Natalie Anderson moment of like Jacqueline, did you vote for who I told you to? Okay. But you knew where you were, and you knew what needed to be done. And you helped Lindsay get the advantage, but you've decided, okay, Lindsay's in my way.
Yes. I remember because I wanted, like I said, coming back from the tribal of taking Omar out, I was like, hi, I'm Maryanne. I'm so cool. And then the cool, funny thing is, I literally got to camp, and Jonathan's like, that's so funny how Omar's saying that was your plan when it was actually my plan. So I was going to sit down. I'm like, honestly, this is great people are still not going to be targeting me after that. So like
Mhm.
this is like literally a blessing, because what the people on the island, what their expectations are, that doesn't matter. It's what people on the jury think. And I have Omar going to the jury being like, that was Maryanne's move. So I did not
Yeah.
care about what people on the island were saying.
Were you worried? Because one of the things in like the week in between that vote and the finale, I was like, you know what? What I'm worried about here for Maryanne is like we've seen with other people in the season of if people come away from that move like, oh my god,
Mm-hmm.
now we got to get Maryanne out. Okay, but you know that was not what people were saying.
Yeah, I was worried about it a little bit, but I also knew that I just voted out the person with the idol nullifier and I had an idol. So for me, I already knew I was at the final four.
Okay.
So my thing was I was getting ready already to make fire if I needed to. But because then Jonathan came back and was like, hey, like, I can't believe that Omar's saying that my move is your move. That was when I realized, wait a second, like, I might not need to make fire if I play my cards right.
Okay. All right. So, all right. At the final five, you know,
Yes.
you have a big decision to make.
Yes. So in that decision, like of course, I loved Lindsay. I really wanted Lindsay at Final Four, and I felt as if she was at the Final Four, there'd be a chance that she'd take me to the end, which was good because like I said, I was the person who made fire every single day at Taku, and I made fire as well at Kula Kula. So I felt comfortable in my fire making skills, but I did not want to make fire if I did not have to make fire because there's still random elements in the game that can occur.
Mm-hmm.
So I remember talking to Lindsay after that fight, and Lindsay was like, oh, she was very heated about Jonathan, like, because there was a little bit of a fight. And then I remember her discussing being like, oh my goodness, like, I'm never going to vote for Jonathan if I'm in the jury. I don't like Jonathan. So that was something that was in my head, like, oh, interesting. She said she'll never vote for Jonathan. Like, let me keep that in my pocket. And then as well, too, I still like in that morning, I still really wanted Lindsay to win, which is why then, especially in the puzzle, I really sandbagged and I didn't want the guys to get the final advantage. Of course, I wanted the final advantage, but when they started to say, hey, let's all work together, I still had to pretend that I was really with them. So I just pretended that I couldn't get the puzzle. I started crying, being like, I can't do this. I'm just going to make us rice for breakfast. I'm so sorry. And then Lindsay got the advantage, and I was very, very happy for her. So then after we're at the final immunity challenge, I tried to use the Wentworth strategy about like taking the like like the 5 stations, how you go and take the ladder ones because the ladder one's the longest one. Did not do well. I was very
Can you
slow on
talk
it.
that through because I am not familiar?
Yes. So in Cambodia, what Kelly Wentworth did in the final 5 immunity is that she went and she took she did the first station that she did was the one with the planks.
Yes.
Because that's usually the longest one. So if you go and you do the longest one, you only have shorter ones later, and hopefully you can catch up on time. So I saw, because I watched Cambodia was one of the last seasons that I watched before I went to play. So I was thinking, oh, that's a good strategy. But because I was so gassed and weak and spindly, it didn't really help for me. So the strategy did not work out for me. So I was last to the station. And then, of course, the puzzle is a very frustrating thing for me. It's the one thing which I think of in like frustration, because I am typically so good at puzzles. But in my mind in the game, I thought that the puzzle wasn't double-sided, where I thought there was only one correct orientation in the puzzle, right? So like, because it had paint on the front and the back. But because I thought that, I would go and I'd look at a piece. I'd try piece one way and I'd try piece another way, but I wouldn't flip it and try the 4 combinations. So, there's 4 options. I'd only do 2.
Right.
And by the time I realized, no, this is a double-sided puzzle, it was too late for me. And when I realized, I think I got like 4 pieces in under 1 minute, and it was too late. And it was just so frustrating because like I knew I could have worn the necklace in that moment and like win something, but I didn't because I just wasn't thinking. And I think that just shows the difficulty of the game, where it's like I was so expended that I couldn't even think logically.
Should they give the winner a necklace?
No, it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's fine. I'm fine with the check.
Yeah.
Like,
but
it's a good compensation.
If they're gonna do the it at the final tribal council and count the votes, like shouldn't they give you some sort of like a crown or some sort of a sash to sit there during the reunion show?
Oh, that would have been awkward. That would have been so bad. The reunion show was. I have a lot of thoughts.
All right. Well, let's go. We're almost there. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So yeah, the final 5 immunity challenge. Lindsay lost. I lost. I was very sad. Mike won. I was very happy for Mike. And then after, I was kind of sad though that that Jeff didn't allow him to have 2 people at the reward because I would have been the second person he chose. And I just wanted to eat food because I wasn't able to eat the rice. But it was okay.
Yeah. And I feel like that there were 2 people that got to go last, or was it just Erica and Heather?
It was just Erica and Heather.
All right.
So it's on brand.
All right. So then back at camp. All right.
Yes.
This is really okay. So let's talk about, okay. You are going to maybe, get Mike to play that idol still on you. And that opens the door that, okay, Jonathan will be vulnerable and there's an opportunity to vote out.
Yes.
To vote out Jonathan.
Yes. So my plan at that tribal was that I was really planning on, in that time, getting it to be 4 votes on Lindsay, and I'd vote for Lindsay as well. Then Lindsay would be the one vote for Jonathan. So then after I could kind of like weasel, because I gave my word that I'd vote Lindsay out for Mike, and I'd be like, well, I gave you my word. Lindsay, I voted for Lindsay. I just used my idol on her. And I'm not sure he would have liked that, but like whatever,
Right.
I digress. So what happened was that
Mikey no likey. Right.
Mikey no likey. So you're gonna have to put that on your soundboard at this rate.
Yes, yeah, I have it somewhere.
Oh wow!
It's not officially on the soundboard, but we can correct that.
You're gonna have to.
Okay.
So what I was thinking was I would basically
Mikey no likey.
There you go. I would basically go and I would be a whole theatrics, because a thing that we didn't mention was Romeo had his idol, but everyone thought the idol was a fake idol. Like no one thought that idol was real. And like we were just like and I was like yeah. But Romeo was somewhere where it's like he always was like he just was like again the contingency vote. So I understand where he was coming from. He's like he was tired. I'd be tired too if I were him. So what my plan was is Mike would play the idol on me and I would be like, well, Jeff, I actually have something. Can I go and say something? And Jeff would be like, yeah, you can say something. And I'm like, well, I have this idol. Well, the first person I want to play this idol on Mike is, but Mike, it's like, I play it on me, but thank you, Mike. Like, I'm safe. Then I'd be like, well, Mike, I'd want to play it on you, but you're safe. And I'd be like, I'd then play it on Romeo, but Romeo, you have your idol, so you can play your idol and keep yourself safe. And then I was like, then I'm going to go and play it for Lindsay. So Lindsay, I'll make you safe. And then after, it would have been Jonathan that went out in a sole vote, and then everyone would know, okay, Maryanne is like, I would basically be me saving Lindsay, but also my goal for that was to basically make Lindsay have less agency in her game, and I could then instead in the final trial would be like, look, I saved Lindsay. I had control of Lindsay to kind of help really absorb the moves that Omer made and make it seem that I was more of the strategic force in it. Because there's like a gap where it's like, who did the moves with Omer? It was Omer and question mark. Mm-hmm. So I was trying to make that question mark, that answer, Maryanne.
Yeah. Ultimately, though, that you could have got like seduced by the temptation of big moves.
Mm-hmm. I know.
And sometimes the best moves are the ones you don't make.
Exactly. We didn't succumb to big move-itis for that move.
Mm-hmm.
So instead, I remember chatting with Mike and Mike being like, no, we have to get Lindsay out. And then after like the conversation, I was really thinking, I'm like, Lindsay is someone who she's won immunities. I haven't. She's been in the majority. I haven't. She's now been in the minority from the final 5. And if she goes forward, she'd still be in that minority. So she has the whole package. And then also she was someone who it's like, she survived Tori shot in the dark when she knew she was going home. She survived do or die. And then she would have now survived this idol because of her social game. So my move from myself would have actually been going. And if she knew how to play her cards right, mm-hmm. she could go and add it to her resume. And that risk of her basically going and making me look like her fool was something that I couldn't like risk. Because then if she made it look like that, then it's like, then you can go on a spiral about like, oh, then what's this? Like, is Maryanne even like, was this just a one-off thing? Or is Maryanne always thinking or strategizing? She made one good move, but she made one foolish move. So I just didn't want that narrative because I was thinking about tribal at that FTC at that time.
Okay. All right. Anything else about the final 5?
Anything else? Final 5. This is also when I discussed it at Final Tribal, but I remember. So at this point, Lindsay's going home, and Romeo and I just like for example, Romeo and I want Romeo to go in the end with him. He wants me to go to the end, and I'm like, I'm fine with Mike. Like Mike can't win. Mike at this time gave me his word that he would take me to the end if he won a final immunity. And then I think the promise was that we'd take each other to the end at the final four. So then the only other question mark would be Jonathan. Like, what would happen if Jonathan won immunity? Because my fear was that Jonathan would take Mike with him.
Yes.
And then after Romeo and I would have to make fire. So one thing that we did is that then I brought Jonathan in, and I'm like, hey, Jonathan, I'm like, I know you're close with Mike, but like if you win final immunity, you need to put Mike in fire. And then so basically with me and Romeo, we went through every single jury member and who would vote for who, and we're like, this is who would vote for Mike. Mike would Mike would win in any jury combination. So that was the first step to convince him that Mike would win. But then I'd be like, but Jonathan, like imagine how cool it would be if you stepped down and you had that final move to take out Mike in fire. I'm like, you know how to make fire. You're so good at fire, Jonathan. Wouldn't that be so cool and amazing if you took someone at fire? So I started to put those seeds in him just in case he won the final four immunity so that Romeo and I would be able to be taken to the end.
Hold it. I just can I stop down for 1 second here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then, Maryanne, what was the final five tribal council like?
The final five tribal council was the most interesting tribal council because I think that was the first time there wasn't a blind side in like forever.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think. Okay, final six was blindside, 7 was blindside, 8 was blindside, like 9 and 10 were blindsides, 11 was a blindside. Yeah, I think literally the first non just easy traditional vote exclude like from the merge.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel as if that's because we knew no, there's no shot in the dark. There was no reason to go. It's like everyone knew where all the supposed idols were, with only Mike with having the idol. I knew where the second idol was, so it was just a very clear and cut. Yeah, sorry, Lindsay, to you. Bye, type of like tribal.
And while this was all going on, were you saying to yourself like, "But this is a good season. This is a really good season."
I actually at the final 5 immunity, I told Jeff, I'm like, Jeff, this is a good season. This is a season you will show future players on how to play.
I agree.
Like I was very confident that we would be a good season, and that I really felt as if we were going to we just had everything.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Like I really felt, and which is really nice as a player, being like, oh my gosh, I want the show that I like, and I think people will like it as well too.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's fun. Okay, so after Lindsay goes home, the fighter.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the fighter is gone. All right, now it goes down to the final four. We don't see anything after the final 5 tribal. We see the next morning of you going to the final 4 challenge. Was there anything interesting after the vote or the next day?
Yeah, so it was me and my pesky self-sabotage again.
Yes.
So I remember at the final 4, I was like, I really feel as if I have a way to go to the end. But then I remember feeling, because I kind of had a feeling that like if I won final immunity, it would be best for my game to go and send Mike to fire. But then I already gave Mike his word, his word, and I knew that his word is his bond. And like at this point, I was very close to Mike, and I didn't want to hurt like our relationship in that way. So I was actually pondering at the final 4, throwing the final 4 immunity challenge, just so that I wouldn't have to have that decision.
So, but did you throw the final 4 immunity challenge?
No, I'm just that horrible. I'm just that bad at Samotion.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Fishback. Should have watched your season. What? Maybe I'd be able to hold balls.
Now, for the record, come on. That you have seen that many other times. It's basically,
yes,
as Mike Bloom predicted. He says there's 3 challenges they do for the final 4. Samotion is one of them. And they've done it. So I think Samotion was in Token Sheens, and then it came back in second chances. And then that was its second chance, and now it's like a mainstay.
Yeah. Second chances. Then it was David versus Goliath. Then season 40. So this is the 5th time, 42. And I'd like to say that every season that has Samotion is a good season.
Every season.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay. And you did finish Survivor Tocantins, right?
I did. So when I came back, I was still all Survivored out. But when I was finally good to like watch Survivor again, I'd watch it with my mom because my
Yes.
mom and I, we wouldn't just watch the episodes. Like we'd get some pizza, some wings, then like we'd sit down, put it on the TV, then we'd watch like 2 or 3 episodes together and like discuss it. So it was a whole thing, and I didn't want to like just ditch her to watch it. Like especially because it's like an old season, it really didn't have as big of an effect in the strategic way that I was going to play. So it's just like watching just to watch it. So,
Why was it last of all the seasons that you watched?
I want to save the best, like
Best
a
for
lot of the good
last.
seasons for last, right? And so I started watching Tocantins, but then I watched other seasons when I was watching it concurrently because that one was with my mom.
Mhm.
Like then I watched, like for example, I binge watched China, Second Chances are some of the two that come up to my head.
Yeah.
So I just like left like a lot of the good ones for last. Micronesia.
You know, Maryanne, speaking of second chances, earlier in
Mhm.
this podcast, you said you had a trivia question of there was something
Yes.
that season 31, season
Mhm.
34, season 39, and
Mhm.
season 40 had in common.
Mhm.
For
Mhm.
people who have stayed with us this whole time, could you give a hint? Could you give one of the hints that you gave to Jordan Kalish?
Yes. Don't think of the players that are playing the game.
Don't think of the players that are playing the game. Okay. Interesting. All right. Let's go back to Samotion
Okay.
and the
Yeah.
and the final four. Okay. You talked about you were thinking about your family at this point. Anything in particular make you think of that, or is it just because you were so close to the end?
I think it's because I was close to the end and I was very open on the island, but like with my family, it's like I really don't like chatting about things with my family because it's like that's my family. I don't want people making perceptions or like having to talk about family business or questions where it's like you don't know the whole story or like people going and taking sides of a narrative when they don't know the full thing. So I was open in everything that had to do with me personally, but when it came to interpersonal relationships, I was a little bit more closed off. But like I feel as if, but like family was always on my mind. I just never really talked about it.
Okay. Could I give a guess for your trivia question?
Mm-hmm.
Is it the only seasons where people who are former players who, visit the survivors that are not in the game?
Ding 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 ding!
Yes.
Hit the bell! Hit the bell!
Yes.
Yeah!
Yeah.
You're so good. Yes.
I can't. That's the only time that's happened.
Yes, in season 31, it was Dale Wentworth,
Mhm.
who was the loved ones.
Yep.
In season 34, it was Monica Culpepper,
And
who
Cochran.
played. And Cochran, don't forget Cochran.
Mhm.
And then in season 39, it was Rob and Sandra because they were like having their little
Right.
idol with the heads.
Right.
And then in season 40, you had John Fincher and Nadia Anderson. You had Rachel, whose last name I always forget. Just the whole hodgepodge.
Yeah.
A ton of people.
Okay.
Oh, Val.
Val. Sure.
Mhm. And her 2 idols.
Her 2 idols. Yep.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. That was a fun one. Okay.
Thank you.
Do you want Jordan Kalish's position?
Oh, don't kick him out of his position. No, I'm not.
Maryanne.
He knows he's very good at the dates. I'm good at weird patterns.
Okay.
I'm good at weird patterns and finding weird things like that.
Okay.
So I can be a one-off.
Okay.
Like if you do like instead of like this week in Survivor History, if you don't want a week, you
It's
just want like a
pattern.
really cool random thing.
Yeah.
Pattern.
Okay.
Yeah, patterns with Maryanne.
Okay. All right. Mike goes out very early in Samotion. You follow him out pretty quickly.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It was literally, other than the fact that you realize your fate is in someone else's hands, it was the funniest like showing of a challenge I've ever seen in my life. Like, cause literally, Mike drops at 1, I drop at 2, Jonathan barely even makes it to 4, Romeo made it. Like, it was just the randomest, like funniest. Like, you can't script that. You can't script that. It was so funny. Like after like, and like especially too, I'm so happy for Romeo because like especially Romeo was like basically fighting for his life every single day.
Back it
Always
up,
like it's
Romy.
gonna be Romeo. Back it up, Romeo. And then to go and for him to have that final power in the end, I was so happy for him. I was genuinely like, if not me who won, I was so happy it was Romeo.
Okay. So, Maryanne, we have an immunity winner. It's Romeo.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a little bit of a question of what's Romeo going to do? Is that just for TV, or did you wonder if there was a chance that you might be going into the fire?
So I knew that Mike was going to fire. And then there was a very good feeling that Jonathan was the one that was going to fire as well, too. Because Romeo and I were close. We had similar underdog stories. And then after, like, Romeo wasn't a big fan of Jonathan, and like also Jonathan did fire, and he wanted to go into fire. But you never know until you know. So I would still practice a little bit of fire, a little bit, just to make sure that like I knew how to start the fire and had my strategy going on. But like it was only when Romeo finally said it's going to be Maryanne that I'm like, okay, I'm in the clear.
Okay. I liked when you were coaching up Jonathan on how to make the fire.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Jonathan would help with the fire, but I also was known, like Jonathan would be able to get the fire if like for example it was raining or like we weren't able to have the right materials. But like I was genuinely the fire maker. So like I was very fast at making fire. So like he was just asking, so he actually came up to me asking, okay, Maryanne, how do I make a fire super fast? And I'm like, this is what I do. Like I would count the strokes that you'd need to do to recommend to like have as much embers and like so I was trying to coach him. Clearly I'm a bad coach.
Well, how much did you practice that before you went out there?
Fire? I practiced fire a lot, and that means a lot because I was in Canada. Like, I tried to make a fire, and then I got frostbite because it was so cold, and I had like my little flint. The first time I tried to make fire, I think it took me like 30-40 minutes. But then after, I actually made like a fake fire, like a fire making station in my backyard. So what I would do is that like I would collect all of the trees and leaves in my backyard. Then I actually took a screen grab of the fire making challenge, measured how much an average torso would be to see how high I'd have to make the fire. And then I would like use everything to go and make a blazing fire to practice it.
You measured a torso?
Yes, because they're sitting down with the torso, and
Mhm.
like so I was seeing like where the table was and where the string was.
Yeah.
So I measured that to see like how much, like how high I should make the fire, and then I would practice making it, and then I think I got myself down on like a very good day, like consistently to 4 minutes, and my high time was always 11 minutes, and that's like with like wet material
Mm-hmm.
because it was springtime in Canada.
Yeah. Okay. Well, your preparation was really incredible.
Clearly not. How many challenges did I win? How many fire making challenges did I win? All good theoretical, very bad practically.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Look.
The therapy worked well, though. That's the social game.
Yeah.
The therapy worked.
Yeah. I've never heard of anybody doing that. Is that something that you did specifically for Survivor?
So no. So during the pandemic, my university was offering free unlimited therapy sessions for anyone who was a student. So I'm like, you know what? It's like you can always better yourself. So then I started that in January of 2021. And then when I got onto Survivor, it's like one of my goals in therapy was always was social interactions already, just because like how do you handle getting angry? How do you process your emotions? That's something that I really wanted to work on. And so when I got onto Survivor, I was chatting with my therapist, her name's Melissa, and I'm like, well, I think it's like a lot of the other things are like time management skills and just general life. It's like I think it'd be beneficial for me if we take a big focus on those interpersonal relationships and knowing yourself. And then so like it just was a 2-in-1.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was in my mental peak when I went to Survivor. I was doing great.
When Mike and Jonathan were making the fire,
Mhm.
you're rooting for Jonathan there.
Mhm.
That did you know instantly that it was not going well?
So I had a feeling because what happened was that Jonathan had a question about the flint, and then in my head I'm like it's good. Jonathan's gonna lose. I had a feeling that it was Mike that was gonna win, and then also Mike got into Jonathan. I feel as if Mike got into Jonathan's head a little bit too on his fire making skill, because like just the way that Jonathan was speaking.
Mm-hmm.
So like I said, I really wanted Jonathan to win because I felt as if I had a higher chance of winning with Jonathan Romeo and Mike, Jonathan Romeo and myself, rather than Mike Romeo and myself. I still felt as if I could win with Mike, but it'd be a more uphill battle.
Did you consider at any point asking Romeo to put you into the fire making.
Nope.
No?
Nope.
No? Okay.
I am not.
What a
Nope.
what?
Nope. The fire making challenge on average lasts around 4 to 6 minutes. You're going to let your game decide on 4 to 6 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
I felt confident in my game that I didn't need that extra piece to knock someone out for a chance of 4 to 6 minutes, Rob. Absolutely not. I was not making fire unless I needed to. Like, no.
How do you know it averages 4 to 6 minutes?
Just based on like what Jeff has said, like after fire making challenges, like post-show interviews, based on like what people have said. It's always around 4 to 6 minutes.
Do Becky and Sundra really pull the average up like 90 seconds?
You know, when you get to matches, like physical matches, I think that
it's embarrassing,
you just don't
right?
Yeah, a little. The second only to Carolyn and
Rodney.
What's his name? Rodney. Mm-hmm. Okay, my identifier wasn't going to be that nice. So good you said the name.
Okay, good. All right. So then, Maryanne, all right. So you have now gotten to the final 3. You've made it to day 26. And just as somebody who is the underdog, the super fan, like what's that all like?
I feel as if like going to day 26. Well, at first, like the night 25, day 26, I was like, I can't believe Mike is there. Like, this sucks. I'm like, and I really spent that last night really thinking about what am I going to say to the jury? What votes do I need to swing? Who are the jury leaning towards? And then how am I going to go and argue and articulate? So I really spent that last night just really thinking, just like about like the final tribal. But then being able to like be in day 26 and watch the sunrise when you always watch the sunrise on the final day, and then knowing I think I was the 102nd person to make it to the end. Mike was the 103rd because he made it to fire. Romeo was the 101st. We did the math on the island. Wow. But like knowing that I was like one of 103 people who have experienced the last day of Survivor was just like something like I just really soaked it all in. And then after, because the game was so hard, we weren't sure if there was going to be a day 26 breakfast. So like I was literally like, if there is no day 26 breakfast, I'm going to eat someone.
Yeah.
I'm going to eat someone. And I was explaining about like how many calories are in each different part of a body. Like a human being is around 35,000 calories, right? So a leg would be around 16,000 calories.
How do you know this?
I have a lot of random facts in my head.
Okay.
Yeah, so a human being's around 35,000 calories, like an adult human being. So we were talking about the different types of meat. Like, does the person supposed to be like a little fatty? Do you want someone who's leaner?
Are we sure Romeo is 35,000 calories?
He might be a little less.
Yeah.
But I was talking about like how like there better be a day 26 breakfast or I am eating someone.
Yeah.
There was a day 26 breakfast. And it's so funny because none of the final 3 drink. So we just had orange juice on day 26.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's a trap. You know, there's a couple of survivors that overindulge on the final day champagne.
Yeah. One of them's my mom. Okay. That's a callback you don't get. Remember how we were talking about the Survivor winners?
Oh, Sophie.
Yes, there we go. There we go.
Got it.
I know. That's true. It was literally like 5 hours ago. So
yes. Okay. All right. So then, final tribal council. What was your preparation going into this?
Okay. So my preparation going into it is that I was going to analyze the jury. So I looked at the jury members because we had all 8, and I was like, I'm like, okay, I think I have Chanel's vote. I don't think I have Roxroy's vote, and I think Roxroy's mic leading. I felt as if I had Tori's vote and High's vote locked. I felt as if the big swings were Lindsay and Omer, and I felt as if Drea, Roxroy, and Jonathan were either mic locked or mic leaning. I know that in a final jury, you only need to have 5 votes to win in final 8. I felt as if I had 3 locked, which means that the most optimal strategy, don't focus on the votes you have, focus on the votes you don't have. So I was really going in my mind and trying to vote for Omer and get Omer and Lindsay's votes. Because Omer and Lindsay are people who respect strategy and respect game. I knew that like going into final tribal, I'd have to articulate why I wasn't just sitting there and doing nothing, why I was always thinking about the game, and I knew that I needed to have tangible evidence other than the final six vote, which would be the idol, that proved why I was actually thinking about the game the whole time.
Were you playing hot or cold with each juror of the absolute rating of just how close you were to getting their vote? Who's a
Hot
one?
and
Who's a
cold is
seven?
hot and cold is a location. It's a
Mhm.
location finding game,
Mhm.
right? So typically, what would be a more accurate app description of it? I don't know. It's like a teeter totter. How much are they leaning, right?
Okay.
So it's like I felt as if Omer and Lindsay, I'm like, you don't need to have a clean sweep. It's like a dirty win is still a win. So just get that five, uh 5-3. That's still a win.
How about seven?
Yeah, was not expecting that.
Mm-hmm.
Was not expecting that. I was very shocked.
Yes. What were you most surprised by? Roxroy?
I was surprised both by Roxroy and Drea, because Drea left the game saying if you let Mike go to the end, like Mike will win. And then after we let Mike go to the end, right? So I'm just thinking, okay, Drea really respects Mike's game. Drea and I were never really close strategically. And then I know that like a lot of times in the game too, Drea would try to like give me advice on things, and then sometimes I'd listen to the advice, sometimes I wouldn't. So that's in like we didn't really like sometimes we really meshed as people, sometimes we didn't. So it was a very turbulent relationship. And then I felt as if Roxroy, he is Survivor man. Like he is Survivor guy. That is who Jeff saw.
Yes.
Okay, Jeff went in a vision and he
Sorry
saw
for
Roxroy.
you. Yeah.
Exactly. That's so I was like, because I thought like my physicality, like in the physical game, it's like I would help at camp, but I just was not able to go and help with the massive physical things because I am not a physical person.
Mm-hmm. So, Maryanne, is there any part of the final tribal council that we did not get to see that was interesting?
So one question that was given in the final tribal council about the social game was we were asked, who do you think you have a jury vote locked for? So we had to go around and say, this is who I think will vote for me.
What
So
did
Mike said
Romeo
Jonathan.
say? Yeah.
Mike said Jonathan, and Romeo and I both said Tori. So it was like people were like, oh, they both said Tori. Like that's kind of awkward. Like clearly they're wrong. Like
One of
clearly
you's gonna
one of
be
them
right.
is wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was surprised that they didn't keep that because that's like ooh spicy.
Mhm.
There was so much that was going on at Final Tribal that just like didn't like make it because of course that thing was long.
Yeah.
That thing was long, and then I was waiting and waiting for a good place to like whip out my idol. And then Final Tribal was like Jeff's like, you need to wrap it up, and I'm like, oh, am I gonna have to be like, wait,
Mhm. Mhm.
I want to say one more thing.
Yeah.
But luckily, the jury wanted to continue the conversation, so I'm like, oh, thank goodness. They'll do it for me.
Yeah, well, I thought you had a good pivot on it was Chanel's question about being like, how did you grow out here? And then you were able to pivot that into bringing out the idol.
So that actually was a little bit of magic.
Ooh.
So with that, so the answer which I gave was true, where it was about self-sabotage. But specifically, I was discussing about how I was willing to throw in the Final Four challenge for Mike because I didn't want to break my word for Mike. And it's like, but like, it's like who throws a Final Four challenge? Who throws a Final Immunity challenge? And like I said, I lost either way. But even thinking about it, basically thinking I don't want to give myself a chance to win just so that I don't have to like break someone's word is something that I realized, okay, that's something I need to grow on and work in. And like actually after the Final Four immunity, I remember I sat down with Mike and I'm like, hey Mike, it's like I love you as a person and I want you to know that it's like I was thinking about breaking my word for you. And it's like and I told him like, so like if that's something that's like bad with like you and it breaks the trust, it's like I totally understand and it's like and I respect your decision and whatever. And then Mike just kept me with so much grace. He's like, you know what? He's like, Maryanne, it's like, I knew you were thinking about it, but it's like, I still love you and I will always love you anyways. It's like, and that just meant so, so much for me because it's like, it was unconditional love from someone who it's like, because your family and friends, you know that they're going to love you, right? But when you go on an island with new people, and it's like sometimes, and you're playing the super hard game, sometimes the friendships and bonds that you make, it feels conditional. And it's like to have like even that real life moment of unconditional love with someone who it's like who I love, who we knew we might not have been on the same page at the same time. It's like it just meant so much. And that's why Mike and I, like, we are so close. He is my dad. He's gonna take me to Doormats for pizza. Like it's a place in Hoboken.
Okay.
And so I love Mike so much. It's like the whole cast. It's like I have so much love for my whole cast. But like
you're
that was the whole.
wearing the Mike's
I
Hoboken Fire Department
am.
T-shirt.
I am wearing his T-shirt. I even know his high school cheer. HOBOKEN, HOBOKEN, Hoboken. Ha ha ha. But
Yikes! Is this a
yeah,
monster?
that's the cheer.
Yeah.
And honestly, like, let's even, I know I'm circling back even from tribal, where it's like so many of the bonds that you make on the island are so powerful and so cool. Like, one thing that I remember is Mike and Roxroy were talking about growing up in like Hoboken and like New York City, Brooklyn, like as kids, like in like the projects, and just the discussions about like the stories that they were having or like what they did, or like the like was so interesting to me, because it's like they were talking about like, oh, like we had to do this with the police, or like we get beat up, or like we were the small runt, so we had to go and scrap and be fighty. It's like just being able to hear those stories. It's like, when would I have ever heard that story from those people? It's like that would have never happened. And that's what got me into Survivor. That being able to go and make those bonds and meet those people, and then also like, but you're still playing a game. So how does the game fit into that?
You have to love people to be good at Survivor.
Oh yeah.
Like,
I loved everyone. I loved hearing about everybody's story. Like, everyone had such a great story to tell. And sometimes the stories, yeah, they were wild like that, but sometimes they were just normal stories as well too. It's like, you don't have to do all the cool things to be on Survivor. You just need to be yourself, know who you are, know about what you're going to bring to the table.
Okay, Maryanne, when they revealed that, by the way, you don't know this, in season 41, we counted the votes in Fiji. We're going to do it right now. Were you ready?
No, I was not ready. Like, I remember going into like the writing the votes, and like I kind of felt that I won. I didn't. I thought it'd be maybe like I thought it was maybe a 6-2, maybe a 5-3. But like I really had to, like, I'm just like, I think that I'm won. And then I was not emotionally ready to hear the votes being read. Like, I was not prepared for that, because you prepare. You're like, okay, I have time to process. I'll have time to do the same. But like,
a year.
Yeah, it was a little less than a year for us. A little less than a year. So that was just, I was not ready for that at all.
And then it happened.
It did. It did. I was shocked. Like it was shocking. Like, just processing about that win, and it was like, and then I kind of just, my body just left there, and I just dissociated, and there's pizza being shoved in my face.
Have some pizza now.
I know. Stu, who makes the pizza.
If you're just joining us.
Yeah. So there was pizza being shoved in my face. I didn't know what was going on. The questions were there. I'm still dirty. Like, I'm still like island dirt, like dirty. It's like people, like Mike is like shoving pizza in his face because he's sad because he just lost, which is so heart wrenching. It's like, I feel as if the show wants to do an after show, like, I feel as if it'd be beneficial if we had like at least one night to process. Because like, I just kind of like, I was blasted off into space. Like, I was not there. I was just eating my pizza, having my Coca-Cola. Like, I remember like seeing Omer with Diet Pepsi, and then being like, wait, we can get Coke. And Jeff's like, get the millionaire a Coke. Get the millionaire a Coke.
Yeah.
Or maybe I'm making this up. I couldn't even tell you. But something around that line's happening.
Well, Omer said they didn't have any Diet Pepsi on the island.
It must have been Diet Coke then.
Yeah.
It must have been Diet Coke, because I'm like, wait, I want a Coke. They're like, get the winner a Coke. Get her a Coke. She deserves it. Because at first they were only offering champagne. And I'm like, I don't want champagne. And then also, you want to get Jeff, because like, Jeff's not a big physical toucher. And I'm like, oh, Jeff, can I have a Jeff hug? But now I'm asking Jeff for like a hug when I'm smelly and dirty and ugly, right? So then it's like even more awkward because I'm not glammed up. Like, at least if I had like a shower, like he still was like having island grime on him.
Yeah.
It was. And then after, like, you didn't get mine and Zach's proposal, little did they know that we're hosting this live. So you didn't get mine and Zach's proposal.
Yeah.
Like, there's like, and then after you're not able to have like a lot of narrative, like I feel as if like after the reunion, if like Dre and I were able to talk about the tribal in like more depth after reflecting, that would have been something that people might have been able to benefit from.
Yeah.
But there's just, But like, I think just a day would have been better. Just a day.
Yeah.
If you wanted to keep it.
Right. And we didn't even get to hear maybe you could tell us now, Maryanne, what's been the reaction from the people on the street?
What's been the reaction from the people on the street? It's been great. Like the reaction has been great. A lot of people are very supportive. A lot of young people like me. Like I said, I was running a conference and they were like, "Oh my goodness." It was also though one person literally went on. I was on an Uber and one person's like, "Oh my god, you're Maryanne. You're crazy." Just straight to my face. And I was like, "Okay." I was like, "Cool, thanks."
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
so some of the reaction, a lot of good reactions. Like I said, I focus more on the positive more than the negative,
Right.
and there's been a lot of positive. Some girls started screaming when they saw me, like
Right.
literally screaming.
Well, in real life, correct me if I'm wrong, it's only positive, right?
Yeah, except for the "you're crazy."
Yeah,
But
well, I
like
think they meant it in a
that one,
positive
that
way.
one is yeah, but
Yeah.
all usually mostly positive. No one. The only thing is people be like, "Oh, I wasn't rooting for you," but then you really changed my expectations.
Yeah.
Doing a little backhanded
Yeah,
compliments,
you get
but
that. Yeah. How much do you get recognized?
not that much in Canada.
Yeah.
Like not that much. Like I because of like work obligations and other things, I had to go to Toronto like 6 times in 7 days.
Mhm.
I would not recommend.
Yeah.
And then I think I was only recognized if I wasn't with like the Survivor crew. I was only like I don't think I was ever recognized. I just lived my best life, just walking on the street.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. So apparently, it's not a religion in Canada for
It's not a
Survivor. They
religion.
don't know.
That's what
They don't know their perishers.
it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or maybe it's because I changed my hair and then people want to double take. Like, is that?
Yeah.
No, it can't be.
Yeah. Maryanne, what else from your adventure?
Oh my goodness. What else from my adventure? So many new friends.
Mm-hmm.
The wildness that Omer is 10 minutes away.
Yeah.
Like he's family now. Like he is so like we're so close. Like we've been like have you seen on Twitter? We've been starting to post things about us together. Like us with RHAP, with you. I'm so sad I stopped the filming when you called him the Tiger King. He did not like that. But like just and even that. Let's chat about after the show. I discussed this a bit.
Yes.
But I want to talk about like mental health after the show because when I came back, I was an emotional wreck. Like I was just a wreck. And I think that us children, so I call the children people 25 and under, just take the game a little more hard. Like I won. I had the best case scenario, but I remember I was like crying every single day. I was avoiding my family. I wasn't eating, not because like I didn't feel like I wanted to eat, but because eating would mean I'd have to go down and interact with my family. I didn't want to do that. I would sleep like on the side. I would sleep on the ground because it reminded me of like sleeping like on Survivor, and then like I'd visualize being there and like cry myself to sleep every single night. Like I was a wreck. Like I was literally just like a wreck, a non-functioning wreck. And that's why, like, of course, Survivor, they like if you know to reach out to the Survivor team, like they will take care of you. They really took care of me. They like I was broken and they built me right back up. Like I'm like a survivor, like I'm a good project, like a positive project, but it was very, very hard for me returning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, could do a number on people. And you're a success story.
Yeah. Well, after the fact.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. But you're a winner.
Yes,
Mhm.
exactly. That's why I think the game is just so, and I think the game is hard for a lot of people. Where it's like, for me, I had like a lot of trouble when I came back. I know that other people had a lot of trouble with social media when they came back.
Yeah.
Right. So it was the social media, what people were saying, that was the difficulty. And I think that just like attributes that like how hard the game is. Like imagine winning $1 million and crying yourself to sleep every single night.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And it's like, and I feel as if like also where it's like there's so many things, whereas like especially being so young for me and not having a lot of life experience just because of the fact that I'm so young, it's like you question what's next, or especially where it's like if you might go into the game thinking it'll happen one way, but it might actually happen another way, and then that can be hard on yourself as well too. Or like let's say you go into the game and you don't know who you are as a person, and then after you're seeing yourself in a different light, but that's like parts of you, because the game will never make you now in the with the editing they'll never make you like who you're not, so then it's like seeing parts of you that you're like you didn't even realize that could be hard. So I just think that like Survivor is one of those games where it's like you need to know yourself and you need to have a very strong sense of self and know who you are before you go on the game.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you don't know who you are, you can crumble just like
yeah. Well, look at you, Maryanne.
Mm-hmm.
What a success story. You're so inspiring to talk to. I really enjoyed our conversation, and that I just think you're such a bright light. It's really really fun to have you in this space.
Oh my gosh, you're just happy you're about to see your family. He's like, please let me see Anthony, please.
I can see him.
Okay.
I have another podcast tonight.
Oh yikes! He's like, please, I need to make money, Maryanne. It's not just about you.
Not just the money, Maryanne.
I know. I need to go with my Maryanne. Some people actually pay for me, not like a freebie Patreon like you, Maryanne.
Maryanne, you did win $1 million. I mean, you could be a patron. It wouldn't,
I
it would be a
could, but
drop
then
in the
after
bucket for you.
Oh no! Well, I need to do so much. Like I told you already, that check is just somewhere in my room. I couldn't tell you where.
I would cash that.
I can't.
Why?
Well, I want to cash it into I want to cash it to I have two. I bank in two different banks.
Yeah.
And the bank that I want to cash
banking information. Yeah.
I know, but the bank I want to cash into, they want me to mail the check. You think I'm going to mail $1 million check to them?
No, don't do it.
No. So I need to go drive to their, and because of the pandemic, they closed all of their offices. So they only have one office.
Yeah.
So it's a decent drive from where I am. Not decent, but I can do it in one day and it's not too bad. So I need to go there and be like, you are taking this check or I'm taking my business elsewhere. My name is Maryanne. Accept me. I know.
What's next for you? What do you have coming up this summer?
Oh my gosh. What do I have coming up this summer? So I'm doing right now.
Better than what Omar has going on this summer, because he's like, I'm doing nothing. I'm studying.
Yes, he has his boards. That's so true. I'm doing a lot of things. So I'm working right now at my church. We're doing some VBC, some vacation Bible camps. So if you're in the GTA area, that's something you could take a look at. And you're a Christian, you want to get your kids full day. I'm picking Pentecostal. They're going to be so happy I shouted out. I'm also going to be doing some traveling. I'm going to the US.
Okay.
So I'm going to be going to Montana, Baltimore, LA, maybe NOLA.
The big spots.
Boston. Yeah, the big spots. So I'm still figuring that out. My school year, still trying to figure that out. Maybe looking into some internships. I found out that I have In-N-Out. I found out that because I'm Canadian, I could just go to the US for 6 months and work for 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't need a visa. So I might look into that, maybe for a little internship, become a little American.
Okay.
I don't know. Okay. Just so many options. Doing some speeches. I get to doing some speeches for some. I have a speech at a high school talking about anti-Black racism. Very excited about that.
Well, I feel like there's any number of subjects that you could speak on. I feel like that you would have a real potential. Not that that's your career, but I really feel like that as on the speaking circuit. I really feel like you could do very well there.
I need to slide into Adam Klein's DMs if he's not busy on his amazing.
You don't think that his daughter he would help you out?
His what?
Didn't you say that isn't he your dad?
Oh yes, he is my dad. Yeah, my dad better hook me up.
5.5 hours ago, but
I know. Now we're tied. Yes, so he should help his daughter. With that. So I'll reach out to him. Unless you're listening to this, Adam. So I guess, what is it? 721, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
I don't know if he's listens to all the RHAP episodes.
I know. Some of us aren't like me at all. We're the true fans.
Yeah.
We're the true ones.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, that's what's going on in my life.
Anything else you want to shout out or tell people to check out, Maryanne?
I want everyone to check out Rob from Rob Has a Podcast. He's super cool. Great podcast, great for road tripping. This is a great road trip. If you have a 5.5 hour road trip you need to do, this is the perfect timing. Maybe become a Patreon. Maybe be a little better than I am. You can do that too.
Who's better than you? Stop it.
What else?
Are you gonna watch Big Brother this summer?
Yeah, I'm so excited for Big Brother. I'm very excited for BB Can. I watched BB Can, so I'd love to meet Kevin. Maybe I have a little bit of Kevin. If you're listening to this, slide into my DMs. Let's figure something out.
Mm-hmm.
But very excited for BB
to him because he's local, right?
I know, it's Toronto's big. Toronto, we have 2 point something million people. It's just and I live in the greater Toronto area, so I'm not even in Toronto.
Yeah.
So hopefully I'll meet up with Kevin. BB Cantan was so fun.
Yeah.
I had such a fun time. Love Arissa so much.
What's not to love?
I know. And then BB 20, what is it? How old am I? BB 24. Very excited for that as well too.
Can I just say that you and Omer really were very persuasive the other day when you were saying that we should come back to Toronto.
Yes.
GTA.
You came in 2018,
It was
right?
2017. Yeah.
I didn't even watch Survivor then.
No.
I didn't even have a chance.
You didn't have a chance.
You have to come back. Look, you have me, you have Omer, you have Erica, then you have the Big Brother Canada people. Like, you have to come.
Yes.
And then please.
I bet the Canadian fans, Toronto fans, are always, really incredible.
Oh yeah. You got to come. You have to come.
I mean, we have such great support from you and Omer. Like, it would be really fun to get up there.
You can stay in my basement.
Oh,
your whole family. You don't even need to be in
my
hotel.
roots. Yeah.
A little far from downtown. You might need to take a car, but you are free to stay in my basement.
Yes.
My mom loves you because you love me.
Yes.
If you didn't like her, she would not like you. So it works very well.
That's fair. Well, Maryanne, thank you so much for spending so much time with me. I really appreciate it. That I know that you seem to enjoy this too, but it was very fun for me.
Oh, thank you for that deep dive. Now go see your family. Okay. I'll release you to your family. You can say, Anthony, I'm back. I'm free. She's let me go. Oh no, she's making me go do a recap episode.
He's right there. I could see him. His brother had to go to Little League. I'm multitasking. We're podcasting, and I'm also watching a child.
Wow, very powerful.
Very powerful.
Now you can eat. Maybe you're a little hungry.
Also, okay.
It's been a while.
All right. Well, Maryanne, I really I thank you, Miss Maryanne, so much.
Thank you for your time.
Yes, and
I think I beat a record. I think I beat like the deepest deep dive.
You have the deepest deep dive that I've ever been a part of, and so
yeah,
I think that no one will ever break the record. This is it.
Yes.
So, incredible job. Another, what a hot streak you're on.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. And the youngest winner by birth date. Longest deep dive.
Yes. Okay. What year are you born?
Oh yeah. People have this wrong. They say my birthday's December 31st, 1997. One day off. January 1st, 1998.
January 1st. 1998. Yep. Wow.
You hear it. Yeah, let's see how long it takes the wiki to upload that.
Yeah. Come on. Get it together, Survivor Wiki. Yeah. Yeah. This woman knows the name of Samotion, okay?
Yeah, I do. I got to say the name. That's pretty cool.
Have to say the name. All right. Well, Maryanne, thank you so much. Thank you so much to our listeners. RHAPisawebsite.com/subscribe. I hope to do more interviews with your cast. I think your cast is a really great group, really fun, and we'll be talking more. Thank you all so much for joining us. Take care, everybody. Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye.